Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Michael and we're going to be getting right back into some more Reddit stories. If you enjoy the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Now, without further ado, let's begin. This story was posted by a user named Bantar in the Cheating Stories subreddit. The post is titled, "Caught my wife cheating on me and I know exactly when it started. I caught my wife with another person in our bed and I kicked him out of my house." Oh boy, this is long. I and my soon-to-be ex-wife have been married for 11 years. We were a pretty chubby couple until 2 years ago when I had a blood test and found out I was prone to developing diabetes, gout, and hypertension. It really scared me and we both gradually started to live a much healthier life. I went from 117 to 85 kilograms and my wife, let's call her Jane, from 83 to 65 kilograms. We felt great and needless to say, I never developed those diseases. We attended a gym almost daily in the afternoon where another person worked as a coach. Let's call him Baldy. When my wife started getting in shape, I noticed that most guys turned to look at her. I felt so proud of her. She is fairly busty and she has magnificent legs. Of course, Baldy wasn't the exception. I noticed Baldy likes to check out women's butts. I've seen him do it several times and he likes to show off how muscular he is. When Jane and I were regulars at the gym, I noticed she was enjoying the attention she got from men. Once, we were using the elliptical machines and in front of them was a cable machine. Baldy took off his t-shirt and started doing crossovers. I turned to Jane with a look that said, "Can you believe this guy?" But she was staring at him and wet her lips. I saw Baldy and I swear he was grinning. I felt crushed. I mean, I was getting in shape, but I am not as muscular and fit as he is. When we were driving home, I made a comment about Baldy showing off and Jane said, "Really? I didn't notice." I told her, "You were staring." She said, "I don't remember, I must have been thinking about something else." I shrugged it off and kept driving, but from then on, I noticed that they were talking more frequently at the gym. Some weeks later, Jane was doing squats using the Smith machine. Suddenly, Baldy went to help her. He was grabbing her by the waist and I got angry. She finished the first set and I went over and told him, not very nicely, "I got it from here." Baldy just smiled and told me, "No problem, buddy," and walked off. Jane knows me very well, and when she heard my angry tone, she said, "My God, OP. I told her, "We'll discuss this at home." At home, drama blew up. She called me immature and jealous. I told her I noticed he was trying to get into her pants. She said she knew that, but she would never cheat on me. I asked why she let him touch her, and she said she didn't want to be rude. After about an hour of arguing, we agreed to change gyms. So we went to another place to exercise, but Jane was resentful toward me in the following months. Her argument was that I don't trust her. On the third month after we changed gyms, a very good opportunity opened up at my job, but in the afternoon. We discussed it and I took it, so we had to attend the gym at different hours. I went in the morning and Jane in the afternoon. This is when it all went south. Jane's resentment increased and we barely spoke. I sent her messages telling her about my day, that I missed her, and memes. But she rarely replied or just said, "Yes, okay, same here, ha ha ha." I was very worried and proposed couples therapy. She said I was the one who needed therapy because I had trust issues. I agreed. I was so desperate to fix our marriage that I even thought it was all my fault. So the following year, 2022, I went to therapy, but Jane's behavior didn't change. We weren't intimate anymore. She was never in the mood. I snooped on her phone but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I looked in her car for a second phone. Nothing. I checked her phone again to see her map history. It only showed house, workhouse, gym house. Whenever I tried to talk to her, she just said she felt she was having a midlife crisis. She said it would pass. I never had any evidence of cheating, so I continued working and worrying. We live in a condo. The security guard, a very cheerful man called Mr. P, greeted me. We chat a lot. He was touching his shoulder and told me that yesterday he had to move a heavy sofa and had some pain today. I was sympathetic and then he dropped the bomb. "Maybe you can arrange a meeting with your massage therapist." I told him, "Who?" He said, "The guy who came yesterday to massage Mrs. Jane." It took me a second to process this. I asked him, "Do you have a video of him?" I think he noticed I was pale and hurried to show me. Guess who? Baldy, of course. He has come a few times to massage my wife. I took the day off and started investigating. I asked a coworker for his car and in the afternoon I followed Jane. She parked her car at the mall where the gym is and there was Baldy waiting for her. They giggled and behaved like a couple kisses, hugs, and I felt close to tears. They walked a couple of blocks and went into a residential area. I tried to follow them with my phone, ready to record, but the guard stopped me and asked, "Can I help you?" I just said, "What a nice couple. Do you know them?" He said he thought they were newlyweds, but couldn't tell me anything else. I called Jane, but she never answered. I went to her car in the mall and wondered why that place didn't show on the map. I dialed again and I could hear her phone inside her car. That's why. I also found out Jane hadn't attended the gym in 8 months. I didn't know that the previous night was the last day I slept with Jane in the same bed. I returned the car and went home and called my parents. Fortunately, my dad answered and I told him everything. I was crying and he comforted me and told me to get evidence. Obviously, my marriage is over and I need all I can gather while he'll contact one of his friends who is an excellent divorce lawyer. Jane called me when she saw the 2 missed calls. I just told her I was already at home and she told me, "I'm on my way from the gym. My butt is killing me." When she saw me, she asked, "What happened? Why did you cry?" I don't know how, but I was mentally focused. I smiled and told her I got the flu. That's why I left work early. "Don't come near me, it might be the bug. I'll be tested tomorrow. I'll sleep in the spare room." She agreed. I cried silently and I didn't sleep a wink. Nearly midnight, I heard her giggling. I guess she's messaging Baldy, but I didn't find any evidence of her contacting another man. Then it hit me, why didn't I see it earlier? I bet another person is disguised as one of her female co-workers. In the morning, while Jane was in the shower, I took her phone and created a session on my laptop and put her phone back in the same place. The session works while the phone is close to my laptop or on the same Wi-Fi network. Then I saw it. Under a female name, the profile picture was a dumbbell. I entered and most of the conversations were deleted. I guess they use work words as code in case I snooped. "Can you deliver the papers to my desk?" I know she doesn't have a desk at work. "Going to the meeting, where are you?" At the top of them, "Boss is in his office, he's clueless." Jane got out of the shower and saw me. "You look worse, why don't you stay with your parents?" I denied the idea, thinking of getting evidence. After Jane went out, I contacted my dad and he gave me the name and number of the lawyer. I called him and explained everything. He told me the screenshots I took from my laptop are useless. They don't have any factual evidence since it's not another person's name. And she was smart enough to leave pieces of conversation that look pretty innocent. I could take pictures of them at the mall, but she could argue they are just good friends and I can't go into the residential area without permission because it might get me into more trouble. At work, I was in zombie mode, thinking about how to get evidence. I might install secret cameras in my house, but Baldy rarely goes to my home, and Jane might find them, unless I'm out of the picture. I texted Jane and told her I tested positive for the bug and would stay at my parents' because I might need help. She liked the idea and told me she would miss me but would call me every day. When I hung up, I called my dad and my brother. When I got home, she had already packed a suitcase for me. She was so eager to get rid of me. I told her I'd take my laptop and then I checked her messages. "Boss will be out of the office, want to come to my desk?" She sent this message almost right after I told her I tested positive for the bug. Good, she took the bait. We didn't have dinner, no kisses, no hugs. I noticed her checking her watch twice. From the door, I told her, "I'll miss you." I was expecting her to shut the door in my face, but she walked me to my car, and I was gone. My dad and brother were outside the building waiting for Baldy to appear, but he didn't show up. After half an hour, I thought, why did she walk me to my car? Of course, because Baldy was already inside the building, perhaps waiting inside her car. It would be very suspicious if her massage therapist came at this hour. I came back, hurried to my house, and entered silently. I heard music coming from the bedroom and moaning. Next to the door, there is a sofa. His and her clothes were on it. I put my phone to record and opened the bedroom door, and there she was. My wife, the love of my life for 11 years, on all fours, and Baldy behind her. I got a very good few seconds of both of their faces when they saw me open the door. Jane screamed and covered herself with the blanket. Baldy went into alpha male mode immediately, walking naked toward me. He yelled aggressively at me, "Why don't you go for a walk, buddy?" I hit his throat with my open hand. I saw this movement in the Mel Gibson movie Ransom. The next second, Baldy was coughing and gasping, kneeling on the floor. I yelled, "Get out of my house," and kicked him out. I threw his clothes at him when my dad, brother, and Mr. P were arriving at my house. I told them, "I'll take it from here," and closed the door. Jane was still on the bed, covering herself. She was trembling. I told her, "I have never hurt you, nor will I. Get dressed. I'll wait for you in the living room." While I was waiting, I sent the video to my lawyer and he answered, "I'm sorry for you, but jackpot." A few minutes later, Jane showed up. She couldn't look me in the eyes. I started recording the conversation. I asked, "Why?" She didn't answer. "Was I such an awful husband to you?" She started crying but didn't answer. "Do you love him?" She shook her head but said nothing. I stood up and hit the table. "Say something, Jane." Damn it, she opened her eyes wide and started trembling again, like a puppy when it's scared. I have never yelled at her before. I sat and talked calmly. "My lawyer will contact you for the divorce. Get a lawyer." She finally spoke. "We can fix this." "Fix what?" "Our marriage was over since Baldy was in the picture, and you chose him over me. It was a mistake." "No, it wasn't. It was a choice. You chose, and this is the consequence. What did you think would happen when I found out?" Silence again. "Go to your sister's and tell her the truth, or I will show her the video." She went to the bedroom and started packing. I followed her and watched. Since 2 days ago, I was trying to convince myself my wife was long gone. The person I shared my house with is not my wife, but seeing her, putting her clothes inside the suitcase neatly, with her graceful movements and those little things I love about her, hit me hard. I went to the spare room and started ugly crying. I heard when she closed the main door. She picked up her clothes that were on the sofa. She made the bed where I caught them and I dropped on the floor. Much later, I called my dad. He told me Baldy wanted to press charges, but Mr. P told him he didn't sign in, so he's trespassing. The condo can sue him. He dropped it and left. My nosy brother pressed his ear on the door, and my dad took him by the ear to his car. I was exhausted. The previous days, I hadn't slept well, so I almost passed out in the spare room. The next morning, my phone had a lot of Jane's messages apologizing and asking for a second chance. I just blocked her. My sister-in-law called me. Apparently, Jane hasn't told her what happened, just that we're fighting. I guess it's good my father-in-law is not alive to see Jane's behavior. She was the youngest and his favorite. My mother-in-law has senile dementia. All this happened a week ago. Next week, Jane is going to be served. Update. I'm back with a juicy update. You'll enjoy this as much as I do. I'd like to cover some points before starting the update. First, I want to thank everybody who contacted me and gave me advice, congratulated me, or just let me know they care. I've read from other posts that the support you get is mind-blowing, but it's the first time I've experienced so much care from strangers. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Second, as you can guess, English is my second language, so I messed up some sentences and confused prepositions. Sorry about that. Also, I wrongly said Jane was doing sit-ups. She was actually doing squats. Third, to those who think my story is fake, you are entitled to think whatever you want. I just hope my testimony helps someone in the future as much as others have helped me. Fourth, about how I hit the other person. It was not a fancy ninja punch, just a chop to the throat. Frankly, I was lucky I reacted before Baldy did. I won't lie, seeing him on the floor coughing felt great. Fifth, some readers found a post I made in Ask and Ask Reddit a month before Discovery Day. It never got posted because I didn't understand the rules of the community, and today it isn't important anymore. A quick summary. Jane and I were trying to be parents for 10 years. In the 8th year, we saved enough money to buy 3 opportunities at the most expensive and successful reproduction clinic in my country. All 3 failed, and Jane started her affair during the 3rd attempt. That's the clinic where my blood was tested, and considering my family's history of diseases, they gave me the probabilities of developing diabetes, gout, hypertension, and having strokes. I should thank them. Someone mentioned that Jane intentionally aborted in the 3rd attempt because it might be the other person's baby. Well, that's not possible because for her, it's almost impossible to conceive naturally. The embryos were fertilized in vitro and then implanted directly in her womb. I tried to repost my question, but she came and told me, I don't want to have kids anymore, so I dropped it. I am sure Baldy doesn't have anything to do with her decision. This is important for later. Let's continue with the update. It's been 12 days since Discovery Day. What have I been doing since then? Day 1. I had a nice chat with Mr. P. He confessed he faked his shoulder pain. He just wanted to warn me about Baldy. He also told me a very nosy neighbor saw when I kicked Baldy naked from my apartment, so surely in a week the whole condo will know my situation. My brother came to help me change the lock on the door. When he left, I felt so alone and cried a lot. I called my job to ask for a day off. At night, I spoke to my lawyer. He said he was preparing the divorce papers but couldn't start until he had the evidence. So my divorce will be divorce by mutual consent, which is smoother than uncaused divorce, which is longer and pretty nasty. He also told me not to share the video. Jane will be served in 2 weeks. My sister-in-law called me, but I told her to ask Jane why we're divorcing. Day 2. My sister-in-law came and I showed her the video. I drove her home and saw Jane's car. When I got home, I still felt crushed and cried some more. Day 3, I visited my parents. My mom cried with me. She really loved Jane. My dad had a chat with me about my money, properties, and other matters. When I returned home, Mr. P told me Jane and Baldy showed up. I guess they are going to make their relationship public now that the cat is out of the bag. But strangely, they came at different times. Jane came in the morning, parked her car, and saw mine wasn't there. She tried to enter my house, but her key doesn't work anymore. Then she asked Mr. P if he knew where I went. He didn't know and told her, "Mr. OP gave me this for you," handing her my attorney's card. She kept it and left. Baldy came in the afternoon and first asked to see Jane. Mr. P told him, "Mrs. Jane doesn't live here anymore." Then he asked to see me and Mr. P told him, "Mr. OP is away, no idea when he'll return," and he left. I guess they both are not in contact yet. I wanted to ask about Jane. Is she sad? Did she look healthy? Did she ask about my well-being? But then I remembered a discovery day and just thanked and said goodnight to Mr. P. When I got home, I cried a lot again. Day 4. I didn't want to, but something I learned from all of you champions is to hit the gym hard. So I looked for a new gym near my job and had a good session. I felt pretty good. Then I returned to work. At home, I didn't cry this time and started taking out all of Jane's pictures. Day 5. I had a meeting with my lawyer to review my assets. Fortunately, my dad made Jane sign a prenuptial agreement, so she can't touch anything I had before we got married. All remaining stuff gets divided 50-50 and I can get compensation for her adultery. As compensation, I'm going to forego alimony. I could fight for all the stuff, but everything reminds me of her and I want to start anew. When I left home, I heard whispers. I turned my head and saw 2 neighbors who immediately pretended they didn't see me. They walked in front of me and greeted me. I knew this would happen. After that, I went to the gym and work. Day 6. Nothing interesting happened. I only have Facebook as social media. I ignore all messages asking me to contact Jane. I closed it and opened Reddit and had a nice time reading about all of you champions who have overcome what I've been experiencing. I felt better, so I thought of sharing my own experience. Day 7. I started writing. I posted it before going to the gym. When I was at work, it amazed me how many people were reacting to my story. I answered some comments. Day 8. I was reading comments and answering all morning. I was smiling. It feels good to be appreciated. 2 comments stuck in my mind that I hadn't thought about. 1, report the other person to my old gym, and 2, my home is tainted. I need a fresh start. So before I went to the gym, I looked for real estate agents to sell or rent my house. I'm not comfortable here anymore. I haven't entered my bedroom since Discovery Day. I've been sleeping in the spare room. I don't want to live like this. Day 9, since Jane would come and bother me, I decided to spend the day outside. She did come, then she visited my parents and brother. They just texted me, "Jane came." I answered, "Thank you. I don't want to talk about her yet." Day 10, I spent the day with my parents. We visited a town 2 hours from the city and had a blast. I don't know if Jane came. My dad told me not to sell my house, but to rent it. I agree and went home. When I got home, Mr. P told me Baldy came in the afternoon and was alone again. He asked for me, but Mr. P told him I'm away. He left without a word. Day 11. Yesterday morning, I went to my old gym. I was not sure if I'd meet Baldy. He worked in the afternoon, but he was with my wife in the afternoon, so I thought he might have changed his shift. He was nowhere to be found. I asked to talk to Frank, the gym owner. While I was waiting for him, I met an old janitor I used to chat with. He told me to say hi to Miss Jane. I guess my new normal is to tell everybody we split up. I smiled at him. Frank finally received me. I asked about Baldy and he told me Monday is his day off. He asked for more hours and now works from Tuesday to Sunday in the morning. Then I explained the reason for my visit. He listened carefully until I finished and finally showed him the video. He stayed silent and thoughtful. He said, "You're not going to like this." I just thought, what now? Frank called the receptionist to bring in Harry, another coach, and Baldy's friend. He has a big beard. Frank asked him to tell me about Baldy's girlfriend. According to Harry, Baldy is head over heels for Jane, and Frank confirmed it. He told me Baldy had many complaints, especially from female members, but for the last few months, he has changed. No complaints, and he's very professional with all members. And Harry told me something that made my jaw drop. Baldy is trying to marry Jane by trapping her with a baby. I was processing this information when I felt something starting from my chest, climbing up my throat, and finally exploding in my mouth. I laughed. I swear I was laughing like the Joker. I even teared up a bit. Frank and Harry were very confused. I thought, oh, sweet karma, thank you. After I calmed down, but with a big grin on my face, Harry asked what was going on, and Frank explained, "This is Baldy's girlfriend's husband." Harry looked shocked. "Oh man, this is bad. This is really messed up." Harry left. Next, we discussed firing Baldy. Frank said he has to report the situation to the coach association, and he will surely have to fire him because Jane was a gym member, or Frank's gym could have legal repercussions. About his license as a coach, I need to make a legal document explaining Baldy is the reason for my divorce, the key number of my divorce case, and the video. My attorney will give the video to the coach association's attorney. I can't share it. Baldy will lose his license from that association, but he can go to another association and apply for another license. It would take months though. I asked if Baldy can appeal. Frank said he might, but it would be a waste of energy. The association does not tolerate such conduct. Also, he doesn't have the money to pay for someone to represent him. That reminded me of the residential area where he entered with Jane. I thought Baldy was wealthy. Frank brought his face closer to me and asked, "What residential area?" I showed him on the Maps app. "You followed them to this place?" "I did on the day before Discovery Day." Frank got angry. "That's where my late father's house is." After Frank's father passed away, he inherited the house. All the equipment that's obsolete or needs repair goes to that house. He lent Baldy the key to go and keep some stuff occasionally, but he does not have permission to stay there. He surely has a copy of the key and might be living there illegally. He's going to investigate this further. It will be easy since there are tons of cameras in that place. I was leaving the gym when I heard, "Mr. OP, Mr. OP, wait." It was Harry. He told me he was sorry about what was happening. Baldy never told him who his girlfriend was. He just said that he met her at a certain mall. I thanked him and took a step toward the exit. He rushed, "Can you tell me what happened?" I told him, "Pretty much what you heard. He was with my wife and now I'm divorcing her." Another step. What will happen to Baldy? That depends on Frank and the coach association. I tried to take another step. But how are you handling it? Okay, now this is strange. I stared at Harry and remembered Baldy went to my house twice. I said, "You called Baldy and he's on his way here, right? You're just buying time. Am I wrong?" He made a guilty face. "Please, Mr. OP, talk to him. He's really desperate. He was crying yesterday. His girlfriend, I mean your wife, isn't returning his calls." "Tell me, why should I care if he's rotting in hell? I'll be here with you so you don't have to be scared." I laughed. "Scared of that weakling? He didn't tell you I kicked him out of my house naked, right?" Harry didn't believe me. "Fine, let's see what he wants." I saw there are cameras where we were talking and sat in front of a table in the reception area. I don't think Baldy is stupid enough to attack me, but who knows. Besides, I'm really curious about what he wants. He came running 10 minutes later and saw me waiting for him. He extended his hand. I crossed my arms and left him with his hand hanging. "What the hell do you want?" I looked angrily directly into his eyes. He sat in front of me. "Listen, buddy. Stop right there. We're not buddies. Mr. S, the janitor is my buddy. You are not." He seemed apologetic. "Okay, my bad. I want to say I'm sorry for everything. I never wanted to hurt you, and I really care about Jane." "Well, you just said 3 lies to my face. You are not sorry. You did mean to destroy my life, and you just care about yourself." He changed from apologetic to annoyed. Okay, whatever man, just tell me where Jane is. Last time I saw her was when I kicked her cheating ass out of my house after I kicked you out naked. I know Harry was listening. Baldy's face turned red. That was a cheap shot. I should sue you. As far as I know, you entered my home illegally, and perhaps you were assaulting my wife. I have videos of you leaving, but you didn't sign in. He changed again. Okay, I'm sorry. Tell me what you want from me. Please tell Jane I need to speak to her. At that moment, Frank came in a rush. I guess he saw through the cameras that Baldy showed up. Everything okay here? Everything is fine, Frank. I was just telling this guy what I want. I stood up and talked close to Baldy's face. What I want is what is coming for you, what you deserve, what the law has prepared for you. I want to crush your dreams just like you did with mine. You want kids? Guess what? You won't and you never will. Baldy said, "What's that supposed to?" But Frank asked him to see him in his office. Harry looked impressed. He grabbed Baldy's arm and pulled him. Dude, you're in deep trouble. I finally left. Day 12. I feel I am ready to face Jane now. I'm still grinning while I type this. So, how have you been? Radar 1031 said, "Stay strong, my man, and be prepared for the biggest bunch of nonsense to be thrown at you over the next few weeks. She will say she is so sorry, that she only loves you, that she does not know what she was thinking. All the usual excuses. This is so much worse than a run-of-the-mill affair because she found it amusing to use secret code words that made you look like a fool. She could not wait to get Baldy into your house. She is scum, and the only answer here is scorched earth, my friend. Bury them both. I cannot think of more deserving people." Life Yogurt Closet said, "I'm sorry, OP. You did everything perfectly. You may even sue the gym where Baldy worked since he sexually harassed your wife and trespassed in your home." Insane Ike 22 said, "Baldy goes from one woman to the next as he gets caught or the woman pressures him for commitment. You need to contact the gym where he works and inform the owner about what Baldy did. You might consider taking legal action against the gym if they do not take appropriate measures regarding Baldy. The minute your wife started arguing was the minute Baldy started sleeping with her. You are your wife's security and ATM. I have always found that the best revenge is living well and taking the silver and gold away from Baldy and your wife." Update 2. Hi again. I didn't expect to update so soon, but something important has happened. I'd like to share something my therapist told me. Do you remember I started therapy because Jane suggested I was having trust issues? It turns out I don't have any. I'm actually one step away from becoming a very gullible person. However, the therapist noticed I have a lot of insecurities due to my obesity. For as long as I can remember, I was the chubby, nerdy guy at school. Never the boyfriend, always the best friend. I had my first girlfriend at 18 and she dumped me a week later for a better looking guy. I went to an engineering high school, so there were few women. My next relationship was in my 20s with a very toxic girl who blamed me for everything, even the rain. She really did a number on me, making me feel guilty for anything that popped into her mind. Later, I started working because my family had money problems, and I didn't have another relationship until I met Jane at university. In the previous session with my therapist, we discussed my feelings about not having kids. She has helped me get my priorities in order. Number 1, myself, including my physical health, intelligence, and soul. Number 2, people who live with me. Number 3, family and friends. Number 4, work. Number 5, leisure and entertainment. The last session was about Jane. The therapist asked about my plans and I told her I would divorce Jane. She told me it is normal to be in such distress because my second priority is crumbling. I will have to go through stages similar to grieving a death: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. I am in the bargaining stage because I keep thinking, what if she really is remorseful? What if we're the golden couple who will survive infidelity? But the reality is that I will never trust her again. It would kill me knowing she's at home alone doing God knows what while I'm at work. Torture for me. Depression is a dangerous stage in my case because it could lead me to gain weight again, so I should stick to the gym and watch my diet closely. I hope this information helps people who are grieving. Now, the update. I've been very busy. I applied for a promotion at work. I could have taken it a long time ago, but it demands a lot of traveling. I feel it will help me heal to be away. Also, I've been looking for a new place to live, and I found a small apartment perfect for me. I've already paid 3 months of rent in advance. I'll move as soon as possible. I haven't seen Jane since Discovery Day or Baldy since that Monday when I am sure he was fired. On the bright side, one of my neighbors, a lady in her 50s, met me in the condo's elevator. She told me she hasn't seen Jane lately. I told her we're drifting apart, and then she happened to remember she's having a dinner and her single niece is coming for a few days and I'm invited. It took me by surprise, looks like I'm in the market again. My attorney told me Jane was going to be served last Friday, but we had some festivities in my country, so she was served last Sunday morning at my in-laws' home. The following Monday, somebody, Jane I guess, slid a letter under my door 3 sheets, front and back, from Jane, mainly explaining what led her to cheat. Here we'll introduce the second villain in the story, a co-worker we'll call Flirty. I've met her a few times at Jane's work events like Christmas or anniversary celebrations. She's really thin, almost skinny, and usually wears a lot of makeup. She also thinks every man wants to sleep with her. One time, she told Jane I was staring at her. I did once because I could see her ribs and thought she looked unhealthily thin. Anyway, according to Jane's letter, when she lost weight, Flirty approached her because she wanted them to be best friends since they were the two hotties at work. That's when the brainwashing started. Flirty made her think she deserved a better man and was entitled to one. She told her I was a pathetic man who would try to control her now that she's attractive. When the incident with the Smith machine happened, Flirty said, See, didn't I tell you he wants to be your owner more than your husband? Jane bought it, and due to Flirty's manipulation, she was resentful toward me for months. When we attended the gym at different times, Jane met Baldy accidentally at the mall and he approached her. She confessed she had a crush on a guy similar to Baldy before she met me. They went for a bite to eat and both flirted. Jane showed Flirty Baldy's picture from social media, and Flirty told her she'd be a fool if she didn't sleep with him, especially since her pathetic husband doesn't compare with that Greek god. She had the opportunity, she was eager, so she did. Baldy took her to his house, which coincidentally is close to the mall where they ran into each other. All this happened 9 months ago. Flirty is a professional cheater. She told Jane how to cover her tracks, use work words as code, hide Baldy's contact, and hide her map tracking history. She even told her that changing her phone password was stupid because I would immediately suspect something. Jane noticed Baldy hated when she talked about me, and as punishment, he made hickeys on her body. He used to trash me, but she never played along. Meanwhile, Flirty used to tell her that she was entitled to this romance and that I deserved to be cheated on because I'm a beta. During those months, Jane says she liked the feeling of danger, the thrill, and the sex with Baldy was good, but it also hurt her seeing me struggle to be a better husband, knowing she was the reason for my pain. It was easier to ignore me and continue with the pleasure Baldy gave her. Discovery Day arrived. I completely blindsided her. She thought I was clueless. I'm going to write this part just as she wrote it. I was in shock and I covered myself with the blanket by pure instinct. When I reacted, I saw you pushing and kicking Baldy out of the room and the house. When I heard you closing the door and coming back, I didn't know what to say. I have never seen you this angry before. Then you said, I have never hurt you, nor will I. That's true. In the years we've known each other, you have never hurt me, not even when we found out that it's my fault we can't have children. After that, she heard me crying in the spare room. She wanted to comfort me, but how could she? At the main door, we have a mirror to check ourselves before going out. She looked at herself, but couldn't bear the sight. When she entered her car, she cried and told herself, "What have I done?" Baldy called her that night, but she blocked him. She arrived at her sister-in-law's house at about midnight, 2 hours after the drama. Her house is around 40 minutes from mine. She was scared to tell her sister-in-law what happened because she's older and has a very strong character. The next day, she told Flirty what had happened. Flirty told her she should be happy that she got rid of me. I'm going to copy this part too. J, and then what? F, babe, you are free. You can have sex with Baldy or any guy you want. J, and then F, I don't follow you. J, what will happen when I'm tired of having sex with a bunch of guys? F, then you can decide which one to date seriously. J, and then what? F, I don't know, get married I suppose. J, but I already had a marriage. F, but it was with OP. He's a loser. I bet Baldy is 100 times better than him. J, no, that's not true. He gave me a good life. F, don't settle for so little. You can have a better man. Then they proceeded to have a big fight in front of their co-workers. She can't recall it well, but she remembers swearing and yelling at her. Flirty told her that any guy hotter than me is better than me, but Jane realized what she had destroyed. She was inconsolable and her boss let her go home early. The next day is when I showed my sister-in-law the video. Jane was babysitting her twins. After I drove her home, my sister-in-law asked Jane to help her run some errands, just the two of them. That was a lie. They parked at a park and she demanded to know what was going through Jane's head to cheat on me. Jane cried and told her, "I don't know." My sister-in-law confessed she was envious of our marriage 11 years and not a huge fight. We both looked happy. She couldn't believe her little sister was capable of such a thing. Jane was there for her when her ex-husband left her for another woman. Jane asked her not to kick her out, and my sister-in-law told her she could stay. After all, that house belongs to both of them, but she let her know she's very disappointed and will side with me if I ever need her help. Jane understood. The next Sunday, Jane came to apologize, but I was not home. When she received my attorney's card, she called and my attorney confirmed I had hired him. She knew I was really going to divorce her, so she went to her new home, wrote a confession, and sent it to everybody we both know. I started receiving messages and phone calls the following week, but I didn't want to read or answer them. Now I've read some of the messages and it is what she said. Most people want to comfort me. One of her cousins said it takes guts to confess, so I should give her a chance. The following week, she tried to distract herself with work, but it seems everybody now knows she cheated. If you are unfaithful in my country, people see you as an easy woman. So female coworkers don't talk to her, particularly Flirty, and male coworkers are annoyingly friendly to her. She asked to be relocated, but it would take months, so she quit her job the following Friday. She has a good amount of savings. We had our finances separated, and since I was the big earner, I paid for almost everything. The next day, she was looking for me, in her words, to beg me to take her back. She came here, but when she saw I wasn't home, she went to my parents' house. My dad refused to speak to her, but my mom was sympathetic and told her that she's sorry about all this, but her son, me, is really hurt and asked them not to talk about her anymore. Jane understood, but then went to my brother's house. He told her, "OP is not here, and frankly, I don't want to talk to you," and closed the door in her face. She went back to her new house very sad. All last week, she has been reflecting on her actions and she's been really depressed, realizing how much damage she has done to our relationship, to her family, and to mine. And all for meaningless pleasure coming from a man who, in her words, believes vaccines are just a pharmacy scam and believes in astrology. My sister-in-law suggested she go to therapy. I don't blame her. If my brother were in the same situation, I'd be very disappointed, but I'd try to make him realize what is wrong with him. She finally went to therapy, and her therapist suggested writing me this letter and coming clean. So she says everything written in the letter is true. She swears on her life that if I take her back, there will be no spouse in the history of humanity more grateful, loyal, and honest than her. She suggests total access to her social media. She says she will always answer my calls, no matter the situation, and never have friends I don't approve of. There are more things about family and friends that I don't think are important to share, as they need a lot of context. Finally, she pleads to meet me and let her apologize properly to my face. In her words, "Sorry doesn't begin to describe what I'm feeling right now. What do I think of this letter?" The things I can confirm are that she hasn't contacted Baldy until that Monday when he was fired, and she confessed to family and friends. The rest could be partially true, but I am sure it's been sweetened. For example, she does not mention when she called me jealous and immature. She does not mention letting Baldy have unprotected sex with her and allowing him to finish inside. She can give me all her passwords, but she lied to my face and gaslighted me for 9 months, and she was very good at it. Besides, I don't want to be her jailer. As I said, I will never trust her again. Whenever I see her face, I'll also see Baldy's nape in front of her. I will not be her second option, nor will I be a doormat. I haven't replied yet, but I think I'll see her next weekend. Update 3. I'm back. Thank you to everyone who contacted me. I've been silent because I needed time to reflect, and I finally got it. Thank you very much. It has been some very rough days. For those who want to know, I did meet Jane. No, I did not answer her letter. It happened by a dumb mistake I made. I'll explain. A few days after my last post, I had an anxiety attack due to the stress I had bottled up. My life had changed completely, and my mind had not had time to adjust. It was my first time experiencing this kind of episode. I thought I was having a stroke. tachycardia, sweating, and panic clouded my judgment. My coworkers called emergency services and an ambulance came for me. If I had not been so scared, I might have enjoyed the ride. I was so sure that at any moment I would die. The paramedic kept repeating, "Mister, you are having a panic attack. Everything is going to be fine." I tried to focus on his words, but I couldn't. My only thought was, I'm going to die. At the hospital, they sedated me, and I started to feel better and sleepy. I could answer questions. The doctor asked for my name, my age, and what day it was. I answered correctly until I passed out. When I woke up, guess who was next to me? Jane. I had forgotten to remove her name and number from my emergency contact. I was very confused due to the medication. I smiled at her and said, "Jane." She was sitting reading a book, and when she heard me, she jumped out of her seat and approached me. She had tears in her eyes and said, "Hello, my love, you really scared us." That is when everything came back to me. I stopped smiling and asked, "What are you doing here?" I tried to sit up, but my body felt numb and clumsy. She shushed me and said, "Take it easy, no sudden movements. I'll get the doctor." She kissed my forehead and left. I wanted to avoid the kiss, but my reflexes were numb. That kiss felt so familiar, but I know it has been more than a year since she kissed me with sincere love. While she was gone, I looked around. I was in a big room with 6 other beds, 4 of them occupied, all separated by curtains for privacy. I also noticed I was not wearing my clothes, but a hospital robe. A few minutes later, she came back with the doctor. I had slept for 26 hours. The doctor explained everything about the anxiety attack I suffered. He asked if I had stopped taking any medication, but Jane and I answered almost at the same time, "I don't and he doesn't take any medication." I hate how well she knows me. The doctor told me the episode was caused by heavy stress or a sudden change in my life. Or both. I glanced at Jane, but she hid her eyes. He ordered some days off to reflect and get therapy. I told him I am already in therapy, but the doctor said I need to see a psychiatrist. My therapist is a thanatologist and psychologist, so she cannot prescribe medication. He told me I must be hungry and that I would be discharged the next day, then he left. It was 8 p.m., so Jane had another hour until visiting hours were over, and she did not look like she wanted to leave. It felt awkward, and that feeling led me to chatter like an idiot. So I asked, "You said you scared us. Who is us?" She smiled. I bet she knew I could not resist talking. "Your parents and me, they were here in the morning. Did they leave?" "Yes, they are expecting my call. I'll talk to them tomorrow. You can leave. I want to sleep." "But your dinner is almost here." When the doctor mentioned I must be hungry, my stomach grumbled. I had not eaten anything for 26 hours. A few minutes later, a veteran nurse came with a tray on a cart. She asked Jane to adjust the bed so I would be in a sitting position to eat. I do not know what kind of face I made, but Jane was amused and stared at me while the nurse arranged the tray in front of me on my bed. She said, "God, I love you so much." I glared at her again and asked her one more time to go home, but the nurse got really mad at me. According to her, Jane had sponge bathed me and even shaved me. Finally, she asked Jane to feed me because I was still coming out of the medication. I told her we are getting divorced, but she said that is not her problem and I should be thankful Jane has been here to help, and that I am a very ungrateful person. Then she left. I refused Jane's help and tried to eat, even though my movements were very clumsy. I was making a mess with the soup and Jane begged me to let her help. I felt like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum. I just said, "Fine," and let her feed me. I had never felt so vulnerable before. She behaved very maternally and affectionately. I could have a close look at her. She was not wearing makeup. I saw more lines of expression, and she has crow's feet now. I felt better after I finished eating. She took the tray out of the room. She was in a good mood. I saw a patient in front of me, a man in his 50s, checking Jane out when she went out and came back. I am not surprised. She was wearing a coat and jeans, but she is very pretty. I did not like the feeling of being in debt to her. When she sat down, I said, "Thanks for being here." She looked me in the eyes and smiled, anytime. She tried to comb my hair on my forehead with her hand, but I was able to reject her this time. She looked hurt, and I did not say anything. She tried to grab my hand, but I pulled it away, and she said, "Can we talk, please?" I remained silent. There are only two reasons for me to at least be cordial to her, the twins. They were not baptized when they were toddlers, but after my sister-in-law's ex left, Jane and I supported my sister-in-law and the twins. I love those two little rascals with all my heart. When we babysat them, I told Jane this would count as parent training for when we had our own. That will never happen. My sister-in-law asked us to be their godparents, and I teared up with emotion. They are the closest thing I have to a daughter and a son. I know Jane loves them too, and I do not want any drama near my godson and goddaughter, and I miss them so much. I have not seen them since about a week before Discovery Day. Also, I have not spoken to them because I was avoiding Jane, so I told her, okay, let's talk, in the condo. I'll contact you soon. She offered to take me home the next day when I was discharged. I told her no, I would ask my parents to come for me and I would see her again in the condo. I wanted to talk to my parents. She noticed I was looking for my clothes. She opened a cabinet next to my bed and gave me my phone. I looked at her suspiciously and she made her guilty face again, meaning I am sure she snooped on my phone and she admitted it. We did not utter a word. That is the language we developed by being married for 11 years. I do not care if she snooped, I have nothing to hide. I texted my parents and they called almost immediately. While I was talking to them, the same old nurse told Jane visiting hours were over. She wanted to say goodbye, but I ignored her. She whispered in my ear, I know you keep your word. I'll wait for you to contact me. I love you. She kissed my hair and left. I do keep my word. My father always told me a man is worth as much as his word. I asked my parents if they knew what happened after I passed out. According to them, one of my coworkers showed up at the hospital to give information about my medical insurance. That is when the staff saw the emergency contact and called Jane. My sister-in-law contacted them after the hospital called. When Jane came, she met my coworker and he left. Jane was waiting for the doctor assigned to me when my parents arrived. My dad was very cordial to her and asked what she knew. After a while, a nurse called out, relatives of patient OP, and they stood up. The nurse guided them to the doctor. They had already tested my blood and told them I am physically healthy. My anxiety attack stems from a psychological aspect. The doctor asked for Jane to see me because she is the emergency contact. She promised my parents to call them after seeing me. When she came back, she was surprised that my parents were still there waiting. She gave them a ride to their home while she told them she helped the nurses to undress me and put the hospital robe on. They did not talk about our divorce. My parents thanked her for the ride and agreed to visit in the morning, and she would switch in the afternoon around 1 p.m. Also, I called my sister-in-law to thank her for calling my parents. Luckily, my godchildren were still up and I could speak to them. They were drawing get well soon cards for me. I promised to visit next weekend. The next day, it was Thursday, I was discharged from the hospital. My parents took me to my new home. A week before my panic attack, I had started moving to my new place. I took my personal belongings, everything else will stay in the condo. I'll rent it as fully furnished. Luckily, there are 3 universities nearby. I know there are students who would love a place like mine. I have already bought the basic furniture, a refrigerator, a stove, a bed, a table with chairs, and a desk. Cleaning tools as well. I felt thrilled for the first time. I can call this little apartment my own place. I bought a nice warm jacket for Mr. P. I gave it to him, thanked him for his help, and told him I'll visit from time to time. I did not attend my neighbor's dinner. I do not feel like dating yet. I think I need more therapy and more healing. At my new home, I reflected on my goals for meeting Jane. I concluded I need closure to understand her actions, to make her understand that there is no possible reconciliation, and to end things amicably. I'll divorce her and move on. But I do not want to lose my in-laws, my sweet and incoherent mother-in-law, my stubborn and strong sister-in-law, and her twins whom I love. I do not want to miss their birthdays and future achievements. I want to be at least cordial to Jane. At work, my boss gave me 5 days off starting the next week. I did not want to stay in, so I went to the beach. It really helped me to be away from everything and rest. I realized I do love my wife, but the chubby one. The one who got excited when Pizza Fridays arrived. The one I married 11 years ago. The one who supported my dreams and hopes. The one who hugged me when life got rough. I do not know what happened to her. Did vanity kill her? Lust? I have no idea. But I love my wife deeply, and the one who betrayed me is not my wife. Update 4. Finally, I saw my godchildren. My sister-in-law took them to a park and I met them there. The four of us had a great day. Last weekend, I met Jane. It was pretty much as I expected, pleading and lots of crying on both sides. Surprisingly, she did not blame me. She admitted it was all her fault. When she snooped on my phone, she saw that I had moved from the condo, read my Reddit posts, and more importantly to her, that I am not dating anyone. Before the meeting, I had another session with my therapist and discussed my anxiety attack and the conversation I would have with Jane. She told me the best way to move on is to follow these steps. 1. Hit rock bottom. 2. Identify and take control of your emotions. 3. Focus on self-improvement. 4. Take a break. 5. Be constructive. Most of you champions told me to keep my emotions in check. I am sure I will get angry, sad, and anxious. I must not let it cloud my words and judgment, especially since I am prone to another anxiety episode. My therapist mentioned some breathing techniques that really helped me. Let's move to last Saturday. I asked Mr. P to check if Jane was alone. She arrived on time, alone, and looking stunning. A new short dress and high heels. I won't lie, my heart skipped a beat. She smiled at me when I opened the door as if she was so happy to see me. I remained calm and expressionless. She opened her arms, expecting a hug, but I simply gestured for her to come in. I offered her tea. She loves chamomile tea, and she accepted, while I made myself a coffee. We sat in front of each other, the table between us. I took out my phone and started recording. I tried to write everything word for word and use boxing references, but it was too long and crude, so I gave up. I'll give you a summary. After some awkward small talk, she told me she had read my post and the waterworks began. She said that the Jane who made me suffer is gone now. She claims that the so-called affair fog is real and she cannot believe what she did to me. I told her, then you know I think your letter has been sugar-coated. She insisted that everything she wrote is true, but I said I think it is nonsense that Flirty brainwashed her. She is 10 times smarter than that. I demanded she tell me the truth. She went silent and I raised my voice. No, Jane, you are not allowed to be silent again. I had to pause and breathe because I was getting angry. You have to come clean to me right now. I know more than what you wrote in your letter. Sadly, she admitted she wanted to sleep with Baldy. She admitted she loved the attention she was receiving, and when she saw Baldy devouring her with his eyes, she felt thrilled and aroused. She confessed it began before the elliptical machine incident about a week earlier when I was changing clothes in the showers and she was waiting for me outside. Baldy chatted with her, was flirty, and she could not believe he would come on to her. She cried when she told me this. I asked, is that what it takes for you to throw your morals and ethics away? A strong body and a bird brain? She said she was really stupid and selfish and that she took me for granted, but she assured me that it was only physical, never emotional. She swore she never told him, I love you, and that I am the only owner of her heart and her body. I told her, it's been about 3 months since we had sex, and last time I could tell you weren't into it. I bet you were longing for bird brain. She said that's not true, because according to her, she cannot bear a life without me. I said, I don't believe you. You had a good income. You could easily sustain a decent life with bird brain. She repeated that she does not love him and he was just a toy. I called nonsense one more time and reminded her of when I saw them at the mall. I am going to copy this part. OP, I saw you at the mall with him, hugging, kissing like when we were engaged. She was fidgeting. I'm so sorry. OP, tell me the truth. You do love him. She shook her head. I liked how people stared at us, but I don't love him. OP, seems like you were the perfect couple, which would never happen with us, right? You love the attention, which you would never have with a person like me. Jane, please don't say that. OP, why not? It's true. Jane, no, you are the man of my dreams. I only want to be with you. OP, if you love me so much, then why cheat? What did he give you that I didn't? She could not answer the question. I repeated it, and she covered her face with her hands and finally admitted she considered Birdbrain's body more attractive than mine. Another jab. It was something I expected, but damn, it hurt. Jane, I swear I had a moment of weakness, and I hate myself for that. OP, one moment, I yelled again. That moment lasted 9 months. She cried again. It got out of control. OP, 9 months, 9 fucking months of disrespect and lies. Tell me, how could I ever trust you again? Was Birdbrain the only one? What will happen when the next man steps in front of you? You were very good at lying and hiding your cheating. Now she looked desperate. I'm telling you the truth. I know you have no reason to believe me, but I've reflected. I've seen my life without you, and I am so sorry. I'm sorry I cheated on you. I'm sorry I lied. I'm sorry your family hates me. But most of all, I am so ashamed I hurt you. I beg for your forgiveness. I'm here to come clean and fix things so we can be together again. A lot of tears fell from her face. Before Discovery Day, I would have given anything to ease those tears. Today, I only felt anger. OP, I think you are not getting it. I can no longer trust you. I can't be your husband anymore. There is no way I can forget you in that room with him. You texted him the very same day I told you I was going to my parents, and you were ready to get rid of me. My God, Jane. Half an hour after I left, he was inside you and raw. And you even let him finish inside. Why? By this point, I was crying too, and I forced her to answer. She looked defeated. She said it made Bird Brain more excited and she liked it, and since she cannot get pregnant, she thought it did not matter. I swallowed because I felt a huge knot in my throat. With a trembling voice, I asked, what else? I was fishing for more information, but I did not expect what came next. Jane could not look me in the eyes. She looked down and said, he made me beg him to finish inside. This was an uppercut to me. I could not speak for several minutes. This is when I hit rock bottom. We both cried, and Jane only said, forgive me, forgive me. She tried to grab my hand, but I pulled it away. Then she told me the first time Bird Brain finished inside was the first time she denied intimacy to me. She felt dirty and did not want me to be tainted. I felt disgusted. I almost threw up. She swears that's when Bird Brain became more demanding and threatened to come and tell me everything because he thinks Jane belongs to him. I could not utter a word. I could still feel the knot in my throat. I wiped my tears with my sleeve. I used our sign language to tell her that her makeup was running. She went to the bathroom and I could catch my breath to calm down a little. While she was away, I confirmed to myself there is no way I would ever take her back. I am so disgusted. I feel like I have been gutted, but I also knew I needed to know this. I needed to know how deep the rabbit hole went. I do not want to carry this anger and confusion anymore. When she came back from the bathroom, I told her I cannot go on. I need space and time. She said she understood. Before she left, she asked me if I will ever forgive her. I told her I do not know, but I appreciate her honesty. She hugged me. I did not return the hug. She cried, and I could feel her tears wetting my neck. She swore in the name of my late father-in-law, who was her hero, that she will never cheat on me again, that she has gone no contact with Bird Brain, and that she will devote her life to us and to our marriage. She even proposed to gain weight again so I would be sure she is committed to me. I told her she was talking nonsense. We both made a big effort to lose weight, but she said therapy made her realize that she is a narcissist and an attention junkie. I gave her a key to the condo so she could get all her stuff. She finally left. I thought I would cry a lot, but strangely, I had a feeling of relief. It feels like my mind is telling me, now you can move on. I lay down and reflected a lot. I even skipped a meal. In my mind, I finally accepted that the love of my life is gone. I guess I got my closure. Update 5. Thank you all for your messages and comments asking for an update. Sorry to say, a depression has kicked in. Let me walk you through what has happened. Several things have taken place in the last few months, but today, February 17th, my divorce is complete. I am a single man again. First, let's go back to October 20th, 22. At last, I had a good glimpse of my life as a single man. I've been going to my parents' house to learn to cook. I like cooking a lot. Last weekend, I made bread myself. It was kind of ugly, but delicious. I'll practice a lot to bake a cake for my godchildren for their birthday next March. Also, I noticed I'm very intolerant toward cheating topics. Have you seen the sitcom The Office? It used to crack me up, but now that I've seen the cheating and gaslighting, it stopped being funny to me, even if they try to hide it as romance. I can't tolerate it. I bet none of the writers have been cheated on. I spoke to my attorney. He mentioned that Bird Brain's lawsuit proceeded, and that reminded me I wanted to have a chat with Frank. Long story short, I met Frank, and he told me Bird Brain was fired the same Monday I met him. And yes, he was living illegally at Frank's father's house. Since Bird Brain was his employee for years, Frank filed a civil suit for trespassing, meaning he can't be near Frank or any of his properties for the next 5 years. If he does, the police will be involved. I asked if Jane would be sued too, but he said Birdbrain confessed she was unaware of the situation and that she just went to the house to exercise with his guidance. Besides, Frank assumed Jane and I were still together, and he felt he owed me that. Frank is very cordial and friendly. He was cheated on in his youth, so he has zero tolerance for the topic. He gave me something and said, "You're going to love this." He showed me his phone. It was a soundless video from one of his CCTV cameras. It took me a minute to recognize it was showing the gym's cafeteria. All tables are empty except one. There is a man sitting with his back to the camera, then a huge muscular back appears, and I recognize Harry walking toward the man. I ask, "Is that?" Frank nods and I continue watching. Harry puts his hand on Birdbrain's shoulder, then Birdbrain covers his face with his hands. I can tell they are chatting, and finally, both men walk toward the camera and Birdbrain's face can be seen clearly for a few seconds. Sad expression, red eyes, and tears on his cheeks. The video ends when they are out of the screen. We both laughed. I said I'm going to put this video as my screensaver. It was taken the day before Birdbrain was fired. I've gone to my first session with the psychiatrist. He said I have signs of depression due to my anxiety combined with my insecurities. So he prescribed a mild antidepressant pill daily until the next session. At the time, I didn't feel any different. Also, I started taking kickboxing lessons. My coach told me I have good reflexes, but I have a long way to go. Jane took all her stuff from the condo. She also took our big marriage picture. My brother's friend gave me a good idea. I'll sacrifice the living room to make another bedroom and make the dining room and kitchen a common area. So it will have 3 bedrooms. I hired a guy to take care of it. My attorney informed me Jane has her own attorney and he requested a meeting. I asked what I had to do and he told me to play along. He'll do all the talking and I just have to agree. Unless my lawyer thinks they make an unreasonable request, he'll ask for a time out to discuss it. The following week, the meeting took place at Jane's attorney's office. Jane was stunning and very quiet. She was trying to steal glances at me. After the proper introductions, her attorney mentioned that since I've already refused to pay alimony, the issue concerning his client won't be mentioned. My attorney said that's fine if it is listed for the record, which her attorney reluctantly agreed to. Then they proceeded to split our assets, which was pretty fast because I don't want anything and Jane said she has taken everything she treasures. Besides, we didn't have expensive stuff. Finally, her attorney asked for 5 sessions of marriage counseling and added that if I agree and attend with an open mind and honesty, his client guarantees a smooth divorce. My attorney reduced them to 3 and no contact between sessions. I made a worried face to my attorney and he kicked my foot under the table, meaning to play along. I saw Jane and she was making a face I've seen when she really wants me to do something, so I made my "okay, you win" face, and she smiled. Later, I asked my attorney if marriage counseling was necessary. He said it is, because the judge who will be assigned to our case may agree with Jane since she's making the attempt to reconcile while I am not. Or the judge may agree with me and ignore it. So attending counseling is a necessary risk. I said she was the one who cheated and he told me I've already asked for compensation and the judge will overlook her adultery. The judge has the power to divorce us right there or may order more counseling and or a period for reconciliation. It's like flipping a coin. Moving on to mid-October, we attended the first session. We sat on big sofas, one in front of the other, and in the middle was the counselor, let's call her Dolores. After hearing all the background and the main point of our divorce, she asked both of us what we expect. I said I just want to be amicable but still want to divorce, and Jane said she wants to reconcile. She asked for Jane's opinion about my goal and she said she doesn't want to divorce, she has never stopped loving me. I was about to argue, but the counselor asked me not to interrupt. Then she asked me about Jane's goal. I said I don't think we can reconcile because I don't trust her anymore and I think she's in love with another person. This time, Jane wanted to say something, but the counselor asked Jane not to interrupt. Then she asked me why I think that. I mentioned the gaslighting, how she was giggling the day before Discovery Day, and how eager she was to get rid of me on Discovery Day. It was Jane's turn to talk. She swears she does not love Birdbrain. She has never told him I love you because she doesn't. She barely spoke to him during the day, even though he was constantly sending messages to her. She assures me she doesn't know important stuff like his birthday, but she confessed she liked the thrill, the secrecy, the staring from other people. She wanted to show me from her phone that she wasn't talking to Birdbrain that night. I said her phone is useless because she used to delete conversations. Dolores mentioned there are apps that can recover deleted messages. I said, oh yeah? But Jane was silent and I could see she was thinking very fast. Dolores and I stared at her and she was making nervous movements. I said, will you give me your phone? Jane looked like she wanted to argue but kept silent. I said, you are still in contact with him, aren't you? Jane almost screamed, no, I swear, but she was hesitant about giving me her phone, and finally she gave it to me and said, please, remember the Jane who texted is not me anymore. I said, what does that mean? I beg you, don't make me say it. I was in the fog. I asked Dolores about this affair fog. She told me from her experience it looks like the judgment is clouded by the excitement and focus on a new relationship, so the person's mind can't comprehend or just ignores the consequences of their actions. It varies a lot from person to person. Jane told me, OP, I'm deeply sorry for all I texted to him. Now I can't understand why I was so disrespectful to you. At that moment, I wasn't sure I wanted to know what she meant. If she trashed me like Birdbrain did, it would be a massive blow to me. I confided everything in her. Next, Dolores asked me what it would take for me to reconcile. I told her there are two major obstacles I don't see how to overcome. Number one, she lied for a long time and I can't trust her anymore. Number two, I can't be intimate with her ever again since she gave her body to another man. This made Jane tear up. She says it was purely physical, like using a toy. Besides, she swears Birdbrain wasn't very impressive at all. I reminded her of my reason number one. She insisted, almost desperate, OP, I have never made love to him, you are the only one. I just felt angry and yelled back, and that's why you didn't touch me for the last months? Dolores asked Jane her reasoning for cheating on me. She spoke about being the chubby girl, bullied and ignored. She was very lonely when she was a teenager. At university, she was friends with some girls, but they tended to leave her behind. If it weren't for her great grades, they would have completely ignored her. Then we met and it was like finding a twin soul. When she lost weight, all her fat went to very strategic places that made her look voluptuous. At first, it was scary when men stared at her, but when Flirty and her friends told her she's hot and beautiful and that she must be confident, that's when she started enjoying the attention and her ego went through the roof when she saw Birdbrain staring at her too. She told me, you don't know how it feels to be ugly. I told her I do. I lost count of rejections and being friend-zoned. At work, female colleagues made a list of handsome male colleagues and I didn't figure in it. I am still unattractive and I didn't care because I had a person who loved me. But that person traded me for a better-looking guy. That sentence made her tear up again. I belong to an ethnicity that is very bullied in my country, associated with poverty and ugliness. I had very hurtful nicknames and according to my therapist, that's what made me gain weight, like an armor to protect my wounded ego. Dolores asked me if I can see she's remorseful. I said I can tell she is, but just because she's been caught, not for her cheating. Jane said she knows she screwed up, that's why she confessed to all the people we both know. Dolores was especially interested in this confession and asked Jane why she confessed to people unaware of our marital problems. She said she knew she deserved a punishment. It wasn't enough to receive my anger and cold shoulder. Many people called her and berated her. She listened to every word, every insult, and every curse. My sister-in-law can confirm she did. She has lost friendships and most of my relatives have disowned her, but she gladly took that bitter step if it would help to reconcile with me. I was out of words. Dolores told me most unfaithful people tend to hide their cheating as a denial mechanism. But Jane didn't. She owned her mistake. That's something I should give her credit for. I asked what would have happened if I were still unaware, if today I were still clueless. She said Birdbrain was getting very aggressive and he was demanding either he or she tell me about the affair. He used to scare her, saying something would happen to me and she was afraid of what he would do. In her own words, I think you finding out was the best thing that could happen. It made me react and realize how screwed up I was. I told her I know Birdbrain is in love with her and she already knew. That's why he hates me and used to trash me and he was demanding to disrespect me in my own house. He knew if I was in the picture, Jane would never be his. Dolores asked me, what does your wife gain by asking for this marriage counseling? If she's so in love with Birdbrain, wouldn't she be eager to divorce you sooner? Why is she making all this effort? I must remind you she has already lost her acquaintances' respect. I couldn't answer. I know I'm not her meal ticket. She had a very decent job and she can get another one easily. She's not homeless nor disowned by her sister. Then I said, for the sake of the argument, let's say we reconcile and we live together again. What would happen then? I'd doubt everything she tells me. Every time I'm not looking, I'd suspect. It'd be torture for me. Jane said, I know it would be difficult, but I'd never give you reasons to doubt me. I responded, you wouldn't for now, but what about in 2 years when the dust settles? When I have signs of trusting you again and another guy catches your eye or stares at you? Jane kneeled in front of me, looking me in the eyes. I'd never hurt you ever again. The two most devastating experiences I recently had were when I received the divorce papers and thinking you may have been badly injured when they called me from the hospital. If you give me another chance, I'll always remember these 2 times I thought I lost you and devote my life to making us happy. I was out of words again, so I just scoffed. By the time the session was over, at home, I checked Jane's phone. I noticed that Birdbrain is still blocked. I unblocked him and a lot of messages came through. Babe, are you okay? Babe, call me. Babe, I'll go to your house to check on you unless you call me first. Babe, where are you? I bought an app to recover deleted messages. I was very nervous. I got most of the earlier messages back. The older ones were difficult, so I got only a few of them. I was expecting her to be disrespectful to me, but she tries not to mention me. I found some sexting conversations, but knowing Jane, she didn't enjoy it. Birdbrain uses rude words a lot, and Jane hates that. He called her babe and some other ridiculous pet names I didn't even dare to use when we were in the honeymoon phase. Lots of I love yous from him, but I didn't find a single one from Jane. I felt some relief and then scolded myself because I shouldn't feel that. Also, as Jane said, Birdbrain used to mock me. He called me fatty, pathetic loser, and little girl. Whenever he mentions me, Jane just said, I don't want to talk about my husband. In the most recent messages, I can tell whenever she didn't play along, Birdbrain got angry and told her he was on his way to my job to tell me everything while she begged him not to. Obviously, it was just a bluff. He doesn't know where I work. I looked for the messages from the day before Discovery Day and she didn't text him. No call records either. I snooped some more and saw she was messaging a chat group with Flirty and 2 other girls that night. They are hilarious. Some of their comments made me chuckle. The day after Discovery Day, Jane was kicked out of the group. The next marriage counseling session was related to our past. Dolores asked how we met. It was at the university. We both were in the library doing homework. I had the last copy of a certain book. Jane asked me for it because she had to go home early, but I also had to go to my job, so we both needed it. And I told her we could photocopy it. We were in different majors, but we had the same teacher, so the assignment was the same. We chatted while we were in line. We hit it off, and I noticed how beautiful, intelligent, and kind she was. She just thought I was a good person. I lent her the book and I got the photocopies. That way she had to return the book to me and we would chat again. I arrived late at work, but I felt it was totally worth it. We were friendly until I invited her out, but she turned me down. From there, I just greeted her in the hallways like a friend, but I didn't make a move on her. Suddenly, a week later, she invited me out. I babbled a yes and we started dating. Next, Dolores asked what made us fall in love with each other. In my case, it was when I took Jane to eat Japanese food for the first time. She was clumsily trying to eat using the chopsticks until she had enough and said, "Forget this," and she pierced the meat and ate that way. I'd never heard her curse before, so it made me laugh and I said, "I love you," for the first time. Jane took longer to open up, but she says it was during a trip we both took. She knew it was going to be our first time being intimate, but she had cold feet because she thought it would disappoint her father. She was also scared. She thought I would get mad and didn't tell me. At night, she started crying and apologized to me. I told her I wasn't mad, and if she didn't feel ready, I understood. I want her to trust me and feel comfortable with me. We cuddled and slept. She realized she felt secure with me, and that was the first time she told me the L word. That session, I didn't get angry nor yell, and I had a nice time remembering the good old times. I gave Jane her phone back. I told her I believe her. She's not in love with bird brain. She took her phone, smiled at me, and left without a word. She really is respecting my no contact request. The following Sunday, one of my cousins threw a Halloween party at a bar and invited me. No disguises were required, so I groomed myself and attended the party alone. Karen was one of the many people who received Jane's confession. She wrote to Jane that she would introduce me to a very hot date, so she introduced me to a friend of hers, a woman in her late 20s, very attractive. Let's call her Princess. I greeted her and then I saw it. She made a face I've seen several times, like I had a giant booger dripping from my nose. A face of disgust and disappointment. I usually don't care about it because I had my beautiful wife. At that time, I was eager to know how much I've improved myself. It seems none since 18 years ago when I met Jane. She never gave me that look. She always looked happy to see me, and that's why I fell fast and hard for her. Immediately, my defense mechanism acted, and I wanted to keep my distance from Princess, but Karen sat us in a booth, and I tried very clumsily to chat, but she barely responded. She took her phone out and texted while I tried to maintain conversation. Another guy came and told her, "Here you are, I didn't know you were coming. Want to dance?" She looked at me and said, "You don't mind, right?" I said, "Go and have fun." I saw them getting lost in the crowd while I kept thinking, so he didn't know she was here, but still, he was looking for her. I bet she texted him, "Come and save me from this creep." I looked for Karen. It took me some minutes to find her. She was talking to Princess. Before they noticed me, I clearly heard her saying, "You said he's a catch." He is, and Karen saw me. They immediately got quiet. I said I wasn't feeling well and I was going home. I told Princess, "Sorry for not meeting your expectations." She shrugged. Karen had daggers in her eyes. When I got home, I thought she was just some materialistic witch, but she stirred some dark old feelings from my youth. I couldn't stop them coming for me. I'll be alone from now on. Childless, wifeless. I am a very unattractive man. It will be very hard for me to build another relationship. I'm almost 45 and alone, a total loser. I had another anxiety attack. My therapist told me what to do. I got under my sheets, covered from head to toe. I was crying, trembling, and sobbing. I don't know for how long until I woke up very early in the morning. My pillow was wet because of my tears and sweat. My head hurt, and I sat on my bed, staring at the floor for almost an hour, lost in my dark thoughts until my alarm rang. It was time to get up, but I didn't. I felt out of energy. I didn't go to the gym. I sat on the shower floor to sob, and then I went to work. One of my close colleagues noticed I was very quiet and slow. He told me I looked sad, and I finally understood depression had kicked in. The following day, I received some texts from Karen apologizing for her friend. I ignored them and tried to go to the gym, but I felt like my energy was cut in half or less. I was tired very quickly, I didn't complete my session, and went home. The following Tuesday, I took my godchildren trick-or-treating with my sister-in-law. I cheered a bit, but when I got home, I felt down again. The third and final session was 3 days after Karen's party. I arrived and tried to make a good face, but I failed. It took some minutes for Jane to notice I was not the same. She asked me if I was okay. I faked a smile and said I was fine, but she stared at me and I couldn't see her in the eyes. She asked Dolores if we could reschedule because OP was not well. I insisted I was fine, but Jane said, "That's a lie. I can tell you're not fine." Dolores asked me what I was feeling. I didn't want to look weak in front of Jane, but then she said, "He's sad." I looked at her surprised. She sat next to me and asked, "What's wrong?" She grabbed my hand, and this time I didn't reject her. I just saw her big, beautiful brown eyes scanning my soul. I'm ashamed to admit I started to sob. I put my elbows on my knees and teared a bit. Jane caressed my back and I regained some composure. My nose was running and my eyes were red. I went to the restroom and wet my face. When I returned and sat next to Jane, I saw she had tears on her face. Dolores asked me the reason for my sadness. Jane said with a trembling voice it was her fault. I agreed to be honest and told her it was not because of her. My insecurities were giving me a rough time. Jane stopped crying and grabbed my face with both of her hands and placed it in front of hers, nose to nose. She said, "OP, I really hate when you say you are unattractive." Then she started numbering the things she likes about me. She also added, "When I undressed you at the hospital and you were only in your underwear, the nurses and I thought, hubba hubba." That made me chuckle and I did feel better. I can see you are in better shape than I remember. I glanced at Dolores. She was silent the whole time, staring at us. She said, you both still can work on a new marriage. Your previous marriage is done, but a new concept could work for both of you. That is my advice if you want to take it. Jane loved the idea. I said I'm not sure about that and I'll discuss it with my lawyer and my therapist. The rest of the session we talked about our lives so far individually. I didn't know Jane got another job in a different company doing the same thing she did in the previous one, and she's still in therapy. I mentioned I'm learning to cook and trying to focus on my mental health. She asked us the good points and bad points of being separated. I mentioned I am busier and it helps me to go on. I didn't mention sometimes I miss my wife, but Jane did. She said she hates being alone and not in her house with her husband, who she loves dearly, and she pressed my hand. I hadn't noticed we were sitting next to each other and she was still holding my hand. I'm sorry to admit, in that moment of darkness, her warm touch felt like a pure ray of light. The session was over. Dolores signed the documents given by our attorneys. We walked together and I took her to her car, still unsure about my feelings for her. She asked me if the no contact request was over. I told her I guess. Then she asked me if we could have a date for my birthday. When she saw my worried face, she hurried to say it was only a dinner. She just wanted us to chat like the good old times. I agreed, but asked for no kisses and no excessive touching. We agreed to meet 2 weeks later. Meanwhile, I asked for no contact again. Final update. I'm back with the final update. I appreciate everyone here. It is because of you that today I have high hopes for my future. Thank you to all you anonymous strangers who dedicate time to help all the hurt souls and lead them to heal. This kind of club sucks, but in the shared pain, we find truly kind individuals who give us a hand simply because they've experienced the same pain. Thank you very much. After meeting Jane and scheduling a date, I was very confused about my feelings. I had to read my own testimony to remind myself what she did to me, but it was like a different person wrote it. I even started thinking her cheating was not so bad and that she was remorseful. I watched her video with bird brain again. I wanted to get angry, but I just felt empty. I turned to some of you for advice through messages and learned about something called the reconciliation fog. This makes us do the pick me dance, forgive cheaters, and excuse their actions. I was deep in this fog due to my depression and low self-esteem. Fortunately, I had 2 weeks before my date with Jane. First, I had a meeting with my attorney. He said it was a bad idea and that I should only meet with both attorneys present. I told him it was important to me and that it was going to be my litmus test. He said, "What if she's recording you and presents it as evidence of reconciliation?" I told him I was still not sure what I wanted to do, and that's why I needed to see what would happen. He shrugged and said, "You won't be the first one to have cold feet, but if you still want to divorce, you need to avoid any reconciliation topics and show no signs of affection." I told him I understood. During the first week, I had appointments with my therapist and my psychiatrist. My therapist suggested adopting a pet, as it can help relieve depression. I love the idea because animals tend to like me for some reason, so I went to a shelter and adopted a dog. She's so joyful and intelligent. Her name is Samantha. She's a mixed breed, medium size. I went nuts buying things for her: toys, a leash, a collar with her name, and a nice warm bed. She really helped cheer me up. My godchildren love her. My psychiatrist doubled my dose of antidepressants and prescribed a drug to ease compulsive thoughts. My parents, psychiatrist, and therapist all gave me the same advice. In short, do what will make you happy. But I didn't know what would make me happy in the end. I needed something or someone to smack me back to reality. It came from the last person I'd have thought of. I hadn't attended my last 3 kickboxing classes since Karen's Halloween party. My coach, Abraham, was upset with me. He met me at the showers to scold me, but when he saw I was down, he asked, "Is everything all right?" I said, "Not really." I started telling him about my depression. He has a son currently dealing with the same thing and told me to meet him for some beers. So after class, we went to a bar near the gym and I told him all about Jane and Bird Brain. He was absolutely disgusted and told me basically everything you all have said. I spoke about my feelings and he shut me down and said, "Speak your mind." I was unsure what to say and he repeated, "What is on your mind? I don't care about feelings. Tell me what you want." I opened my mouth like a fish out of water but didn't answer. He seemed exasperated and added, "You really need to man up." He told me to come earlier to the gym the following day. He paid for the drinks and told me, "You're going to be born again." The next day, I arrived 1 hour earlier. Abraham was expecting me. He gave me sparring gear and told me to meet him at the ring. I had never sparred before. I sometimes practiced with a heavy bag, but that was it. Abraham told me to punch him. I threw a punch and he almost laughed at me. He said, "Is this all you've got?" I felt myself blushing. There were some other students watching and I'm the oldest person there. I tried again and Abraham easily blocked me and pushed me back. I tripped and fell on my butt. He said, "Your determination is weak." He helped me stand up and repeated, "Man up." I heard somebody chuckling and I felt mad. I took it more seriously and tried again and again, but I wasn't able to hit Abraham once. I know he was going easy on me. I was tired and he told me to come the following day to repeat it. He added, "You're not giving your all. Show yourself what you can do." That comment stuck with me all day. The following session, Abraham asked a boy to record the sparring using my phone. Once more, I didn't land a single hit. Finally, we watched the video while he gave me his opinion. My movements were clumsy, slow, and weak. I could protect myself from some of his blows, but my reactions looked like I was panicking. I felt embarrassed just watching myself. Abraham told me to man up and that I must do whatever it takes to punch him at least once. I admitted to myself I wasn't putting enough effort into kickboxing. I started watching videos online and decided to add an extra hour to my training. At night, I watched the sparring video, studying my movements and thinking about what I should do differently. I cleared my study to make space for shadow sparring. I was so obsessed with showing Abraham my determination that I completely forgot about my problems and my date with Jane. By the 5th session, I was able to predict some of his movements, but I was still slow. I noticed the number of people watching was increasing. By the 7th day, the miracle happened. I saw his fist moving toward my chest and I knew what to do. It was just 1 second. My body reacted with precision and speed. I punched him in the ribs. I was very glad, but then I saw something black. And the next thing I noticed was my face touching the floor and Abraham shouting, "Give him some room." I turned over. I saw that everyone was in the ring and Abraham kneeled next to me and told me not to move. Somebody came with a first aid kit. My nose was bleeding, I was dizzy, and I asked what happened. Everybody started talking at the same time. They were excited and joyful. Abraham was apologetic and told me, "You did it, man. Sorry, it was a reflex." The kid who usually takes video of us showed me the moment I punched Abraham. He reacted and punched me back in the face and I passed out for about 5 seconds. It took me 1 week to connect a single punch on him. I joined the kids and shouted, "Hell yeah." I was euphoric. Somebody helped me stand up while I felt some pats on my back. I was smiling and Abraham asked, "I'll repeat my question. What do you want?" I yelled, "I want to be stronger. I want to be the best version of myself." "What about your wife?" I made an angry face. "She betrayed me. She doesn't deserve me." He smiled and raised my hand as if I had won the match. We all yelled. I know it was just a punch I finally connected, but Abraham knew I needed this victory more than any therapy, medication, or advice because since then, my confusion, sadness, and doubts all disappeared. Welcome to the last stage, acceptance. In the following days, I put much more effort into my training and I took a series of decisions the old me would have thought over more than once or asked for Jane's opinion. I'll change my look, my car, and I'll do things I didn't do because of fear, and I'll have my first tattoo. Jane texted me the day before our date. I told her the place and time and she added, "Don't be late." I felt so much more confident about myself. We met at her favorite restaurant at lunchtime. She was breathtaking as always. I was kind of plain, jacket, t-shirt, jeans, and hikers. I think she felt very confident in herself. I just smirked and started recording with my phone. We were amicable, my emotions were in check. I didn't feel any anger or rage like last time we met. It felt like when you speak to an old friend and everything is purely platonic, at least from my side. She asked about my sadness. I told her I feel so much better now, which surprised her. She asked what triggered my insecurities, and I told her about the whole princess drama. She was as mad as my cousin Karen was. She mentioned she will never be ready to see me with another partner. I told her I'm ending a messy relationship with my crazy wife. I referred to her as a third person in the past. She caught what I meant. Then she told me, "She sounds like a slut. You should get away from her." We laughed. God, how I miss these conversations with her. Before Bird Brain, we could chat for hours. Then she told me one of my coworkers contacted her and asked her out. I laughed. I've seen that weasel secretly staring at attractive women or girls. I wouldn't be surprised if he has stared at Jane. She turned him down and he got mad. I asked about Flirty. Do you know what her problem is with me? She says she doesn't know, but her theory is that Flirty dislikes my ethnicity and can't stand that I have better qualifications and a higher salary than hers. I'm at least 2 levels above her. Also, Jane discovered Flirty is seriously dating 2 guys, whatever that means to her. We talked about Bird Brain. He called Jane from another number to convince her to run away with him. She swore she didn't speak. She just listened and eventually cut the call. He's gone to another state. I said some nasty things about him. She was amazed at how much of a liar he is and completely agreed with me that he's a loser and a jerk. She asked about the time he and I met. I told her that seeing him so apologetic gave me confidence and I was pissed, so it was easy for me to threaten him. She pleaded with me to repeat the scene, and I did. I told her exactly as I recall what I said and how I said it. Her eyes were wide and she wet her lips. She told me she had goosebumps. She has never seen me so aggressive before, and she repeated that she liked me more. Then she got all flirty with me and asked if I wanted to go stuffing the muffin. This was it, the moment I was waiting for. Jane was bringing her face closer to kiss me. I didn't have time to think, but I felt it again, the anger and resentment. My body reacted and pulled my face away. I made an angry face and told her in a deep voice that stopped her immediately, no. She apologized profusely. I smiled again and told her that we should leave. It was late and I needed to walk Sammy. I paid for the meal. She didn't bring her car and asked me to take her to my home. I guess she was sure we were going to spend the night together. I was reluctant, but I wanted to push myself into the situation just to say no again. When we were in front of my apartment, we could hear Samantha whining and scratching at the door. Before I entered, Jane got all serious and said, "OP, will you ever forgive your wife?" I already did. Then why won't you take her back? Because I will never forget what she did and I can't trust her. She made a sad face but then asked, "What about me? Would you take me instead?" I smiled and said, "What are you talking about? We're friends." She looked offended. "Are you friend-zoning me?" "I guess so, dude." And I softly punched her shoulder. I thought she would look even more offended, but instead her eyes sparkled and she had a big smile. "You finally touched me." That was a surprise for me. Since Discovery Day, I haven't voluntarily touched her. She took a step toward me. "Can I hug you, please?" "Sure." She practically jumped on me. It felt so familiar, her voluptuous body that strangely fits perfectly between my arms and chest, her perfume and her long wavy hair tickling my nose. I hugged her back and she pleaded, "Let's get back together." I told her, "No, Jane, we are going to divorce." She broke the hug and stared at my face. I guess she thought I was joking, but I wasn't. She didn't take it well. She was sure we were going to reconcile and made a scene in front of my apartment. I tried to calm her down, but she was protesting and yelling. She hugged me tight as if I was about to disappear. She was begging and telling me she has changed. She will make me happy and she would do anything for me. And then the tears started. I felt sad for her. I don't hate Jane. She was my best and only friend for so long and we both have amazing memories together. But she made a big mistake and as a consequence, I fell out of love. I saw a nosy neighbor peeking from his apartment and I guided Jane inside my house. Sammy was curious about her. I didn't have any tea to offer, so I warmed some soy milk while Jane sobbed and petted Sammy. I sat in front of her. The milk helped her to calm down. She asked me, "Do you still love me?" "Just as the good friend you have been to me all these years. Not as a partner, not anymore." She yelled, "Why not?" "I've changed, Jane. I feel different now. I've finished mourning our marriage." She got mad and said I was being cruel. I said I was being realistic. What I said in marriage counseling was my honest truth. I can no longer trust her ever again. And I will never forget her face when I caught her on Discovery Day. She shattered my trust and destroyed my love for her. She hit the table and called herself a stupid bitch and cursed Bird Brain. She admitted she didn't know what she had until she lost it. She took me for granted. Then she made some proposals, like granting her a period of reconciliation, opening our marriage on my side, or being friends with benefits. I told her she was being unreasonable. She asked me what I want from her. I told her I want her to be happy with whoever she chooses, and I will move on and be happy on my own. She asked if there is another woman in my life. I told her not yet, but someday. She covered her face with her hands. Sammy was sitting next to her and put her paw on Jane's leg. I realized it was time to walk Sammy. Jane came with me. She was very quiet, walking by my side. When we were at the dog park, I took Sammy's leash off and she ran, sniffed, and rolled over the dry grass. She loves that. Jane sat next to me and finally spoke. I'll never find love again. Yes, you will. There are a lot of fish in the pond. She told me at her new job, 2 co-workers have asked her out. Both are married. I asked, have you reported them? She said it's not possible because they asked for a friendly outing, and that's very innocent from a human resources point of view. I asked if she was sure about those guys' intentions. She said both have their eyes glued to her chest, so she's sure. She placed a picture of both of us on display as a deterrent. I laughed. She didn't laugh. She said she seriously thinks she'll be alone from now on, only attracting scumbags. She can't have children, and she lost the love of her life. She asked me if I'll marry again. I told her I don't think so. I may not believe in marriage again. I didn't mention I do want to have children. I sent the audio to my lawyer, and days later he told me he didn't find anything showing reconciliation, just useless chit-chat that would be a waste of time if presented as evidence. Besides, it was a smart move to refer to Jane as a third person because it sounds like I'm not talking directly to her. On my birthday, most of my extended family texted me and called to ask how I was. I went to my parents' house. My brother and his wife were already there. Jane showed up with all my in-laws. We all played, ate, and enjoyed a big tasty cake made by my mom. No drama. My mother-in-law was having a good day. She felt confused but enjoyed watching the twins play, even though she forgets they are her grandchildren. It really was a great day. When we cut the cake, I realized I had everything I wanted. My godchildren are still in my life. I forgave Jane and my depression is almost gone. Several other things have happened since then. In mid-December, I dated a single mother who tried to convince me to adopt her annoying child. That was a funny ride. If there is a place where I can post about disastrous dates, I'll tell you about it. One of my tenants wanted me to be her sugar daddy. I got my first tattoo on my shoulder. It's an Aztec eagle warrior, meaning I'm proud of my heritage and my ethnicity. If somebody has a problem with my appearance, I'll just shrug and continue being me. I'm a decent, hardworking person. Aztec eagle warriors used to wear a helmet made from the head of a royal eagle. Royal eagles are a symbol of freedom, honesty, and strength in my country. At the end of December, Jane quit her job because one of the co-workers harassing her was a big shot at the company. Human Resources was gaslighting her, so the smartest move was to quit. I spent Christmas with the twins and her family. She's accepting that we're done, but she's annoyingly friendly to me. In January, I made a Tinder profile. One of the kickboxing guys helped me make my profile. Although I had few likes, I contacted a junior high teacher. She's witty and very funny. We started dating. Sadly, I know it's not going to last. She doesn't want children, she's a gamer, and I consider video games a waste of time. Besides, she wants me to stop practicing kickboxing because it is too violent. As you know, that my divorce was finalized on February 17th. Jane texted me, I know this is not the end for us. Days later, my sister-in-law told me Jane got into the depression stage. She begged me to talk to her because she does listen to me, she stopped working, and is very skinny. She used to sleep most of the day and refused to attend therapy until I talked to her. She wants me to contact her more frequently, but I told her this is precisely what is causing her depression. She has to let me go. That's it. I feel now I'm on the right path. I'm studying a lot to get the promotion which will allow me to travel. I'm still doing great at the gym. I haven't sparred with Abraham again, but guys there ask me to help them. Finally, I got what I wanted, to be amicable with my ex, and I didn't lose my in-laws, whom I still consider my family. My godchildren love me, and I love them as my own children. I couldn't stand the thought of losing them. Because of them, I went through the rabbit hole, I went through the stages of mourning, and I got over Jane. In my country, godparents are responsible for the kids if anything happens to mom and dad. Godparents are the second parents. To all who are mourning a marriage, don't let bitterness get the best of you. There is light at the end of the dark tunnel. It takes time and dedication from you. Maybe not today, not tomorrow, but someday you'll get over all of this. I wish you the best. This story was posted by a user named Sugarman in the Atheism subreddit. The post is titled, "My atheist brother is having a Christian funeral. I'm not attending. My brother and I were not close in later life. He made some bad life decisions that ultimately led to his death earlier this week in his late 40s. My parents are both alive and obviously upset. I spoke to my mom. I told her that the one thing I can do for him is advocate for a non-religious funeral, as he was very non-religious and openly mocked religious beliefs. My mom claims she is Christian and that my dad was baptized Catholic, and that while she acknowledges my brother mocked religion, it is important for her that he has a Christian funeral. I got angry and started typing a response, but I remembered she has just lost her son and has taken it hard. My dad messaged me to say he is staying hands off and letting my mom celebrate my brother in her own way while he deals with his feelings privately. I just replied okay to both of them. I have not told them yet that I will not attend because the timing would be cruel, but I cannot support such a disregard for my brother's beliefs. If I am tasked with managing my mom's funeral, I shall return the favor. Edit. Thanks for the kind words, everyone. I am not looking for advice, although you are, of course, free to post your opinions. I will not be attending. It is a hill I will die on. If my parents want to grieve with me, I will meet with them privately, but I am not supporting this irrational nonsense. As I mentioned, my brother and I were not close. I would only be going to support my parents. I have no personal need to travel across the country for this. Update. I messaged my dad the same day. He said that he would grieve in his own way and would let my mom have the funeral she wants. We caught up on the phone later and I explained that I was not going to attend, but that I would drive over to support him and my mom and would come to the wake, which he understood. When I said that mom claimed he was Catholic, he laughed. I then said, "So we are going to say prayers and sing hymns for John? Ridiculous." "Oh, fuck that," he said. "That is not going to happen." He then asked me what sort of thing I would like to see. I said we could talk about how he was a good father and play some music that he would like. My dad agreed. However, I decided not to raise it with my mom as she lost her son, and while I am a bit of a dick, I am not that much of a dick. This was all a few weeks ago and the funeral is this Friday. My mom just called me and said dad had just told her I am not attending. She said she would like me there and promised me it would not be a Christian funeral. She told me exactly what was planned, which songs, etc. She raised the issue with other family members and apparently they laughed at her and said that about 30 of John's friends are coming and will not be interested in singing hymns. She then said she did not feel that strongly about it in the first place, which is a contradiction of what she initially told me, but she is grieving and trying to make this work, so I did not push it. I agreed to go to the funeral. Art Bear said I went to a family friend's funeral. He was Muslim and his wife was Christian. The funeral was 95% Christian because she did the arranging. At the graveside, his friend stepped up, explained that he had promised to say the appropriate prayers for his friend, and then did so very quietly while everyone silently watched. It was awkward, but I was grateful that he had shown respect for his friend's wishes. Mere Bank Guy said, "A long time ago, I used to stay near a church and there was a funeral for a man. Outside, there was fighting between the deceased's side of the family and his widow's family. It turned out he was not Christian, he was Hindu. He never converted but married a Christian woman. She had decided to have a Christian funeral for him despite his never converting or even attending church. Yes, while funerals are for the living, you need to respect the person and have a funeral the way they would have wanted." The second post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Renell Melly. The post is titled, "My GF and I have never had sex. It's been 5 years." Yes, I mean never. I'm a 27-year-old man and my girlfriend is 26. We have been together for almost 5 years. When the relationship started, I assumed she was being flirty and building the temptation. We were having so much fun going on dates and I was just excited for the time to come, and it still has not come. I have tried to talk to her. I have brought this up hundreds of times. Every time I gently start the conversation, she starts crying and says she feels guilty and gets angry at me for always bringing it up. At the start, she said she has vaginismus. She saw a specialist about this once because I asked her to, and she has the tools for exercises that they use to fix it. They have been sitting in her bedside drawer ever since. I am not blaming her for having vaginismus, and I'm sure that it is a horrible experience, but sitting here for 5 years waiting does not feel fair. The last time I brought it up, she said she has just never had the drive to have sex, and it is not something she has ever wanted, but it is something that I want. I have asked her to go to the doctor to get her hormone levels checked, which she did. She went off her birth control about 3 months ago, and absolutely nothing has changed. This makes it hard for me though, because it seems like she is starting to put in some kind of effort. She is beautiful and smart, and she has a good job. We live together and her family loves me. We do everything together, and I miss her when she is not around. I just do not know if I can live like this. I have already spent 5 years of my 20s in a sexless relationship. I have been hoping that she would just have some sort of awakening or breakthrough and become a sexual person. She has recently been bringing up engagements, feeling annoyed that her friends who have been together for less time than we have are getting engaged, and I have not asked her. I cannot see myself proposing and trapping myself in a life where I never have sex again. Am I the asshole for building resentment toward her and expecting her to change after all this time? What do I do? Update. It took a lot of courage, and I finally made the decision for us to go our separate ways. It was a hard conversation for both of us to have, but it ended up being very amicable. We are still living together for a couple of weeks, and I told her to just say the word if she needs some space, as I have great support with friends I can stay with before I move states for a 5-week university placement. She has her parents' house 2 minutes down the road, and she even offered to stay there, as she is empathetic to the fact that I do not have that option. She has no problem with me leaving personal, non-essential items at the house until I have a new fixed address. She will not kick me to the curb, basically. She has been very mature about how we move forward, and we have had some of the best conversations we have ever had and reminisced about all of the things that were great about each other and our relationship. Overall, we have no spiteful feelings for each other and can feel confident that we can be friends again in the future after respecting having time and space from each other. Once again, I appreciate all your comments and messages. User Adventurous Barry said, "At least they broke up, unlike that guy who traumatized himself to stop wanting sex." Turuyal said, "I'm glad this all worked out for the best and they handled it amicably like reasonable adults. That being said, 5 years, I feel like by the time Reddit was introduced into the equation, the best we could do basically amounted to rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic." This final post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My wife has given up on our child. I'm not sure how to reconcile. My family is broken and I am trying to reassemble the pieces. I need advice. For context, my wife and I are childhood sweethearts, married for around 5 years. We became parents and got married pretty young, but we have made it work. My wife is a small business owner. She turned a passion into a career, and I am really happy for her. When she started, I promised her that since my work hours were flexible, I would hold things down at home so she could focus on building her business. We were a team until we weren't. My wife is an extreme workaholic, and it has come between our family. We are not in a good place. Our daughter's caregiving is solely on me. The time my wife and daughter spend together is mostly made up of short replies or silence. Our daughter is not disrespectful. She is a good kid, but just not as comfortable with her mom. My wife and I have had a lot of talks about the state of our family, with the business well off the ground and her not needing to personally oversee everything as often. We are working on reconnecting. It has been an uphill battle. Recently, we had a bad fight. She told me she had given up on trying with our daughter. She said she is not good at it and is just going to stay in her lane. I told her she couldn't decide to clock out on our daughter during rocky times. She said she is emotionally exhausted from repeatedly striking out. She feels she cannot do anything right in our daughter's eyes. She said I have it easy, that our daughter prefers me, and even made sure her whole class knew it. The class jab was about a school assignment. Our daughter had to interview someone she admired and chose me. My wife was hurt and still feels that way about it. She accused me of not understanding. She comes home to a child she carried not respecting her. Our daughter is an expert critic when it comes to her. She went into a huge rant, and the way she talked about our daughter rubbed me the wrong way. I told her most of her complaints were not our daughter's doing. When she asked what I meant, I explained that she has not gone out of her way to connect with our daughter. She shut me down, saying she works hard for our family and that the least I could do is show up for her. I reminded her that all I do is show up for her, including holding down responsibilities we are supposed to share. We are not childless anymore. It is no longer just me and her against the world. I need to show up for our daughter too. She kept saying she has a lot on her plate and that I am supposed to be her piece. I pointed out that the only piece that seems to matter these days is hers. She sarcastically apologized for her sacrifices and said if the business is driving us apart, she would renounce it and make do. I asked if we could skip the martyr routine and actually talk. The fight escalated. I called the fight a complete waste of time, but she interpreted that as me calling her a waste of time. It was the worst fight we have had in a while. Our daughter was at her grandparents', so she did not hear any of it. We are at an impasse. Things are still tense. I don't know how to clear the air or how to reach her about our daughter. She cannot dismiss her like a disgruntled customer at work. In many ways, I feel like a single parent. I don't believe she is being honest with herself about our issues. She is a distant figure who tends to talk at our daughter instead of to her. There are many broken promises, and nothing has been mended. She does not try to engage. Our daughter loves anime, but my wife openly criticizes it in front of her. Our daughter got into K-pop, but to my wife, it is just bothersome noise around the house or in the car. Our daughter has stage fright, but joined a school play because she knows her mom loves theater. My wife promised she would come, but did not. The worst part was seeing our daughter realize she wasn't there. My wife never apologized and gave the "work was busy, I promise next time" speech. She offered to bring our daughter with her on Take Your Child to Work Day. I thought it would be good for them and a chance for our daughter to see more of what her mom does, but our daughter called me upset and wanted me to pick her up. She said her mom immediately left her with a subordinate and disappeared. When my wife checked in on her, they fought. She told our daughter that a bratty attitude would not be tolerated in her workplace. Later, my wife and I had it out. She apologized to our daughter and blamed her outburst on work frustration. She offered to bring her back another day, but our daughter refused. My wife always felt she was bad at articulating her feelings and thought she came off aggressive. That is partly why she leaves caring for our daughter to me, but this fight has made me question the nature of our relationship. I don't doubt she loves our daughter. I saw it firsthand during the pregnancy, and in private conversations, she could not stop gushing about her. I felt her love in the little things, but something changed over time. My wife is not close with her parents. She usually has me talk with them on her behalf. She believes that parents and kids do not have to be close and that since she turned out fine, so will our daughter. I am failing to help their relationship and our own. We barely have quality time. Intimacy is shot. When we are out together, we are not really together because in public she is hyper aware and puts on her business persona. I don't know what else to do. I am at a loss. I am not trying to bash my wife. I just want everyone to be okay. I am fighting for my family right now. How do I mend my wife's and daughter's relationship while also repairing my marriage? Update. Thank you to everyone who reached out. It helped a great deal. My original post was pretty much the first time I talked about any of this. I wanted to give an update. My wife and I had a serious discussion about everything. It took us a while to get there because things were still tense after our last fight and our smaller arguments in between. Our daughter noticed the rift between her mom and me and asked me about it. I'm not proud of that. I never wanted her involved in our fights. It was a significant wake-up call. I shouldn't have let it drag out. My wife asked if we could talk, and we both apologized for the fight. She was worried I was calling it quits after how bad our last fight was. She mistook us not recovering as quickly as usual and my distance as me being done. She wanted to make a gesture for our marriage. I told her that her harsh actions toward our daughter had made me question our relationship. She said she felt bad for intensely ranting about our daughter. She was overwhelmed and used the situation as a punching bag. She loves our daughter, but is at a loss as a parent. I told her we would all keep being at a loss in our current state. We are disconnected as a couple and a family. I feel like a single parent and alone in our marriage. Our current way isn't working. Her lack of presence is the common root cause. I said I didn't feel like our daughter or I actually mattered and that we were more tolerated than valued by her. That statement really upset her. She denied it and promised our family does mean something to her. She acknowledged things aren't good right now, but said she wants our family. She gets frustrated and sometimes says things she doesn't mean, but insists it doesn't reflect how she truly feels. I pointed out it's not just her words, it's her actions. Her harshness and the fact that she always chooses everything over our family while expecting us to just smile aren't fair. We're not props, and I can't enforce a relationship between her and our daughter. She shared that she struggles with contentment, always feeling the need to chase after an inner feeling she's missed. We've talked about this feeling before. It's like a high and a sense of wholeness. She thought our relationship was the answer, then our daughter, and eventually her business, but nothing completely filled that void. She admitted she doesn't know how to be with our daughter now. When our daughter was a baby, things were easier. She'd get excited when her mom came home from work, and there was unconditional love. Now, as she's gotten older, she barely seems to want to be in the same room as her mom and is more attached to me. I asked if she considered that maybe our daughter is hurting from her criticism and broken promises. My wife feels she's doing better than her parents did. She said all our daughter knows is the loving grandparents she sees on FaceTime, not what they were really like. Her own childhood was about staying in a child's place, doing what was expected, representing the family, and not showing attitude. Problems were often solved with a belt, which my wife doesn't believe in, but she still feels lost as a parent of an older child. She feels too aggressive when communicating, so she leaves caretaking to me. She doesn't feel she's good as a mother to an older child or at expressing personal feelings. She reminded me that I know what her parents were like. My in-laws ran an unforgiving household. My wife was essentially a latchkey kid. Her father was always working, and her mother was busy with community engagements. Feelings were seen as complaints, and there were high expectations for my wife. We were young when we had our daughter, me at 17, her at 19. My in-laws disapproved and offered no support. They told my wife that if she was grown enough to have a baby, she was grown enough to take on the responsibilities herself. Although my in-laws have mellowed out now, my wife is not in contact with them. She paid off their house with her business and moved on. I am still the buffer in their relationship. I'm used to being my wife's protector. It's always been our dynamic, especially during her pregnancy when others would comment or make jokes. Looking back, I think that's why I made excuses for her actions with our daughter. I told my wife that I love her, but our daughter can't be sacrificed for our relationship. We're at a crossroads and something needs to change. Counseling isn't an option anymore. It's happening for our daughter and me. I told her I want us to come through this as a family. If she refuses counseling, I'll respect her decision, but her answer will tell me what I need to do for our daughter's best interest. We would need to separate at least for now. She said if it's between counseling and losing our family, she chooses counseling. She wants to keep working on our marriage and reconnecting as a family. We're not props. I asked if this is what she truly wanted. If we do this, she can't just show up in word only and look for reasons to skip out. She said what we've built matters to her, and losing it is now more real for her. I talked with our daughter about her feelings on counseling too. I didn't want to just sign her up without her input. She was open to the idea, likely because she's close to my parents and knows they do counseling. My wife and I are now officially in counseling. We're trying a conjoint therapy approach for now. It's new for us. Before this, my wife never liked counseling, but she has been present. She hasn't flaked. There has been some improvement between my wife and our daughter. My wife has eased up on the criticism and started asking our daughter questions. Recently, we went to an amusement park as a family. They enjoyed some rides and games together, and I saw them share a laugh for the first time in a long while. Nothing's perfect. We're in the early stages. I know my wife and daughter's relationship will be a long road. How it pans out isn't up to me, but I'm here to support our daughter however she needs. I don't know what the future holds, but I want to be hopeful for my family. Maybe it's not too late. I want the best for everyone involved. Our daughter will be starting middle school soon, and I told my wife she'll need both of us. I hope this path isn't the end of our family. I want us to get through this together. When I chose a life with her, it wasn't just because we were having a baby. It was because I love her and want to be with her. I want to make this work. Thank you to everyone again. Your support is truly appreciated. Just bored too much said his wife needs intense therapy to unpack the neglect she experienced in her childhood. I hope she is able to break the cycle of trauma. Tog23 said, turning out fine and yelling at a 10-year-old for being upset that their mom ditched them at her work, a place the child does not know at all, are two very mutually exclusive things. This story was posted by a user named Few Jellyfish in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I dumped my boyfriend because he refused to hand me a period pad and tissues when I had diarrhea. I am a 20-year-old woman. I was at the gym. Even though I was on my period, I pushed through enough to get sweaty and stinky. My then boyfriend, who was 23 and is now my ex, sometimes came extra early to pick me up because he liked to watch me work out. He was sitting in a chair and my bag was on the chair next to him. My tummy had been feeling funny for an hour, but I thought it was just because of my period. I suddenly had an urge, so I went to the women's bathroom. I got into a stall without looking and found myself in a nightmare. I had to poop in a public stall and there were no tissues. The fact that I was on my period made the situation even worse. I thought I was lucky to have my phone. I did not want to text my boyfriend about this because I wanted to keep up a sexy image for him, but this seemed like the least embarrassing way. The text exchanges now feel like a weird negotiation. I told him the situation and asked if he saw pads and tissues in my bag. He told me there were pads but no tissues, but there were napkins. I asked him to come to the bathroom to hand me my bag, and he said he would not go into the women's bathroom because that would be creepy. I asked him to go to the bathroom door and hand my bag to the next woman who came in. He said he would not stand outside a women's bathroom and try to talk to a woman entering like a creep. He gave a similar answer when I asked him to give my bag to a woman in the main gym area. I waited until 3 women walked in. I did not want to ask, but I had to get out of there sometime. A stranger gave me pads and tissues. When I got home, I broke up with him via video chat. I did not even want to be in the same room with him ever again. He was begging to the point of tears, but I ignored it. My best friend, who is 19, said I was too harsh. She said there was no non-embarrassing way for me to get out of that situation and that some guys get the ick because of periods. 1.5 months later, OP gave us an update, a short and positive update. I found a new boyfriend who is currently taking care of me while I am on my period. My new boyfriend does not have such a low and paranoid view of women that he thinks a woman would call him a creep for doing normal things. I am so lucky, Top Detective said, so he is not worried about looking like a creep while sitting on a chair literally watching his girlfriend work out, but walking into the bathroom with a purse is creepy. At that point, it is not sexy for him anymore. Guys like that are superficial and do not want anything too intimate or real in a relationship. Not a Masterpiece said, I once started my period at work and bled through my pants. I work with all women, so I was not embarrassed about that, but obviously I could not sit there in stained pants. So I called my boyfriend. He arrived so quickly you would have thought he was already in the parking lot with everything I needed waiting for my call. The second story was made in the same subreddit by a user named NoltMage. The post is titled, I shut down my wife's party favor idea. For some context, the story begins last year at our 7-year-old son's birthday party. I am a 32-year-old man and my wife, also 32, held the party at our home. We decided to leave most of the planning to my wife as she loves event planning and wanted to take charge. I had no reason to doubt any of her plans since she had done a great job with past parties. I took care of invitations, food orders, and anything else she needed me to do. To her credit, she did a wonderful job with the party itself. Everything ran smoothly and the kids had a great time. That is, until she brought out the party favors, which she had kept a secret from me. The favors came out when our friend had to leave with her daughter right after the cake. Before she could go, my wife went into the back room and came out with a bag and the biggest smile on her face. What was inside the bag, you ask? A small tetra fish from the pet store to be given as a party favor. My friend was shocked. Her daughter's face lit up with excitement at the sight of her new pet. "Mommy, I have always wanted a fish." My friend was speechless, only glaring at me. She declined the fish, leaving the party while her daughter clung to her, throwing a tantrum over not being allowed to keep her new pet. Naturally, the chaos caused a scene as all the children now knew about the fish. Every single parent in the room was unhappy, glaring, muttering, the whole works. What are we going to tell our kids? Great, now I have to get a fish tank. Most parents obliged and reluctantly accepted the fish. We had to take home a few fish that were turned down, meaning we also had to buy a tank. My wife could not understand why anyone would refuse a wonderful 50-cent fish she picked up that morning from the pet store. Fast forward to now, 1 year later. It is a month away from my son's 8th birthday party, and my wife has brought up the topic of party favors again. She exclaimed that we should hand out fish again. The kids loved it. It was a hit last year. I do not want to go through this again. Several of my friends who were at the party last year complained about having to care for the fish and being put in a situation where they felt pressured to accept the gift to avoid upsetting their child. They said they had never received such a ridiculous party favor and would not attend if this happened again. Not to mention, it seems unfair to the fish, who now have owners who do not want them. My wife dismisses these concerns, saying that the parents are being selfish for not thinking about what makes the kids happy. She apparently did not notice any adults upset at the party and only focused on the kids' feelings. She is calling me controlling, saying she does not want to plan the party if she cannot have things her way. All her small group of church friends agree with her. I do not want to upset my friends by putting them in that situation again, but I also do not want to hurt my wife's feelings since planning these events truly brings her joy. So, Reddit, am I the asshole for telling my wife not to buy party favor fish? Update. It has been nearly a month since I posted about the party favor situation between my wife and me. My son had his birthday yesterday and I wanted to share an update on how everything turned out. I took your advice and decided to just talk to her. I used many of your points from the comments to reason with her, especially those about animal welfare. My wife kept insisting that I was being controlling and eventually just shut down, giving me the silent treatment. For those who asked if this has happened before, yes, not the party situation exactly, but the "I am going to make a selfish decision, and if you push back, you are controlling" behavior has come up. She has backed out of multiple parties and events at the last minute because she did not feel like going and accused me of abandoning her when I still wanted to go. Insisted I stop playing guitar because she found it annoying. Attended a wedding in a swimsuit because she was told there would be a pool, then spent the whole reception at the pool saying they are your friends. I do not really care about celebrating them. Pushed back on my insistence to find a new school for our son, even though he was being bullied, because she did not want to cause a scene. I was fed up and refused to give in. I cannot let my son go through this, and I do not want him to lose friends because of my wife's selfishness. After literally following her around the house trying to get her to talk to me, she finally said, "Fine, if you want it your way, you can plan this party yourself." So I did. I planned the party myself. It was not anything special, but I am actually kind of proud. It was Jurassic Park themed. My son and I just watched all the movies together and he loves them and is excited for the new one. I themed each table around different dinosaurs and put little plastic dinosaurs everywhere. For the party favors, I gave out little bags of candy. Nothing amazing, but the kids were happy and my son was thrilled. And no fish were harmed in the making of this party. After the party, my wife kept telling me how lame everything was, that the party was boring and the kids were not literally jumping up and down for my candy party favors like they did for hers. Frankly, I do not care. Sure, the kids did not have a brand new pet to bring home, but at least my party favors did not upset all our friends or doom my son to a life of friendlessness. Honestly, I do not know how things are going to go with my wife and me. I am reaching my limit with her behavior. I have tried insisting on marriage counseling, but she refused unless it was done by the pastor at our church. We attended, and it was a whole session of the pastor telling me I am not a good enough man to take care of my wife, about how I am turning away from God and ruining our marriage. Needless to say, we have not gone back, and ever since, my wife loves to use that session against me in arguments. I loved her, but I am finding it harder each day to stay in love. I hate the idea of my son thinking this is a happy marriage or a healthy way to live. Divorce scares me, but I do not know if I can keep living like this. In the end, thank you for helping me realize that there is a lot going wrong in my marriage, far beyond a party favor crisis. I have a lot to think about, but for now, I am going to finish watching Jurassic World with my son, who is curled up in my lap. By the way, 2 of the 3 fish we had to take home last year are still going strong. They have grown on me, but I am never getting another fish. Pride Before the Fall said, "This is so sad. OP would be better off as a single dad than in this relationship. I can already tell that he and his son would be much happier without this woman's unreasonable behavior. It sounds like they have to jump through hoops just to please her, and if she were gone, they could be happy and less stressed." Edit, sorrow is what I feel for this man and his child. Kindly Zucchini said, "This lady clearly doesn't understand the word no and is making it everyone else's problem, but especially OP. To this user, Shadow Force Summer said, if it were just the fish, that would be one thing. I am surprised he has any friends left after what his wife did at the wedding. Going in a swimsuit, she is batshit crazy." This story was posted by a user named Father Son Holy Toast in the relationships subreddit. The post is titled, "My husband is making mean jokes and I want to help him stop before we have children. So grateful to have found this community and hoping that getting some outside opinions on my situation will help me understand things and figure out how to address this in a constructive way with my husband. I have been with my husband for 10 years, now married. I always knew I wanted to have kids only after I was married, and now that we finally are, I've allowed myself to start thinking more in depth about it, and I had an inconvenient realization. I could not bring a child into this situation without seeing change in his behavior. While he has this one bad habit, our relationship is not inherently verbally abusive, so I'm having trouble finding resources and stories from others who have been in similar situations. The good, he is a great provider. He would be a very fun dad. He is very generous and supportive. I love him. He loves me. The bad, he makes jokes that are hurtful and make me feel a fundamental lack of respect. I'm fine, but when I imagine myself as a child growing up with a father like him, I just can't even fathom how broken I would be. I know I need to address this before having kids. We have had conversations about this in the past, and it's just who he is, not aimed only at me, and I am a very sensitive person. The problem, how can I have a conversation about this with him? I'm not perfect, so why is it okay for me to point out his flaws? Is there a playbook here, a guide? I just can't stand feeling like I'm issuing an ultimatum or holding him hostage, and I feel so awful that I didn't have the insight or personal awareness to address this before we got married. I'm struggling to frame this in a way that is supportive, us as a team against this issue, instead of me attacking him. How do I address this? Edit. Thanks for the help and concern all. I don't know what this means for me, and it's a lot to process, but I really appreciate so many people sharing their thoughts with me. Not trying for kids, not off birth control, he barely touches me anyway. Under no circumstances would I bring a child into this situation currently. Update. I am 31 years old and have been with my husband, who is 43, for 10 years, married for 6 months. I posted on an advice subreddit and I'm realizing it is a bigger issue than I thought, so what now? I am having a really hard time digesting all of this. I read Why Does He Do That yesterday, and while I see some things that my partner does, it is not many and honestly not often. It really boils down to making mean jokes and giving unsolicited advice or critiques. That is all, and not all the time. I have been thinking it over for 3 days and he has not said anything bad in that time. When he does, does, it just sticks out in my mind because it is hurtful. Here is what I think I need help understanding. Is it possible that this is not intentional? He learned his behaviors from his mother and has low emotional intelligence. I know that he truly loves me. I cannot understand how he could do this on purpose. How is he such a truly great, supportive, and kind partner in other ways? Does that outweigh his faults? He is such a great provider, he supports my career and pays all of our expenses, which allows me to work doing what I love. This is a big sacrifice for him and something he did very intentionally for me. How could someone do that to someone they want to hurt? What if it really, truly is me? I am sensitive and insecure. I do make things that are benign about me when I am feeling down. I know these things are true. Couldn't it be a combination of an awful, outdated, unfunny sense of humor and me being hypersensitive to criticism? I think we both share fault here. Update 2. Okay, I talked to my therapist. I came armed with research and concrete examples of his manipulative, controlling, and demeaning patterns. She was supportive but firm and recommended that I reach out to my local domestic violence organization to help me work out a safe exit plan and get legal aid regarding the divorce. She said sooner rather than later, and I trust her. I am stunned. I feel like my whole world is upside down. I keep flipping back and forth between thinking, thank God other people can see this too. I'm not crazy and it is that bad. And he's my best friend, I'm heartbroken, and he's the only one there for me. He needs me and I could never leave him. I know I should leave, but I do not know what to do. I just want to talk to him and work it out, and hope this will all just be one big misunderstanding, right? I am heartbroken. I cannot have children here, but if I leave, I will be alone and also probably will not have children, and I will be broken and ashamed. All those conversations. He is going to want me back or want an explanation. I really think that is what I am hung up on the most. He has so little emotional awareness that I know he will not have any idea what I am talking about. I know he will think I am crazy. I want him to know what he has done, but he is not going to. He might never understand. We are so happy so much of the time, I do not know if I can do this. Anyways, hi, worst update, but you all were right. For anyone in a similar situation, Lundy Bancroft's "Why Does He Do That" was very eye-opening and described him in ways I could not articulate on my own. He fits the profile of the water torturer perfectly. Additionally, something very helpful these past few days, the hotline. They have a text or chat service, and for anyone out there like me, it is not just emotional or verbal abuse. It is abuse, and they are there to help and support. I spent a few hours over a few days just talking through things with people who really understood, and it was exactly what I needed. Please reach out if it is something you need. Update 3. Very recently, I realized that my 10-year-long relationship is not healthy. There is no need to go into details because the profile of a water torturer from Lundy Bancroft's "Why Does He Do That" fits him perfectly. Cruel, cutting remarks disguised as jokes or helpful comments. Constant criticism. That man could reverse a situation and shift blame better than anyone, even Trump. If I take a step back, it is impressive. All in all, it has taken me completely by surprise. In the last few weeks, I have found out that I am not the source of all our relationship troubles. I am not a complete failure as a wife, and none of this is normal. It is truly disorienting. Now I am biding my time. I have an exit plan, but I am saving for the next few months before I carry it out. It has been about a week. I am absolutely exhausted. All of that energy I used to spend twisting myself into exactly who I thought he wanted, regulating my reactions, and hiding myself. It is not enough. Not nearly enough. Now that I see these patterns in every interaction and spend my time cycling through rage, shame, excitement, and mourning, I am spent. Everyone, I have no idea how I'm going to get through the next few months. I am so excited to start living again, but it is overwhelming. Update 4. Brief background. My husband's verbal abuse and coercive control have increased over the past decade. I have recently realized the state of this marriage and am planning my exit. As I've become more aware of his behaviors and can see things more clearly, it has been harder to maintain my good wife attitude. I am standing up for myself more. I am growing concerned about my safety, but am not sure if the incident today is enough to involve the police. He has never been physically violent. Incident. Today, after I upset him by standing up for myself in a conversation, he talked for at least a full minute about how he would kill me as a joke. He said roughly that because I was speaking to him that way lately, he would kill me in my sleep. It would be easy because I am such a sound sleeper. Then he went back and said I am surprisingly strong when I'm asleep, and that it might give me an advantage. More talk about how easy it would be, then the part that bothered me most. No, if I'm going to go to all the trouble of killing you, I'd strangle you while you're awake. I'd want to see the light leave your eyes. I'd have to get something good out of it. The fact that it was fairly specific and in direct response to me upsetting him has me concerned for my safety between now and leaving, especially if he finds out or grows suspicious. My gut says it might be worth involving the police and moving up my exit timeline. My concerns and questions. Is what he said legally considered a threat? Is it actionable considering this is just based on my word? What would happen if I did choose to report this? Is there any way for me to report this without his knowledge? Update 5. I am not sure if anyone will see this, but I had such an outpouring of support across a whole bunch of subreddits, so I thought this might be the best way to give an update. First, thank you. Thank you all. Everyone who reached out with support, everyone who shared their stories, and everyone who pushed back and gave me the opportunity to form my own viewpoints and advocate for myself. Without the reality check that came from my post, I am sure I would have been stuck in this for much longer than I already was. The update, I am out. It was a long process, it was not linear, and there was so much self-doubt along the way, but I wanted to share the moment when it finally stuck. We had been going back and forth with the divorce. He was doing all the things, being the best version of himself, improving. There are lots more details, but ultimately they are not important. He kept asking, "Are you sure?" And I was not for a long time. He worked his magic, and I thought that maybe I had made the worst mistake of my life. But he kept asking, and I kept listening to my gut. I tried saying, no, let's call this all off and work on us. But that did not feel good. I felt heavy, like I was putting back on this huge burden that I had just started to get out from under. Then I tried saying maybe. I was being honest, I was confused, and I told him that. I said I needed time, I needed space. But that felt restrictive. It felt like my body was being compressed. And one morning I realized I had not tried saying yes yet. I had not tried telling him that yes, I wanted this to be over. So I tried it. I said, yes, let's end this. And it felt like all of the weight was lifted off of me. It felt like I could fill my lungs fully again. It felt like the kind of warmth in your chest that you get when your mom gives you a hug. So it stuck. I am learning to listen to myself again and to trust my instincts. I am not judging myself for my path to get here. I am treating myself with all the compassion and kindness I deserved for all those years. I am on my own path now, and it feels amazing to be here. So thank you all again for everything. Thank you for your concern and outreach. I am happier and healthier than I have been in a very long time. Mutual Butt Squeezin said, women, before describing the worst marriage you have ever read about, he is an amazing husband in every way. To this comment, user Melbatotes said, the internet really can be a great thing. I bet it never once occurred to this woman to Google signs of abuse. She probably watched dramas on TV or read books where people suffer emotional and verbal abuse, not just physical, and never realized that she has anything in common with those stories. But then she goes online and asks a, to her mind, simple question like, how do I make sure my amazing, wonderful partner doesn't bully our future children like he does me? And everyone collectively shakes her by the shoulders until she understands that she is not the problem here. This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I gave my wife an ultimatum on her male best friend due to what he did before our wedding. My wife and I have been married for about 5 years. Something I learned from her male friend's girlfriend was that he confessed his love to my wife the night before. She told me they got into a fight about this and figured I should know, so I confronted my wife about it and she admitted it. I yelled at her and asked how the hell she could keep this from me and how she thought it was appropriate to have him at our wedding. She told me she did not want to ruin our wedding day, and I told her she is not stupid enough to not know I would want to know this. See, this male friend always made me uneasy from the start. She told me that she has no feelings for him. After this, I don't know if I trust her. I told her that if she even wants me to consider staying with her, she needs to cut off her friend. Update. We are currently separated and I am in the process of divorcing my wife. Honestly, her hesitation in making a choice was too much for me. Just the fact that she needed so long to cut this guy out after he crossed the line and that she has so much trouble making it right for me speaks volumes to me. When I told her this and that I was leaving her, she tried to convince me and said she would cut him off. I told her it was too late at that point. I told her I do not trust her. I do not want to be with her. I do not want to deal with her again. I have been staying with a friend right now. One thing I wanted to address about my last post that kept coming up. Some of you said he's over her. He has a girlfriend. And I have to say, you must either be completely clueless or unable to read. His ex-girlfriend literally told me they got into a fight about this because he was not over my wife. That is literally why I found out. Because his ex told me about it. His current girlfriend is just another person caught up in the shit. Ms. Janet Snakehole said, if a friend tried to convince me to break up with my husband and date him, I would not want that person in my life anymore. How could you ever trust or feel comfortable around them or your spouse again? Is this really such an impossible choice for so many spouses of Reddit posters? To this comment, user include Big University said, yeah, I would have a little bit more understanding if the wife had cut the friend off at the time or at least taken a big step back from the relationship, but it sounds like she just went on like normal on top of not telling OP and still letting the guy come to the wedding. That strikes me as really odd as well, because even if your friendship eventually recovered, surely you would not feel comfortable having a guy who tried to convince you to run away with him attend your wedding, the same guy you were supposed to run from. Ideally, your guests should not be opposed to your wedding. This story was posted by a user named Feeling Jade in the advice subreddit. The post is titled, Friend Brings Random Guys into Our Hotel Room. I did not know what community to put this in, but I just need help or advice or something before I break down from frustration. It is now Saturday and this all happened on Wednesday. I have already talked to some people about it. For context, my friend invited me to go out with her for a girls' trip, and I was so excited because we have been talking about doing this since we recently graduated this year. We booked this really nice hotel and it was fun for the first few days. One day she decided to go out and wanted me to come with her, and of course I said yes because I did not want her to be alone, and I also just wanted to accompany her. She then made friends with some guys who I could tell right away were a lot older than us. Fast forward, she started bringing them up to our hotel room and I talked to her about it, to which she just said okay, and that was it. Until I started coming out of the bathroom to find the same dudes hanging around in our room, or waking up from a nap to hear them all talking. I called my mom to pick me up early because I just was not about to put up with it anymore. My friend told me to just leave then because I was killing the mood, but I had already told my mom what was going on, and my mom told my friend's mom, so she had to leave too. She called me after I got home to call me a fake friend for ruining her fun. I understand that she is upset with me, but I was genuinely worried about both of our safety. Those friends of hers were not really friends, and I feel like I did both of us a big favor by getting us out of there early. I guess I am kind of stressed because she won't really talk to me. I have not been pushing her to, but I wish we would properly talk, to be honest. I know we are still young and learning, but maybe someone can help me figure out if I am in the wrong for deciding to leave early and ruining her fun. Update. It has only been about 50-something minutes since I posted this, but here is the quickest update I have ever done. We are no longer friends. Talking to her was pretty much like talking to a wall. I do wish her the best and hope she does not continue to do things like this later in life as well. Thanks to everyone who made me feel like I was not crazy for how I felt. That is all the update I have to give. Random Dude said, I am very happy that the stupidest thing I have done at that age was sleep deprivation because of video games. I have seen plenty of kids the same age, fresh out of high school and away from home for the first time, do some of the dumbest things. I am very proud of OP for realizing how dangerous that was, and I very much hope her friend does too. Red and Nami said, I was in a situation like this around age 21. My friend told me that some guy at the bar we were hanging out at wanted to hang out in a hotel room. He was older and creepy looking. She would not listen to me, so I grabbed another male friend and made sure we went along to make sure she was okay. Long story short, I learned that my so-called friend was trading sex for drugs when I literally walked in on it. Her parents had money and spoiled her. She just did not feel like working a traditional job back then. Yeah, we are also no longer friends. This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Family Jewels. The post is titled, I do not want to share my aunt's jewelry with my cousin's kids. My aunt, who was in her 60s, recently died less than a year after being diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. She never married and never had children, and I am one of 6 nieces and nephews. Both my sister and female cousin Nina are married with children. My male cousin Caleb, who is in his 40s, is married with 2 daughters. Neither of my younger brothers is married. They are largely irrelevant to this story. I am single and have no intention of having my own children. Background: my aunt was a doctor and went into palliative care when she was diagnosed. She wanted to enjoy the time she had left, mostly by traveling. I was close to graduating from surgery residency when she was diagnosed. She asked if I would be willing to be her private physician after graduation, accompanying her on her travels, prescribing her pain medications, and so on. She paid me a little bit more than I had been making as a resident, paid for my travel, contributed toward my student loans, and put me on the deed to her house, where I moved in with her. I also moonlighted and did locums when we were not traveling and after she got too sick to travel, so I could keep up my surgery skills. Long story short, even with the time I was not making a full surgeon salary, I still benefited financially from the agreement. My aunt had been a doctor in the Foreign Service and had accumulated a lot of stuff during her career, including Middle Eastern carpets, furniture, silk and cashmere scarves, art, jewelry, and so on. Everything was open to all her nieces and nephews to split as we saw fit, except the jewelry, which was left specifically to her nieces. There was surprisingly little drama when splitting any of it. We even had everything appraised, so we were all in agreement on the value of what we were receiving. My sister Nina and I all have different enough tastes in jewelry that we easily agreed on how to split the nice pieces. Most of the costume jewelry was set aside for my niece and Nina's daughter for when they are a little older. Here is where Caleb comes in. He said that his daughters deserve to have some of my aunt's jewelry as well. My sister and Nina said they are okay with splitting the costume jewelry to include his daughters, but he said that his daughters deserve some of the nice pieces as well. My niece will probably get my sister's jewels someday and possibly mine, and Nina's daughter will probably inherit what Nina got. So Caleb says it is not fair that my niece and Nina's daughter will get more than his daughters. Caleb also says that since I got the house, the furniture in the house that no one else wanted got to travel with my aunt, and she paid off a large portion of my student loans, I should share the wealth. My siblings are staying out of it, and Nina says it is ultimately my choice, but that what Caleb says is not wrong. Am I the asshole for holding to my aunt's will? Is this a hill worth dying on? I have a great relationship with my cousins and siblings and do not want this to sour that. Update. The 6 of us got together over the 4th of July. I was able to disperse the last of the proceeds from selling the art, rugs, antiques, and so on that none of us wanted. That ended up being a few $1,000s each. Not life-changing money for any of us, but nice to have. I will probably use it to go on a solo trip in my aunt's honor once I accrue enough vacation time now that I am working full-time again. I had decided based on your comments that I would offer any of my nieces, existing and future, the opportunity to shop from my inherited jewelry for their weddings. Before I could even present that solution, Caleb was very apologetic about the way he had acted. He was feeling guilty that he had not been able to spend more time with our aunt before she died, small children at home, work obligations, and so forth, and jealous that I had had more flexibility to travel with her during those months, and that made him lash out. It turns out that his wife had essentially read him the riot act when he complained to her that their daughters were not included. She reminded him that their daughters have her whole side of the family, that jewelry is traditionally passed down female lines, and the whole bit. He was quite embarrassed by how childish he had acted. But I did present that solution, and both Nina and Emma thought it was such a good idea that they said the same. When the next generation of girls gets married, they can choose from their inheritances too. So all is well. Thank you all for your support and kind words. I am not going to go no contact with any of my siblings or cousins. I still miss my aunt. Work is not terribly exciting, but it is a paycheck, and it is nice to see that my surgical skills did not slip irreparably. Darkness said, I like this OP, 1, for being real about how much of a non-issue this was and being legitimately concerned about why it suddenly became one, and 2, for being able to walk away from it while possibly getting something deeper with the kiddos further down the line, making it a happy solution. Also, poking fun at Liz tropes is absolutely hilarious and made me giggle here in bed while I am homesick today. This final post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Quiet Lead. The post is titled, I forced my husband to take in his estranged daughter despite his wishes. So, my husband and I are currently cooling down from a fight. He called me a few things, including asshole. Everything is a bit of a mess right now, so emotions are running high, but I really need a sanity check and maybe some fresh arguments because I feel like we are going in circles. Long story long, my husband had a daughter when he was in his early 20s with his ex-girlfriend. They were not good for each other, fought a lot, and there was just emotional abuse. So they split just before the child was born. He has been very open about this in our relationship and how he regrets not being more careful to avoid getting her pregnant because they were young, immature, and foolish. He never really got to build a relationship with his daughter, as her mother would keep the child from him and made it clear she did not want him in their life. He has paid child support the entire time, but it has been an uphill struggle throughout our relationship. When we met, my husband had matured greatly and was eventually ready to start a family. So I have seen this mostly from the sidelines. When our first child was born, his ex asked for more child support because, in her words, if he can afford a new child, he can afford to pay more. She is always extremely nasty in any conversation they have, and she taught their daughter to act the same way. He has tried to at least get a phone call on Christmas, and last year, his daughter said some truly awful things during that call, calling him a deadbeat and other hurtful things, telling him she hates him and never wants to get to know him. She is 13 now, so I know that her mother is still influencing her a lot, but she is also reaching an age where he cannot just say that she does not know what she is saying or how hurtful it is. So my husband has basically given up trying. None of them want him to try, so he has resigned himself to that. A few days ago, he got a call. The core of it is that his daughter told a teacher she was being sexually abused at home. Child Protective Services showed up and her mother disappeared. They want her to come live with us. My husband wants to decline. He has no relationship with this child. She seems to hate him. We have younger children, and honestly, we have no experience dealing with trauma like this. He believes she would be better off with a foster family who knows what they are doing. I told him there is no way this child should be abused, abandoned, and then rejected by the only family she has. We are taking her in, and we will figure out the rest. That poor child needs some stability, not to be tossed around in the system. Currently, we are not in agreement, and I know that he has the final say since I am just his partner and not related to this girl. Am I being unreasonable in thinking this is a huge red flag and that he needs to step up to be a father to her too? Edit. Okay, this has been a bit overwhelming to come back to, but I will try to clear up a few things. I am aware I have no legal say in the matter, but my husband and I are a team and a family, so my opinion matters to him. Neither of us has experience with the foster system, so we are really just going off what we think we know. I want to thank everyone who has been able to elaborate a bit more on this. Yes, my husband was a deadbeat dad in the beginning. Later on, he was able to see that they were a really bad match, but that he should probably have tried harder. Once visits became an option, he tried, but she would forget, not be home, or say it was not the date they agreed on, and things like that. Maybe he could have gone through the courts, but he just gave up, really. Hindsight is 2020, but unfortunately, that does not change the situation now. Mini update. We sat down to talk about why the discussion had gone off the rails, not touching the subject itself, but just why we ended up in a screaming match. He told me that he was completely overwhelmed by this and was in a panic. According to him, the Child Protective Services worker made it sound like he could take her in, or she would go into a system that, as one commenter colorfully put it, spits out drug-addicted prostitutes. He feels really guilty for letting this happen to his child. Even if she hates him, he feels like he should have done something to prevent this. I guess I was too focused on how badly off his daughter might be right now to truly see that he was hurting just as much. We have agreed to talk about it again in the morning in a more calm setting and try to get more facts about what can be done. It is about 2 o'clock in the morning and I am exhausted, but we have both called off work tomorrow so we can take the time we need. I hope there is a positive update in the near future. Update. Things are pretty hectic right now, but many people were kind enough to take time out of their day to offer advice and share their own experiences, and I want to say thank you for that. I am not going into details. There is much more going on than I am sharing here, so I can assure you that divorce is nowhere near being considered for us. We have had several tough talks over the past few days, but once we got past the worst panic, we were much more on the same page than we thought. My husband has agreed to take responsibility for his daughter and is looking into an emergency custody arrangement for her. We are not trying to pretend to be a family as some suggested. He is going to take legal charge of her and keep her out of the system. She will not be living with us right now. We have contacted an inpatient therapy clinic that can take her in to begin the healing process. My husband is taking leave from work and leasing a second car so he can be there as much as necessary or possible. He knows she might never consider him her father or even family, but from now on we will be her support system. She will not have to depend on a poor, overworked Child Protective Services contact, random legal guardians, or homes constantly changing. If she needs therapy, we will get it for her. If she needs a legal counsel, we will get it for her. If she needs the system, we will help her navigate it. If she wants to live with a foster family, we will support that. We will make it clear that our support is not conditioned on her playing family with us. She never has to set foot in our home if she chooses not to. We know that she might never appreciate any of it, but that is all right too. We have some savings we can use, and we are setting up a college fund for her as well. It will not make her wealthy, but we hope to be able to cover at least some expenses when the time comes. We are starting family therapy as well to begin talking to our children about the fact that they have a sister and that their father will be gone much more for a while. My husband will be starting therapy as well to work on the guilt and hurt from this whole situation. Update 2. I am not going to go into details, but kind people have reached out and offered help and advice, and I want to thank you all for that. We did not send my stepdaughter off to a mental asylum indefinitely. She was with professionals who could make an in-depth assessment of her health and outline a plan for us while starting the process. My husband was there as much as his daughter and her doctor wanted him to be. Her mother showed up. There is a criminal investigation going on, and my stepdaughter has, with the help of her therapist, testified. We are so proud of her and hope this can be a stepping stone for her to move forward. She lives with us now, and we are working closely with professionals on how to make it work. It is not perfect, it is not easy, and it is not fun, but it is not something we would change. And I cannot believe I have to say this, but yes, we asked her what she wanted all the way through this. We have not forced her to do anything. Update 3. Last September, I turned to Reddit after having an argument with my husband. We found ourselves in a difficult situation after it came to light that his daughter from a previous relationship had been sexually abused and her mother disappeared. A lot of people weighed in and reached out, and I got some very different perspectives on the whole thing. This is mostly a good update, but there are obviously a lot of bad things popping up along the way. I cannot believe I have to spell this out, but we have spoken with my stepdaughter, we will call her Anne, about every step of the way, what she wanted, how we could make it work. And yes, we have spent a lot of money on this. Thankfully, we were in a decent place financially, and my in-laws have been helping out as well. I guess bad news first. Her mother and her boyfriend showed up eventually, and there is a trial in the works. I cannot say too much, but I honestly think my husband was ready to go to jail for murder at several points. Anne testified. My husband was and is there with her permission. Anne's therapist alerted us and the police that he suspected she had been drugged on some occasions, based on the things they talked about. My husband came home from that meeting and started researching how to get a gun. Unfortunately, there is no real chance of her mother and boyfriend going to jail nearly as long as they deserve, which is forever in my opinion, but they will most likely get some jail time at least. Therapy is going well, all in all. Anne's therapist has facilitated some sessions between Anne and my husband, which have been tough for both of them. A lot of things were said. As the title says, Anne lives with us and has since she felt ready to, after being in inpatient care for a few weeks. We cleared out the office and got the biggest lock we could find for her door. It is symbolic mostly, but she can lock that door as much as she wants, on her terms. We only ask that she keep it fairly clean and no smoking or drugs. She is welcome at all meals but not forced, and I always make enough so that she can have it later if she wants. We did not see much of her in the first months, which was pretty much expected from what we were told by our family therapist. One of us is always home and available. My husband got more work from home days, so we can make it work. We do not force her to interact with her step-siblings, but she is mostly neutral towards them. We have implemented a no touching others without asking permission rule, and sometimes the kids slip up and forget in the heat of the moment, but she has taken it super well so far. A few weeks back, our boy ran over to the television while she was watching something and demanded I put on his favorite show. I told him no, Anne is using the television and he has to wait his turn. Without any prompting, Anne told him it was okay, switched over, and watched an episode with him. He was ecstatic and demanded another episode, which they watched before I pried him off the couch so she could watch her thing. I thanked her and assured her that she was free to say no in the future, and she said she did not mind really. So yeah, she is not skipping school more than other teenagers. I know she has some Snapchat streak with some of the girls in her class that they do every day, saving up for a new iPhone, stuff like that. Again, I am not including all the details of our lives, obviously. There are bad days and fights and yelling too, but I am cautiously optimistic that Anne is going to turn out all right in the end. She is still not calling my husband dad and probably never will, but that is fine. We just want her to be able to live her life the best she can. Ginger Anarchy said, I understand why they got flack for the inpatient care, but given the years of neglect from OP's husband and the level of abuse she endured, it was probably the best choice to go through that before bringing her into a new home with a family she has every reason to resent. The fact that he took time off work to be near the facility and show her that he was making an effort probably helped ease the transition as well. Safe Gazelle said, glad OP did not listen to Reddit's insane advice, and he has no relationship with the child. Yeah, because he did not try to build one. But let us doom a 13-year-old for life because she understandably does not really like him. Protecting the husband is the priority after all. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, My mom wants to invite my ex whom I cheated on to my wedding. My fiance is absolutely furious. I am a 28-year-old man who was a terrible person in the past, but I have moved on from that. I used to drink a lot and cheated on my ex-girlfriend, who is 27, countless times during our 3-year relationship. I don't know how she stayed with me for so long. One day, she found out I was cheating again and broke up with me, which I don't blame her for. My family cut me off, which was heartbreaking. I eventually improved myself, went to therapy, and apologized to my family. We reconciled. I found out my mother and my ex-girlfriend were still in contact, which I didn't mind. They were close even when I was with her. My family invites my ex to family gatherings because her family is, let's say, not that good. I don't care. We are civil and don't interact much. Eventually, I met a new girl, 28, and 1 year later, I am engaged to her. She knows how I was in the past, as I told her. We are planning a wedding to host only close friends and family. Then the problem arose. My mother, who is close with my ex, wants to invite her to the wedding and my fiance is absolutely furious. The reason my mother gives is that it is a family event. Honestly, I don't want my ex to be at my wedding either. I called her fiance to talk about it and she said the same thing. She doesn't want my ex there, but my mother is insisting, which is infuriating. My mother is still saying she won't come if my ex isn't invited and my fiance has had arguments with her. I am seriously thinking of not inviting my mother at all, but if she doesn't come, I am afraid I might be cut off from my family again. This is so infuriating. Update. Honestly, I got overwhelmed with the responses. Thank you to everyone who replied. As most of you said, I grew a spine and talked to my mother with my fiance and me sitting down. She wouldn't drop it, saying she doesn't like my fiance, so my fiance yelled at her. Now, she's not coming to my wedding anymore. I sent a message to all the wedding guests explaining the situation, that my mother wants to invite my ex to the wedding and basically most of them are on my side. Those who said I am ungrateful are uninvited and blocked. My brother, 34, called me to say I did the right thing, which was a relief. Going forward, I will probably go low contact with my mother. My ex called me. My fiance and I talked to her on speakerphone. She apologized and said she told my mother no and won't change her mind. I said okay, and of course, she is not invited. My father said he's not coming either if his wife isn't coming, which is understandable. So the wedding will actually be small with 50 people, but the planned reception is huge, with 150 people, which my father and my father-in-law are throwing on my behalf. My mother will be there, so there might be drama. Edit. I should have added that my father and father-in-law are hosting the reception together. I will have security at the wedding just in case. Update 2. I had a talk with my father-in-law and fiancé about the whole situation, and my father-in-law will be covering the cost of the reception by himself. I offered him some money, but he refused, saying I am like his son, which made me tear up. My father and father-in-law had a shouting match on the phone about it, so my father and mother are not coming to the reception anymore. My fiancé is happy, and I am glad that our wedding and reception are going to be drama-free. We will definitely have security there, but it's going to be hard to explain to everyone what happened. Many people are probably going to bail out of the wedding. I haven't talked to my parents since, and I will probably contact my father after the wedding and reception are over. Last night, to be honest, I cried like a baby because my mother and father won't be there, but my fiancée comforted me. She is probably the most amazing woman I've met. I can't wait to spend my life with her. Also, I failed my PhD exam. The results came a few hours ago, but I'm going to try again later, I guess. Going forward, I'm probably going to be low contact with my father and have no contact with my mother. Update 3. Yesterday I got married. It was the happiest day of my life, but it still hurt not having my parents there. I never thought they would go this far against me. They didn't even come to the reception. Honestly, I cried after the reception, but my fiancé was understanding and comforted me. I couldn't have asked for a better partner than her. My ex sent a message of congratulations after the wedding, and I replied with a thank you. I still haven't contacted my parents, but my father sent an air fryer as a wedding gift to my address. It's just an appliance, so I'll use it. The reception was awesome too. Thank you all for your wonderful comments, support, and suggestions. Sometimes I think I don't deserve all this because of how terrible I was in the past, but people can change. If you've done something wrong before, don't let it define you. Keep it in mind, learn from it, and move on. You can change. Tony164 said, after missing her son's wedding, even the ex is distancing herself from the mother. Now, her relationship with OP, his wife, and any future children they may have will always be strained. Coming in the Nile said, I don't know what games the mother is playing here, but they are all stupid ones. To this comment, user Snoo said, she wants control because she doesn't like her daughter-in-law. Just wait until OP has children and his mother doesn't get to see them. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Super Donut. The post is titled, I don't let my roommate's boyfriend shower at our place anymore. I, 21 female, live in a 2-bedroom flat with my roommate, 22 female. We have lived together for a little over a year and mostly things have been fine. We split rent and bills evenly and were friendly, though not super close. We respect each other's space and it's been good up until recently. About 6 months ago, she started dating this guy, 24 male. He was around once or twice a week at first, but now he's here constantly, literally sleeps over 5 to 6 nights a week, sometimes for full weeks in a row. He's not on the lease, doesn't pay rent, doesn't bring groceries, and doesn't help with anything at all. I have never said much because I get it. He's her boyfriend and I didn't want to start drama, but what's been bothering me lately is the shower situation. He showers all the time, at least twice a day, sometimes more. Every single time he uses my shampoo, conditioner, face wash, razor, and deodorant. Yes, I noticed. I didn't say anything the first few times because I thought maybe she let him borrow something once, but this is ongoing now. I've moved all my things into my room and carry them back and forth like I'm at camp. I brought it up to my roommate a while ago and she just said he probably didn't realize, but didn't do anything about it. Last week, I finally said something more direct and told her I wasn't comfortable with him constantly showering here, especially since he doesn't live here, doesn't contribute anything, and uses my stuff. I told her I would feel differently if he at least bought his own things or chipped in somehow. She got really annoyed and said he doesn't have any money right now, so it's not like he can buy his own things, and said I was being cold and controlling. She told me I was overreacting and that it's just hygiene. I snapped and said it's not about hygiene, it's about boundaries and respect. For what it's worth, I wouldn't even have minded grabbing him some basics if she had just asked, but she didn't and neither did he. They just assumed I would be fine with it. Honestly, I don't even really like him. He's not awful, just kind of moochy and not self-aware at all. So maybe I'm being harsh because I already find him annoying. Now, my roommate is barely speaking to me and told one of our mutual friends that I'm being weirdly territorial and passive-aggressive over a guy taking a quick shower. I don't know. Part of me feels bad because he is broke and maybe I'm being too harsh, but I also feel like I'm being walked over in my own home. I just need unbiased advice. So am I the one in the wrong? Update. So I ended up having another conversation with my roommate after she got home, mostly because I couldn't keep walking around like everything was fine when it really wasn't. The comments I read on my previous post helped me come to that conclusion. I told her as calmly as I could that this situation was seriously getting to me. I understand that she's in love, but I'm not just some side character in her life who has to deal with her boyfriend constantly being in our home. I told her flat out that it's been months now of him basically living here. Eating, showering, lounging around, sleeping over 5 or 6 nights a week, and that it's crossing the line. She just blinked at me and said I was being heartless. She literally said those exact words, telling me I had no compassion for her relationship or for him, or for the fact that he barely has any money and needed somewhere to stay and food to eat. She accused me of being dramatic and of caring more about my shampoo than about the person who means the world to her. I just snapped. I told her it wasn't about the shampoo. It's about the fact that her boyfriend, who doesn't pay rent, doesn't contribute to bills, and isn't even on the lease, has been using all of my personal stuff for months without asking. Seriously, not once did either of them ask. He just started helping himself to my shampoo, conditioner, razor, face wash, and deodorant as if I'm running a free hotel and he's a guest. And the worst part is, he barely even talks to me. This man has been living in my space for months, and we've maybe had 2 conversations ever. Half the time, he doesn't even say hi when he walks in, just walks straight past me and hops in the shower with my products like it's no big deal. I can't believe I've put up with it for this long. I told her that if either of them had just asked once, I probably would have been fine with it. I get that he's broke and times are hard. I would have even offered to buy him a few basics if he was short on cash, but no one said anything. They just silently decided it was okay for him to mooch off me, my stuff, and my space, and that I don't get a say in any of it. She got super defensive, arms crossed, and full of attitude, and said something like, "Well, he's my boyfriend and I'm allowed to have him over. It's my home too." I said, yes, you are allowed to have him over, but let's not pretend he's just here sometimes. He's always here. He's been here more nights than not for the past few months, and even when he's not sleeping over, he's still around. He's basically moved in without actually moving in, and if he's going to act like he lives here, then he needs to contribute like he lives here. She just rolled her eyes and said, "Get used to it. He's my boyfriend, and as I said before, he has barely any money, so wouldn't be able to contribute anything." That was it for me. I've been patient, I've tried to be understanding, I've given them the benefit of the doubt over and over again, but at this point, I feel completely disrespected and walked over in my own home. I've realized I'm not overreacting, I'm simply reacting to months of not being heard and being treated like I don't matter. I'm calling our landlord tomorrow morning. I'm going to explain that this guy has effectively moved in. He's been staying here for weeks on end, using the amenities, taking up space, and not paying a single penny toward rent or bills. If he's going to keep staying here, he needs to start paying his share. I didn't want it to come to this, but I'm not going to keep carrying the weight of a third person in this flat just because my roommate is in a relationship. She made it clear she's not going to do anything about it, so now I have to. Thank you for your responses on the previous post. They really helped me come to terms with the situation. Update 2, thank you all for your help and comments on my previous posts. And yes, as you can tell, I have taken on board the advice about paragraphs and capitalization. Sorry, I was just so used to typing with no capitals and totally forgot about paragraphs in the stress of writing everything out. I appreciate everyone who took the time to comment. Honestly, it made me feel so much less crazy about all of this. As I said I would, this morning I spoke to my landlord. I was really anxious before calling because I didn't want it to seem like I was tattling or trying to blow things up, but I also knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. He picked up quickly and was actually very calm and professional. I explained the situation clearly and fairly and told him my roommate's boyfriend has been staying over 5 or 6 nights a week, sometimes more, using all of our utilities, taking over our shared space, and even using my personal things as if it's all free, despite not paying a single penny toward rent, bills, or any shopping. The landlord paused for a moment and then said it wasn't okay. He explained that technically under the lease, guests are allowed for short stays, like the occasional overnight or a weekend. But he stressed that's very different from someone effectively living in the flat. If someone is staying over more than a couple of nights a week on a consistent basis, that counts as an unofficial tenant. He said if my roommate wants him there full time, he needs to be added to the lease and must start contributing to rent and bills immediately. Otherwise, her boyfriend will have to seriously cut back on how often he's there. And if my roommate refuses to cooperate or tries to keep things as they are, it could result in her being in breach of the lease agreement. He said she could face consequences, including possible eviction if this continues without resolution. That honestly shook me a little, but also validated that I'm not overreacting. Now onto the more awkward part. A few hours ago, around 5 p.m., her boyfriend showed up again. As he came in and went to walk past me like usual, I stopped him and said I needed to talk. He looked caught off guard and gave me that fake, confused about what expression, but I stood firm and said I just needed to clear the air. I told him I'd noticed he's been staying constantly and using all my stuff. My shampoo, face wash, razor. Yes, I got a new razor the same day I noticed. Deodorant, all of it, without ever asking. I said I was really uncomfortable with it, especially since he's not on the lease or contributing anything. He got defensive. He didn't yell, but his tone turned snappy and guilt-trippy. He said he was sorry he didn't have somewhere else to go and that he was in a dark place. He said he wasn't trying to make my life hard, he was just trying to survive. Then he launched into a monologue about being unemployed, struggling with his mental health, how his family all cut him off, and he can barely afford food, let alone shampoo. He said my attitude was another example of people turning their backs on someone already at rock bottom. He even asked if I thought he wanted to be in this position or felt good about how he's living, like I was supposed to feel guilty for bringing it up. I stayed calm and told him I wasn't trying to kick him while he's down. If he had just asked me, I probably would have said yes and might have even bought him some basics. But he didn't ask. He just helped himself like it was owed to him. He didn't have much of a response except to shrug and mutter that he didn't think it was a big deal and my roommate told him it was fine. I said it is a big deal to me. This is my home too, and he's been treating it like a free house he's allowed to live in, and that's not sustainable anymore. I told him my landlord is getting involved and things must change. Either he gets added to the lease and starts paying his share, or he stops staying over all the time. If that doesn't happen, my roommate could end up being evicted. He got quiet after that, gave me an annoyed, half-hearted apology, and went into her room. Honestly, I think he was more embarrassed than anything, but I'm not backing down because I've done my part and been patient. I've communicated like an adult, so what happens next is on them. No word yet from my roommate after her conversation with the landlord, which I assume happened as my landlord usually follows through. She still hasn't come home, which makes me think she's furious. That said, I'm done prioritizing her comfort over my own peace of mind. I've been more than fair. I'll update again if and when my roommate says anything to me. Also, I have officially locked away my shower items and the snacks that I bought with my own money. I went to Argos this morning and got a lockable storage box that I slid under my bed as some of you suggested. I made a unique 4-digit code for it too, so hopefully my roommate's boyfriend won't go so far as to try snooping through a locked box. Update 3, I'm hoping this will all blow over soon, as confrontation is not my thing in general, and this is a situation I really don't want to be in. I don't want to be the reason someone who is already struggling ends up on the streets. Before I get into the latest update, I noticed someone asked why I didn't just ask my roommate why her boyfriend doesn't use her things. The answer is, he already does. He uses both of our stuff whenever he feels like it, but for some reason, it's mostly mine that he grabs. Anyway, my roommate came home about an hour ago, just before noon, and it was obvious from the second she walked through the door that she was furious. She slammed the front door, slammed her keys a little too hard onto the side table, and threw her bag down. I was in the living room at the time, and the energy shift was instant. I waited a moment, then came out, said hello, and asked as gently as I could if everything was okay. She didn't answer right away, she just stood there with her jaw clenched before blurting out that she couldn't believe I actually called our landlord, then asked me why I was being so dramatic. I stayed calm and said I'd already told her I would if nothing changed and that I wasn't going behind her back. She gave a bitter laugh and said something along the lines of, "Yeah, well, now thanks to that, our landlord told me in no uncertain terms that boyfriend is not allowed to stay more than 2 nights a week anymore unless he starts paying rent." She was absolutely livid. She asked me if I even understood what that meant. She told me he literally has nowhere else to go right now, and he's been staying here because he doesn't have a home, not because they were trying to take advantage of me. She kept saying he was struggling and had no money to pay rent or bills, and now what? Was he just supposed to wander around in the cold at night and freeze, while I, and I quote, "sleep soundly knowing your shampoo's safe and sound"? That last line was so sarcastic it would have been funny if it wasn't so frustrating and guilt-tripping. I took a deep breath and said it was not about the shampoo, it was about the fact that he has been here constantly, literally living here, without ever being asked to contribute anything, and has barely acknowledged me at all. I mentioned that I'd tried to talk to her about it twice, and she blew it off both times. What else was I supposed to do? She crossed her arms and looked at me like I was the most cold-hearted person alive. She told me he's her boyfriend, and of course she would want him here, that he's going through so much and now I've made him feel completely unwelcome. She said his family cut him off one day for no reason and all his friends had stopped talking to him and apparently treated him awfully, which in my opinion is ironic, but maybe that's just me. Apparently, he called her after I confronted him earlier and told her he was going to stay at a friend's place tonight, and he sounded like he was about to cry before he hung up the phone. Then she said this was just another example of people not caring about him when he needs it most. I literally didn't even hear him leave, so he must have crept out. I could feel the guilt tripping in every word, but honestly, I'm done letting it work on me. I said I was sorry he's going through a rough time, but this is my home too. I pay rent, I pay bills, I keep this place going just like she does. I'm not an extra in her relationship. She brought someone into this space without asking, let him treat it like it was his, and didn't lift a finger when it started affecting me. That's not okay. She went quiet at that, still clearly annoyed, but with nothing left to say, that wouldn't sound like more of the same. After a few seconds, she just said, "I hope you're happy," and walked into her room, slamming the door behind her. I'm not happy, I didn't want it to come to this, but I'm also not sorry. I've been way more patient than I should have been, and I've tried to handle this like an adult. I don't think her boyfriend feeling unwelcome is because I'm cruel. It's because they both acted like the rules didn't apply to them, and that's not my fault. So I guess this is where things stand for now. Tense, awkward, and probably about to get worse before they get better. But I feel like I can finally see the horizon of no more stolen shampoo, and hopefully this will all be over soon. Thank you for all your comments, they mean a lot to me. Update 4. I just wanted to say thank you again for the incredible support, advice, and unbiased opinions you've given me throughout this whole messy time. I've read every single comment on my last few posts, and it's been genuinely eye-opening in a beautiful way to realize how many people are willing to offer advice when my head was spinning. So it's been tense but quiet since my last post. My roommate has barely spoken to me, and things have mostly been awkward silence or heavy sighs. I've kept my boundaries up and stayed polite, but we both clearly needed space. Yesterday, my roommate and her boyfriend had a huge argument. I wasn't eavesdropping, but it was loud enough that I couldn't help but hear since our walls are thin and they were yelling. He was accusing her of being a bad girlfriend for not sticking up for him when I spoke to our landlord or when I raised the issue. He actually said she let me humiliate him and didn't defend him, and claimed I made him look pathetic. He went full guilt trip, saying she'd betrayed him, that real partners protect each other, and that he felt humiliated and abandoned. It was like watching someone weaponize hurt feelings to control the narrative. She was crying and trying to explain, but he kept cutting her off, and suddenly he slammed the door and stormed out. She left shortly after. I thought that was probably the end of the drama for the night. I genuinely felt bad for her in that moment. But then at around 2 a.m., she came stumbling in tipsy and immediately started shouting at me. She slurred that I was just jealous and mad because I don't have a boyfriend, which honestly couldn't be further from the truth, considering her boyfriend seemed so cruel and manipulative towards her. Then she said I can't stand seeing her happy, so I ruined things for her, and called me bitter and pathetic. She accused me of sabotaging her relationship because I'm lonely. I just sat there stunned. She then stomped off to her room and passed out cold. This morning, I woke up to find her at the kitchen table looking rough. She was clearly feeling hungover and low. She mumbled that she doesn't know what to think anymore and wonders if her boyfriend is only with her for her money. I genuinely tried to be kind because it must be a tough situation. I told her I was sorry she felt that way and that she deserves better if that's how she feels. For a moment, I thought we were having a real conversation, but then she looked me in the eye and said literally, "This is your fault." My jaw dropped. I said, "Excuse me?" and she repeated herself. She told me if I hadn't blown everything out of proportion and gone to our landlord, none of this would have happened and her boyfriend wouldn't be angry. She said I ruined everything. At that moment, I realized this just isn't fair. I've been nothing but fair. I have tried so hard to set boundaries respectfully, communicate like an adult, and avoid drama. I've gone out of my way to make this place livable, yet I'm now being blamed for everything. Her boyfriend treated the flat like a free hotel, and she's too deep in to see it. Now I'm being guilt-tripped for standing up for myself. Which brings me to the next part of this post. Our lease is up for renewal on August 1st. The landlord emailed us both yesterday with a standard renewal reminder and asked us to let him know by July 1st if we intend to stay, so he has time to prep paperwork or list the flat. I've thought long and hard, and I've decided I do not want to live with her anymore. Even if her boyfriend disappeared tomorrow, the trust and respect are gone, and my sense of comfort at home is hanging by a thread. I won't be renewing my half. Whether I find a new place alone or with someone else, I'm not staying here. I haven't told her yet because I'm not in the mood to get screamed at again, but I'll be giving proper notice soon and reaching out to the landlord to clarify the process. I'll handle it properly and respectfully, but I know for certain that I am done living here. I have mentally committed, and this weekend I'm going to start looking for a new flat or house share. I'm equal parts nervous and excited. Nervous because the current location is good and the rent, though not cheap, is reasonable for what it is. I know I might not get so lucky again, especially solo, but I'd rather pay a bit more than keep sacrificing my sanity. If anyone has any tips or suggestions for websites for flat shares or house shares in the UK, I would massively appreciate them. I'm using Spare Room, Rightmove, Open Rent, RoomGo, and a few local Facebook groups I'm cautiously checking out. Also, has anyone had better luck finding a place as a group of renters signing together rather than joining an existing house share? I'd love to hear about your experiences, good or bad. It's sad that it came to this because this flat could have been a dream, but I know I'm making the right decision. I deserve a place that feels like mine, or at least one where I'm not constantly being pushed out emotionally. So, wish me luck. And if anyone knows of a spare room in a chill flat with non-toxic housemates and respected boundaries, feel free to manifest it into the universe for me. Thank you to everyone who's commented and supported me through this absolutely bonkers situation. You've made me feel sane and reminded me that I deserve to feel safe, respected, and comfortable in my own home. Update 5. If you've been following any of my previous posts, you'll know it's been a tense, chaotic, and honestly emotionally exhausting time dealing with my roommate and her boyfriend essentially living rent-free in my flat, while I've slowly been pushed out of my own space and lost my sanity. The messages and comments you have left me throughout have genuinely meant so much to me. A lot has happened in the last 2 weeks, and I wanted to update you properly. Things have continued to be awkward. Very, very painfully awkward. Since my last last post where my roommate drunkenly accused me of sabotaging her relationship and said everything was my fault, she's barely spoken a word to me. I think we've exchanged at maybe 2 sentences since then, and both were just about household things like, "Have you seen the post?" or "The boiler man's coming on Thursday." Her boyfriend has still been around, despite everything that was said. Not as much as before, since they're definitely trying to keep it under the radar now that the landlord's aware. She is clearly choosing to keep him in her life, and that's her decision, but I can't pretend it doesn't suck to come home and feel that constant tension in the air. To be fair, he hasn't touched any of my things since the confrontation, probably out of shame or fear I'll report him again, but the atmosphere hasn't improved. She still looks at me like I'm the villain in her love story, and I'm honestly just so tired of being cast in that role. Now here's where things actually improve. After I gave notice to my landlord that I wouldn't be renewing the lease, he asked if I was planning on staying in the area, and I said yes. I've been flat hunting nonstop online, but nothing quite felt right. A few days after my last post, I was reading through the comments and a few people suggested I ask the landlord if there were any other units available in the same building. Honestly, I hadn't even thought of that. I just assumed everything around here was taken, but I figured I had nothing to lose by asking. So I emailed him, just casually saying that before I committed to moving out of the building entirely, I wanted to check if any other units would be available soon. He replied the next day saying one of the flats just upstairs, literally 1 floor above us, was going to be vacant from mid-July. Same layout, same rent, same everything, but slightly newer kitchen fittings and a nicer view. He even offered me a first viewing since I'm a current tenant and have always paid rent on time. I was honestly stunned. Same building, same landlord, same floor plan, and no dramatic roommate. Sign me up. I viewed the new unit last week. It's still a 2-bedroom, which works perfectly because my friend, who I've known since 6th form and who's been looking to move out of her current house share, is trying to move around the same time. We caught up to talk about it and realized our timelines lined up pretty much perfectly. She came to view it with me the second time around and loved it. We signed the lease together this past Wednesday, and we officially get the keys on July 17th. Now here's the cherry on top. My current roommate isn't renewing her lease either. Apparently, after all the landlord stuff happened, she decided she doesn't want to stay in the building anymore. I'm guessing she doesn't want to be under the same roof as me. She mentioned in passing that she's moving somewhere with fewer rules, whatever that means. So as it stands, she's moving out, I'm moving into a new unit 1 floor up, and will no longer be flatmates. I haven't told her where I'm moving yet. I didn't lie, but I also didn't feel like I owed her an explanation. When she asked if I'd found anywhere yet, I just said I'd sorted it with the landlord and left it at that. If she finds out I'm literally upstairs, that might be slightly awkward. Just to paint a realistic picture for anyone reading who's UK based or curious, here's how the process is working. I formally gave my 30 days notice in writing to the landlord as soon as I decided not to renew. He accepted it and noted my tenancy ends on July 31st. The landlord already knows me and I've always paid rent on time, so getting the new lease was smooth. No agency faff this time, which I'm so grateful for. It was just a standard credit check and ID confirmation. Since it's the same landlord and he uses a registered deposit scheme, he's allowing the deposit from this unit to be rolled over into the new flat pending an inspection of my current one. So if I leave this place in good condition, I won't have to pay another full deposit. We get the keys to the new flat on July 17th, even though this lease ends on the 31st, giving me 2 full weeks to move gradually, clean, and avoid a stress meltdown. My dad even offered to come up with his car and help with the heavier stuff. My friend's lease ends around the same time, so we'll be moving in together over that weekend. I've already sorted council tax and utilities with the landlord. He'll notify the local council, and we just need to set up the new water, electric, and internet accounts from the 17th. We'll split costs 50-50, exactly as I always hoped. Honestly, I feel so thankful. Knowing I won't have to be in a flat where I'm constantly tiptoeing around a very moody roommate and her hobosexual boyfriend is such a relief. I'm excited excited to decorate a new space and set new boundaries from day one. My friend and I have already talked openly about how we want to divide shared costs, and it all feels normal. I could actually cry at the idea of normal. So now I'm prepping for the move, starting to box up non-essentials, deep cleaning little bits each day, and honestly enjoying the idea of creating a new home from scratch. I've started making Pinterest boards for our new living room and my bedroom. I'll probably do a little post-move update once we're in and settled. Thank you to every single person who has read, commented, messaged, or just rooted for me in the background. I owe you all a virtual hug. Valrona said, it felt like OP could have tolerated the situation if the roommate's boyfriend had at least said, hey, what's up? And thanked her for letting him stay over. But he treated OP as poorly as he treated everyone else in his life who had already disowned him, making OP too uncomfortable to continue living like that. For a hobosexual, he really needs to learn some basic manners. The roommate seemed to be literally suffering from cognitive dissonance. She wanted to believe her foolish partner, but also felt like he was taking advantage of her. It was easiest for her to lash out at OP. Was the roommate feeding him or paying for his food? That is something OP hardly mentioned. The cost of shampoo is insignificant compared to someone consuming all of your eggs or using all of your bread. Daily Dad Joke said, she lost me at he's using her razor. That's foul. This story was posted by a user named Warrior Woman in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I called my coworker creepy and gross, which I got him in trouble. I am 23 years old, female, and I started this job a few months ago. I am the only woman in our department of about 30 people. There is one man in his 50s who has been telling me about all the younger women he has slept with and making insinuations towards me. He kept telling me how he pleasures women. I tried to be nice and ignore it. I even said I was not interested, but he just kept going. Finally, I lost my patience and snapped at him. I told him he was creepy and gross and that I was never going to be interested in some old man 30 years my senior. Management overheard and pulled me aside to find out what had happened. I told them about his comments to me, and he was written up for sexual harassment. This is his second write-up. The first was for injuring someone. He had been at this job a lot longer than me, and now half the department is angry with me because he is about to be fired and they think it is my fault. The other half are on my side. They said I did not have to be such a bitch about it, that he is like that with girls he finds attractive and I should be flattered, and that I should not have yelled at him because now management is involved. Work is really uncomfortable now because half our department does not want to work with me. They are also upset that all of us have to go to sensitivity training now. Thank you for all the support. I am going to keep in mind what everyone is saying, and I will not tolerate being bullied. Just as a clarification, Mr. Creep's first write-up was for injuring someone. He was pushing a large server enclosure too fast, not watching where he was going, and ran over someone, injuring them. Update. For those who want to know the timeline, this happened on Monday. The case went up to legal. I had a meeting with the department head about this and told him about the retaliation. He addressed the department. Mr. Creep was told not to return on Monday. HR came back with the decision to fire him. Update 2. I went to my boss about the retaliation and he said he would address it. A meeting was called and I was taken into the boss's office while they met with everyone else. He made it clear how things were going to be from now on. After the meeting, the responses I received were mixed. Some of the team leads outright stated that they did not want me on their team. I was told things like, if you did not want to be objectified, you should not have been a model. I did some modeling work in college for money, and have you tried looking less attractive to dissuade them? One man got particularly upset and told me it was just locker room talk. Men do this. Everything was fine before you got here, but now everyone has to walk on eggshells to avoid offending the girl. If you cannot handle the way men talk, maybe you should teach kindergarten. There was also some genuine sympathy for me. 2 co-workers confided that they are gay and are afraid to speak about it. We were all required to attend a seminar about diversity, prejudice, and sexual harassment. There was plenty of eye-rolling and groaning. As it turns out, this issue is much bigger than me. Upper management was not satisfied with my boss's predecessor or the department, and my boss was hired to make significant changes. Apparently, I had just volunteered to be part of that change. Many things did not meet his standards. A lot of people who have been with the company for a long time are unhappy that none of them were promoted to department head, and because things are being done differently now that my boss is making changes. He has been busy assembling his own team, loyal to him, since many of the longtime employees do not agree with the new agenda. I am a part of my boss's new younger team. This is another reason for the hostility towards me. My boss has been looking for reasons to remove many of the longer tenured staff. The man who was harassing me was among them. He is now gone. Management decided he was too much of a liability because of this incident and the injury he caused through negligence. They gave him his last week so he could leave with a paycheck from a full pay period as a courtesy. A few of the team leads said they did not want me on their team because I cannot get along with the men. My current team lead volunteered to have me on his team and has been the one telling me about all the workplace politics. My boss called me in for a meeting to see how I was doing and if I was being bothered. He asked me to be patient and to bear with him because he wants to make big changes and wants me to be a part of that effort. He said before he can let many of these people go, he must first bring in and retain their replacements. If I stay, he will need new team leads and I could become one. For now, I am going to stick with it and support my boss, as he seems to genuinely want to keep me. I have seen some comments about age discrimination, so let me clarify a few things. First, when I say older, I'm referring to the length of time they have worked here compared to my boss's start date. Although he is hiring mostly younger people, it is because we have more up-to-date training. Second, while it is true that many people being considered for termination have been here longer, there are some who have not, and it is not about age. The people being let go either have a bad attitude, refuse to adapt to the changes, or have outdated skills. Third, all terminations must be approved by HR. User Hyena Straight said, one of my biggest supporters as a woman was an older man who was not my direct supervisor but was 2 levels above the person I reported to. He overheard his own peers speaking about me in a rather disgusting way and reported it himself to HR. I was called in completely blindsided, but I had experienced incidents I was not comfortable with and at the time did not know were serious enough to report. After speaking with me, everything exploded. Something similar to what happened with OP occurred. I stayed and was happy, but there was still some attitude and coldness directed toward me. Whatever the case, it did not affect my work performance. Things came to a head when I was required to go on this strange team building, personal improvement, and development weekend away. During a workshop, I asked one of the men who had a daughter my age how he would feel if his coworkers spoke about her and having sex with her the way they did about me. He insisted they never would. I asked if he was absolutely sure of that, because if they would risk being fired to say such things about an employee, why would they not talk about his daughter when they could not be fired for it? I mentioned noticing what she wears to the Christmas party and how his colleagues look at her. I challenged him to say with certainty that his co-workers had never discussed her body or appearance, at least when he had left the room. He could not answer. That was what made it finally sink in for those older men. The things said about me were not just locker room talk. It was being vile for no reason other than that they could be. It was pathetic that it had to be related to their own children and how upset they would feel if I were their child, for them to finally realize I am just as human and just as deserving of respect, and that I should not have my boss's friends and my superiors talk about having sex with me on my work desk. The man who reported it rose as high as he could in the company here and then joined the main headquarters in Japan. It was truly well deserved. This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named CCBoy. The post is titled, "My boyfriend of 8 months is starting to police my eating habits and I'm tired of it." For the record, I am a small-framed, visibly muscular woman who is 5 feet 4 inches tall. My weight fluctuates between 128 and 135 pounds. My boyfriend has always teased me and encouraged me to eat more, but it was always playful before. I used to tease him about his enormous portion sizes. Seriously, where does it go? Because I had to start making date night dinners that should serve 4 people. To be clear, he constantly underestimates his own calories and is often shocked when reading nutritional information. I do not know where he got the idea that he is knowledgeable enough to judge what I am eating, but there you have it. Lately, he has become very fixated on the idea that I am going to start starving myself without his guidance. I do not have a big sweet tooth. I do not snack regularly. I usually eat only half my restaurant entrees. I am a lightweight with alcohol, and I prefer a light lunch. These are all things he has started to criticize regularly. I want everyone to understand I am really not depriving myself. I do not go hungry, I just do not enjoy stuffing myself. He does not listen when I tell him that forcing snacks on me constantly is ruining my appetite. Yesterday, we woke up late and I knew we were going out to lunch, so I only had one slice of thick brioche French toast, half a peach, and 2 slices of summer sausage. He had 5 slices of French toast with all the toppings and whipped cream, 1.5 peaches, the rest of the summer sausage, and an egg. I ended up eating a 3rd slice of his summer sausage, dipped in his egg, just to get him to stop nagging me. He still made 2 more comments about how little I ate before lunch. Then at lunch, he found new things to fight about. He did not want me to order plain iced tea or a diet soda. I do not like overly sweet drinks. He did not want me to order an entree salad with ranch, bacon, avocado, egg, and so on. We negotiated my lunch down to a breadstick, a side salad with added avocado, and 2 slices of pizza that he nagged me to finish until his father finally told him to stop because he did not want me to be too full for gelato later. The whole meal was pretty embarrassing for me. Of course, my boyfriend was not happy that I wanted a small gelato in a cup instead of a cone since I do not have much of a sweet tooth. We knew we would have a late dinner, so we stopped at a gas station that evening to get him a snack. I just wanted water, but I picked up a small package of corn nuts, hoping to make him happy, and we still had a minor argument, so I picked up some candy too. He claimed we were disagreeing because I was irritable from hunger. For dinner, we picked up food at a buffet-style restaurant that charges you by the weight of your to-go container. He decided I had to use a medium container instead of a small one. I filled the difference with various salads, but also included a very rich macaroni and cheese and some fried foods. He was bothered by the small portions I was serving myself, though I was taking more varieties than him. Think of it as a sample platter. My container was full. This is where we had our first real fight about my eating habits. He made a 3rd container of food just to make sure I ate enough when we got home. The restaurant is not cheap. I refused to back down on not spending a bunch of money on food that we would just end up picking at and throwing away. A lot of the foods he chose are things I do not like reheated. We have been working hard on being more frugal together lately, so I was really upset when he ignored me and paid for the extra food anyway. In the car on the way home, the argument continued until he became very frustrated and teared up as he shouted, "I work so hard to take care of you and you are always fighting me to hurt yourself." He then gave me a long, condescending guilt trip. I was truly enraged. When we got home, dinner went cold while we argued with each other using Google about how calories, protein, sugar, my body mass index, all of it really work. No matter what I showed him, he insisted that he did not feel like I eat enough because muscle weighs more than fat, so you are actually underweight and hiding it by lifting weights. I did not even know how to respond to that, so I just left and went home. He texted me 12 times because I left the now cold dinner at his place. I ignored him while I made my own food, but finally responded to tell him I was eating something else. He asked me to text him a picture of my food. I did not respond, and he sent me another 3 messages. This morning, he texted to ask if he could bring me breakfast. I said no. I am confused and annoyed. I am not really sure how we can resolve this. Update. In case anyone is wondering, it turns out that my now ex-boyfriend's mother and 2 sisters had convinced him that I had some kind of eating disorder, and they would nag him about it and make him feel terrible for letting me hurt myself. All 3 of them are obese, so I do not know why he placed so much value on their opinions about nutrition. I pointed this out to him, and we had a much better conversation about why he needed to stop criticizing the way I eat. He did put in a lot of effort to keep his opinions to himself, but he could never fully let go of his concern. Officially, this is not why we broke up, but it was similar to the shattering the illusion moment from How I Met Your Mother. It made me start noticing how he is quick to be arrogant, condescending, and patronizing whenever he thinks he is right, and how he blindly accepts every foolish thing his family tells him. That kind of behavior contributed to the end of our relationship. Versus said, sometimes the happy ending is that the relationship is over. Welpy said, looking back, I do not even know how she ate as much as she did on the day listed. I would be completely stuffed by lunch and would probably skip most of dinner and dessert. I already only really eat 2 meals a day, and the idea of someone trying to force me to eat more makes me feel sick. This story was posted by a deleted user in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I'm mad at my husband after he let our daughter shave her head. We have a certain tradition in my family. During the summer, all children who are 10 years old have their hair dyed, currently with a special dye that wears off after a few days. We dress in colorful clothes, decorate my grandparents' house, and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. There is cake, presents, various contests, and so on. It is a family tradition, not a matter of culture or country, and it comes from the time when one of my great-great-grandmothers lost many children before they turned 10. Well, my daughter turns 10 this year. She is one of 3 children at this age. The celebration was scheduled for August 1st. Everything was going well, she was very happy. Then I went on a business trip. When I came back, my daughter had a shaved head. Honestly, I was shocked because during this time, I did not receive any information or even a photo. I asked my husband what happened. He said that he and our daughter were watching a cartoon together and one of the characters had shaved her hair, so our daughter decided she wanted to shave hers too. He agreed. That caused a lot of drama. We had a bit of an argument, and honestly, at the time, I was more concerned that he had allowed her to shave her head on such a small impulse. But the next day, my mother came in and a conversation about the tradition began. You know, how to dye hair that does not exist. My mother suggested a wig or just painting my daughter's head, but my daughter burst into tears because she realized that she would be the only 10-year-old whose hair would not be dyed. She also refuses to go to the celebration now because it won't be the same. She is mad and my husband is furious with me, thinking the whole tradition is stupid and that it is the tradition's fault that our daughter is upset. I, on the other hand, think he was irresponsible and that he should have thought about what he was doing before he started shaving her head. Yes, my husband knows about the tradition. He has been there twice. By the way, my daughter is completely bald now. As for the question of what if one of the children does not want to dye their hair, the answer is that my brother was that child. So on the day of the celebration, he wore a rainbow wig and no one had a problem with it. The thing is, as I have already pointed out, my daughter does not want wigs or head paint. She wants dyed hair. I have noticed that many people in the comments have a strange view of this tradition, so I want to clarify something. No, we are not talking about dead children, nor is there a cemetery-like atmosphere. Although it began with many deaths, it is a celebration of life and joy. It is something like a huge birthday. That is why everyone dresses colorfully, that is why we paint ourselves and decorate our houses, and that is why children get presents. Update. So a few things have happened since yesterday, and taking advantage of the fact that it is currently 11 a.m. in my country and I am home alone, I would like to share this with you. I guess I will start by saying that many of you were right, even if you were wrong about the reasons. 3 hours after I published my first post, my husband's sister came over to pick up my daughter. I decided to take the opportunity and ask her for help, figuring she was the perfect neutral person. My husband was not happy and strongly opposed it, thinking it was unnecessary to drag this out further, but I asked his sister to talk to my daughter about what had happened anyway. She, my husband's sister, currently has a mohawk, so I asked her to simply start with hairstyles and then get to how it all started. She agreed. They returned around 11 p.m. We waited until our daughter had gone to bed, then we sat down in the kitchen and started talking. Well, my husband tried to end the conversation many times, but I finally learned this. The fact is that he and our daughter watched a cartoon where a character shaves her hair. The fact is that my daughter found it interesting, but that is where the daddy started encouraging us to do it and saying it would be great part comes in. My daughter told his sister how he convinced her that it would be more fun this way, and that this way she would be able to better play the character in their game. When my husband's sister left, we started arguing. I do not know if it is still obvious, but even as I write this, I am still upset. At first, my husband defended himself, trying to say that his sister was biased and that it was all lies and that the idea was completely our daughter's. But in the end, he told the truth. Yes, he convinced her to cut her hair. No, it was not just about a stupid tradition. It is worse. You see, before the date of the celebration was set this year, which is August 1st, my husband wanted to go on a week-long vacation to Greece. They were supposed to start on August 1st. So yes, my brilliant husband shaved our daughter's head to get back at me for taking away his vacation. He thought that this way we would avoid reuniting with my family, or at least I would feel what he felt. Yes, I also do not know whether to laugh or cry. It ended with me sleeping on the couch, him taking the bedroom, and going to work in the morning. Now our daughter is currently with my parents while I consider my next move. I do not want to argue again, but I am certainly not going to leave it like that. Edit. I appreciate all the comments, and as I wrote, our daughter is currently staying with my parents. That said, when I took her to them, we talked. The good news is that we joked a bit about the fact that at least now we do not have to comb her hair. The atmosphere was better than in recent days. Together, we found some positives in this whole situation, and using your advice, I also decided to assure her that she still looks wonderful, and that nothing that happened was her fault, and that I am not mad at her. Unfortunately, the bad news is that she is still sad. She said she still wants to have her hair dyed and that she is already starting to miss plaits. Lede Agatha Malawan said, "That is seriously messed up. The way he manipulated his daughter and then lied about it, and how shaving a woman's head is often associated with humiliation. This man has some dark places in his psyche." To this comment, User Mirror Objective said, wondering if the man had a mental breakdown or if he was just that good at masking. His sister seems normal. OP says that until now she would have called him a good husband and a good father. Their arguments seem to have been resolved in a mature manner. I guess we will never know. Alarming Instance said, "Holy fuckballs, that husband is unhinged." This next story was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I just found out that the man I'm seeing might have herpes." For some context, I got out of a 5-year abusive relationship last year. A few months ago, I decided to put myself out there again. I have not been looking for anything serious or special, just testing the waters and having fun. I also do not fall for people or get attached easily, which has not bothered me in the past. Completely out of the blue, I met Jim, and to say we clicked right away is an understatement. I have never felt better about myself or more connected to another person romantically. It has been wonderfully surreal. It is clear we have a future, and even though I am taking it day by day, I am letting myself actually enjoy this and be excited. Last night we were taking a walk and I could tell something was gnawing at him. He ended up bringing up that a woman he was seeing right before we met had contacted him a few days ago and told him that she had contracted herpes. He mentioned that he wore a condom every time they had sex and that he got tested, but that he would not get the results until later this week. I just told him that whatever the results, we would figure it out together. We have not slept together yet. Both of us want to take it slow because this means something, but now I do not know what to think. I really want to continue this, but I do not want to potentially expose myself to herpes. I really do not. Obviously, I have my hands tied until the results come in, but I was hoping that you might have some advice moving forward, particularly people who either live with a sexually transmitted disease or are partnered with someone who does. Only share if you feel comfortable. 4 years later, OP gave us an update. I posted this about 4 years ago, and though not many people saw it, I thought I would provide an update. A few days after that date, Jim called me and told me that he had received his test results back and that they were negative. I was incredibly relieved, and he said that he really appreciated my reaction when he told me. I told him how much I appreciated his transparency. It hit home, especially after my previous relationship, which was filled with lies and made me question my own sanity when I was clear about the timeline of events. A case of legitimate gaslighting. I felt like Jim's character lined up with the person I had been talking to. We met on a dating app and talked for a couple of weeks before our first date. Fast forward to the present day, and we have been happily together for about 4 years and living together for 3.5 years with my dogs. We are getting married in a few months. This has been the easiest, calmest, and most loving relationship I have ever been in, and we both make each other better every day. I never thought I would say this given my past, but if something feels right, I encourage you to give it a shot. Edit, everyone, please read the post. He did not have herpes, I do not have herpes, and this was years ago. Darcinia said, I love seeing someone have the courage to ask early on whether the circumstances they are faced with are something they are willing to go through. I doubly love seeing that honesty from OP's partner. We need to see this more often, both the taking time to question things and the fact that questioning things is not a betrayal. Honesty and communication are really the way to go, and if you cannot be vulnerable around the person who is supposed to be your safe space, that is the main reason to question things. If you get into the habit of checking in with yourself about how you feel in a relationship, it really ends up strengthening the relationships that are meant to last. Overall Search said, I have oral herpes and the only symptom that bothers me is having to keep it hidden from people. A cold sore on my mouth is a minor inconvenience and I have not even come close to transmitting it to anyone, not even my wife. However, about half the people who find out I get cold sores become insanely weird about it. I will literally rush to drugstores to get my medication within hours of developing symptoms in order to make it disappear as fast as possible just to avoid questions. This final post was made in the AIO subreddit by a user named Emily Mili. The post is titled, I insist that my friend board her dog. I agreed to take care of my coworker and friend's older dog, who is 10 years old, while she was on vacation for the week. I originally thought I would be checking up on her before and after work, walking her, feeding her, and handling the typical dog watching duties. She paid me $200 for the whole week, which is about $28 per day. I charge about $26 for a 20-minute drop-in cat sitting visit through Meowtel, so I thought it was fair initially. She left me 8 pages, front and back, of instructions for her dog, wants me to stay overnight with her, and asked me to pick her up to put her in the bed with me. She also freaked out when I told her I had plans for my day off and would be leaving her dog for a few hours. While I was at work yesterday, the dog pulled the trim off the door, chewed some of the paint from around the handles, and started to chew on the drywall. Today, when I got back from work, she had started to eat and rip out insulation, chewed up and ripped out even more drywall, and started to chew through an electrical wire. She is in another country that is 8 hours ahead, but would I be overreacting if I insisted she board her dog for the remainder of her trip? I cannot put my life on hold to supervise her dog all day and night. Above that, I cannot stand the thought of her dog getting seriously injured or causing any more property damage. What should I say? How should I proceed? I do not have the paid time off to call off work, and I am certainly not getting paid fairly for the extent of this dog sitting situation. Update. I finally got in contact with the dog's owner after 4 to 5 hours of no response. Her initial reaction was to tell me to put a cone on her dog while I was at work and not to leave her unsupervised unless I was working. I let her know that that would not be happening. Her dog was extremely stressed, and if she was left unattended, she could consume hazardous materials and possibly die. I told her I could not watch the dog 24/7 until she returned, and that either family or the vet needed to take her in until the trip was over and the wall could be repaired. She showed the photos I sent to her mom and sister, who were there in the hotel room with her. They all chimed in agreement with me. That was a serious hazard, the dog could die, and it was a wonder she did not burn the place down. Her mom said she knew an electrician, and her sister said that her husband would not touch it with a 10-foot pole. I told her I had to look through the cabinets to find her vet's information, called them, and then called their emergency vet partner to get some sort of guidance from a professional. She had me put her dog on camera for 10 minutes so she could talk to her. The dog was not amused, and I was so tired of the baby talk. She kept calling her a brave little girl for mommy, and I was so over it. She thanked me many times for going above and beyond for her precious baby pup cup and told me to keep the $200. I will have to drop the dog off at the owner's uncle's house tomorrow at 11 a.m., but he will keep her until the vacation is over. She sent me a list of things she needs me to take with her, but at least I will not have to worry about the dog anymore. Thank you for all the support. This has genuinely been the worst pet sitting experience I have ever had, and I will not be doing it for anyone ever again. Drunk Vault Boy said, I saw the first post. That damage is absolutely insane, and it feels like the owner is not taking it seriously enough. God damn, Honey Bear said, that dog is actively suffering from high anxiety and stress. The fear hormones flooding its brain make it physically stressed on a biological level, probably causing concurrent gastrointestinal distress, heart distress, physical damage to teeth, nails, and paws, as well as damage from ingesting things like wood, drywall, and fiberglass insulation. Unfortunately, if this dog is still at this level of separation anxiety and panic at 10 years old, there is unlikely to be any level of behavioral modification that would make a major or lasting difference. If the dog is that destructive, unless the owner has invested in a very expensive tank-like kennel, the kind usually used for professional working dogs in military settings, kennel training or expecting the dog to be left confined would be a disaster. The dog would no doubt destroy the kennel or severely injure itself in its escape attempts. This owner needs to be upfront with anyone who watches the dog and make sure they understand that this dog cannot be left alone. I am honestly surprised this dog makes it through the workday without destruction or self-injuring behaviors. Does the owner have a roommate or something? Drugs can be helpful and effective for canine anxiety, but without changes to environment and routine, they will not be as effective. For low-level anxiety, a daily regimen of fluoxetine is helpful. My own dog is on this for anxiety management, and it has helped immensely along with behavioral modification and environmental changes. For high-stress events that one can predict or prepare for, something like trazodone can be utilized effectively, but trazodone and similar medications are not magic bullets. If the dog is too excited or becomes triggered, they can panic through the medical sedation and be worse off, as their logic and responses are diminished by the sedatives even if their reactions and panic are not. I know this is lengthy, but I also know a lot of people gain knowledge from reading Reddit comments associated with OPs. So when I respond to posts with knowledge-based answers, I tend to over-explain for the benefit of others who may read and be dealing with similar issues. I cannot help it, it is the autism teacher curse. This story was posted by a user named ConUse in the Ask Men subreddit. The post is titled, "My girlfriend came home and overheard my therapy session. She listened to it and is very angry now. My girlfriend came home while I was in therapy through telehealth. She heard me talking about her and chose to listen for about 30 minutes before I realized that she was home. She stormed out and was extremely angry at me. I had been talking about our relationship, and in the heat of emotions, I jumped to hurtful conclusions about how people around me feel about her, which I worry I misconstrued in my speaking as dislike. I had also been talking about our relationship, some stresses, getting everything out, and just talking through it. She says she feels betrayed and like she was stabbed in the back over this. I feel awful and I have not been able to interpret my feelings on this appropriately either, and I have been responding with anger. How do I proceed? What do I do? Sorry for the small details, it is for privacy's sake." Edit, I do want to add that other than what has been stated here, I did not say anything directly mean about her. I have only talked about issues we have had and how those around me might view her. She only heard me talking and not my therapist. She is upset I would share any information about our relationship or what she has been struggling with anyone, including my therapist. Edit 2, I thank you all for your support, and although I am not replying to every comment, I am reading them and taking everything into account. I am also at work and I work in emergency medical services, so I am sorry if I do not get to your comment. Edit 3, I thank you all for your replies. I am sorry I have not been able to respond to everyone. You have all been a big help, and I am going to reflect on everything everyone has said when looking at this relationship. Thank you all. Update. I recently posted here about my girlfriend eavesdropping on my therapy conversation and the huge fallout that came from it. It has been a couple of weeks and a lot has happened. I took everything everyone said from my previous post and read it multiple times to really get my head where it needed to be. I realized that she should not have listened and that was on her. We had an argument not long after I made the post. She blamed me for everything and said many hurtful things. I was leaning towards breaking up when her whole script flipped. She acted like she was in the wrong about everything and made me feel like she was going to change for the better. She wasn't. I took a step back from our relationship for 2 days. I wanted to really reflect and think. She did not honor that wish and she did not have any plans to. But after reading all the comments and reflecting, I realized I was in a toxic relationship where I was cutting off my friends and family for this person that I would never be enough for. I ended up breaking up with her. It hurt a lot, but I thank you all so much for helping me see what needed to be done. I could not have done it if it were not for all your advice. I wanted to give this little update to let everyone know how thankful I am and to answer any questions I did not from my previous post. Aria cannot sing, Syed I am nosy, and love to eavesdrop on people in public. A therapy session for my partner, I am definitely not okay with that. Frankly, therapy should be a place where we can say anything because how else will our therapist be able to help us? I am glad OP broke up with her. Inconspicuous Echoes said, if I walk in and my husband is clearly in a therapy session, I am hauling myself to the other side of the house to give him his privacy. It is basic respect, which she had none of, on top of all the markers for emotional abuse and isolation. This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Mobile Meal. The post is titled, Sister is mad that I have no reaction to her talking to my ex-girlfriend. My sister recently told me she has been getting coffee regularly with an ex-girlfriend who broke up with me way back in 2005. She hid it from me for over 2 months, and then when she eventually told me and asked if I was okay with it, I had no visible reaction and asked her what she wanted from me. This ex and I dated from 1999 to 2005, from the ages of 14 to 20. She was cheating on me for the last 2 years and left me for the other guy. It was 20 years ago. I am 40 now. I was heartbroken but dealt with it and moved on. I have a wife I've been married to for 12 years. I am a dad to 3 kids. Why would I care about someone from 20 years ago? My sister is frustrated because I have no reaction. She wants to know if I'm okay with it or not. They were good friends back then but stopped talking when the breakup happened. She says it is like all that time has not passed. I guess she wants my approval. Like I said, I literally do not care. If she wants to talk to her, that is fine, but I will not be interested. It is her life. She can talk to whoever she wants. Edit, my sister also felt as betrayed as I did about the cheating, hence why they stopped talking. But again, the whole affair was 20 years ago, and I dealt with the hurt and have moved on from it. I genuinely do not feel weird if my sister is talking to her again. Update. I realized I had never given my sister a direct answer, just that I had no visible reaction and asked her what she wanted from me, which frustrated her. I ended up calling her not that long ago and we talked about it. I asked why she felt so strongly about wanting to know my feelings, and as many of you suspected, she wanted my approval. I explained in my original post that my sister and my ex were quite good friends, and that friendship ended because I was cheated on and my sister also felt betrayed. The two of them had not spoken in 20 years. When my sister and my ex were friends, they did a lot with me and together. They did a lot together and were almost like best friends. And my sister told me that, of course, she was angry and felt betrayed about the cheating, but she was also sad because she lost her only genuine friend at that time. I know she has really struggled to maintain good friendships, so when she happened to bump into my ex by chance and they picked up where they left off, she jumped at the chance to rekindle their friendship. She said it is like a fog has been lifted from her and that she feels like she has her best friend back. She wanted to tell me but thought I would be weird about it because at the time I was so upset about the breakup. She feels really guilty for being happy about rekindling a friendship with someone who caused me so much pain. After hearing all that, I understand why she wants to maintain the friendship and why she did not want to tell me. I explicitly told her that I have no reaction to it because, without sounding disrespectful, I truly do not care who she spends her time with. I told her I feel enough time has passed that I can accept my ex is in her life, especially since my sister told me my ex is still with the man she left me for and they are married with a family, so they are obviously serious. She also said her daughters, my nieces, are the same age as my ex's kids and that it would be good for the kids to be friends since they do not have many. As I said, I have also moved on, have been married for 12 years, and have 3 kids. I basically told my sister if she is looking for my blessing, she has it, but that I will not be involved or really interested in the friendship because it does not mean anything to me anymore. I also told her she should not feel guilty. It happened, it is done, and I have moved on and recovered from it. If I saw my ex, I would be civil, but I would not be weird about it because, again, I do not really care. Plus, from what my sister said, my ex will really only be spending time with her, possibly my brother-in-law and their kids, so I may not see her at all. She ended the call feeling at least happier, and I am just glad she has a friend back, I suppose. Not an exciting update, but I think it is a good outcome. We were just mature and civil about the whole thing. Istara said, I am really glad to see someone who has moved on, has a healthy and happy life, and carries no bitterness. This is the goal, far better than resentment or revenge. We are rarely the same people at 40 as we were at 20. There is a reason rehabilitation exists and why people get out of jail and do not necessarily re-offend. People do learn, change, and grow. Potential Click said, it is kind of weird though from OP's sister's perspective. Here is someone who cheated and hurt your brother deeply, and you think that your brother may still harbor ill will. So let me start a secret relationship and hide it for 2 months. I am assuming the guilt was getting to her. I am glad to see OP living his best life. This final post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I think my husband might be cheating on me, but my evidence isn't very good. 2 weeks ago, I unexpectedly broke my phone when I dropped it. I was without a phone for a few days and I had to make calls to family and friends. I took my husband's phone with his consent, of course. When I was looking for one person in his contacts, I noticed that he had someone saved as Love. Honestly, I found this a bit odd as he is usually the type to refer to everyone by name and where he knows them from. Even I am not described as wife, but as OP's name. Despite this, even when my husband changes his phone, he always keeps the same number and transfers all his stuff. Some of his contacts are even from school. So I started wondering if it was some ex-girlfriend he had forgotten about or something else. It bothered me, so the next day I approached him and said, hey, when I was using your phone, I noticed one weird contact labeled Love, and it's bothering me. Could you explain it to me? His answer surprised me a bit because he said, good that you mentioned it, I was just thinking about calling them. To put it as simply as possible, Love is a pizzeria which we sometimes use. The thing is, I am 100% sure Love only became a pizzeria after I used his phone. I do not remember the entire number, but I do remember the last 2 digits. Let's say it was something like 11. The pizzeria's number ends with something like 33. I cannot stop thinking about it. I have a feeling that because my phone broke unexpectedly, he did not have time to change Love to something else. But he knew I would ask, so he switched it after I finished using his phone. On the other hand, we have been together for 7 years and he has never been secretive. He never hid his phone and I have never seen anyone saved as Love call him. But ever since this thought popped into my head, I cannot stop wondering, how do I approach this? Do I have the right to ask him to look through his phone? How can I trust him? Update. First, I want to apologize for not responding to my previous post. I wrote it before leaving the house and I immediately fell asleep when I got home. Now, today's events, I decided to take a chance. While my husband was taking a bath, I used his phone. I found 2 numbers that matched the first one, 11, but one of them was his sister's, so that was out. I wrote down the second number on a piece of paper and quickly put the phone away. But 10 minutes later, my husband was still in the bathroom, so I took a chance again and checked his phone once more. He and this number exchange 2 phone calls every day, one when he should be at work and one when I am already asleep. I fall asleep first and my husband goes to bed a little after midnight. They also had a lot of messages, but all of them from my husband boiled down to, how are you feeling? And do you need anything? No photos. When it was time for me to go for a run, I took my phone and the number I had written down. I ran to the park and called it. A woman answered almost immediately. An elderly lady, a truly elderly lady, not his grandmother or anyone else in the family, but she was the Love. This is where it gets even weirder. I told her I was a friend of my husband's. She told me she did not know who I was talking about, and I could tell from her voice that she was not lying. She was genuinely confused. So I said I was talking about the person she talks and texts with every day. She said, oh, you mean definitely not my husband's? I said yes. We had a conversation in which she praised him and called him her another soulmate and true angel. She also asked me not to tell my husband's wife about our conversation and that he helped her every day and asked me when he could visit her again. I was very confused. I made up a quick excuse and hung up. I got home an hour ago and I still do not know what to do. I am more confused than last time. Sam Fitness Throwaway said, okay, so I used to work as a newsreader and there was an extremely sweet elderly lady who used to call every day after the final news program to ask about the weather. There was weather at the end of the show, but she always had some excuse for missing it. The doorbell rang, the kettle boiled over, etc. She just wanted to speak to someone and hear a familiar voice. She had dementia, which progressively worsened, and became convinced that I was her late husband. She called me by his name, kept asking when I was coming home. She once turned up at the newsroom but was not let in. She eventually passed away, but I played along because, well, why not? It was some human connection and hope for her. I feel like this is going to be one of those cases, an elderly and confused friend. Bogger said, "It sounds like he is scamming this poor old lady. Scammers got my mum not long after my dad passed away. I was furious. She is not very tech savvy, and they tricked her into thinking that there was something wrong with her computer. She had to pay them $500 to get the use of her computer and photos back. Maggots." This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, "I think my wife's best friend is developing feelings for me, but my wife doesn't want to believe me because it's her best friend. Okay, yes, I am aware I am going to sound arrogant and like a narcissist. Get over it. My wife and I have known each other for a total of about 20 years. We have dated for 9 and been married for 5. She has known her best friend D since the end of high school and early college. They are like sisters. D has horrible luck with guys, abusive relationships, toxic relationships. She has had it all and some. I know this because she vents about it to my wife and me all the time. Recently, she just got through a particularly rough relationship, which she decided she was no longer going to date and would just be single for a while. She began making comments to my wife about how lucky she is to have me, and that it must make her feel so good to have a supportive, caring, loving man in her life to take care of her. This is when her changed behavior began. She has been very clingy with me. She never was before. When she comes over, she rests her head on my shoulder or sits on my lap. She tells me all the time that I make her feel safe and comfortable. She always asks how my day is going and if I'm happy to see her, or how I think her body looks in her outfit, which she kind of did before, but now she draws attention to her feminine areas. A joke was made by my wife about D being my second wife, doing all the stuff my wife does not feel like doing. D jumped on this and now refers to herself often enough as a second wife. My wife thinks it is funny, and it was until D sent me a picture of a ring she wanted, because even your second wife needs a ring. I have brought all this up to my wife because I do not want to keep her in the dark about anything, and as she just says things like, that is just her, or she does not mean anything by it. My fear is that D is getting what she has never gotten from any of her past relationships. Comfort, validation, safety, and that she will become attached to this sort of fantasy. I do not want my wife to think I am doing anything behind her back, but as I've stated, she just brushes it all off. Am I just being too observant, or is there something there my wife is not seeing? Thoughts. Update. Thank you for everyone's input and advice on my situation. There are some questions I keep seeing, so I will answer them below. Sitting in my lap, this has happened only twice. Both instances were at parties where there was no seating left where I was sitting. I actually offered her my seat, which she accepted and sat on my lap. Yes, both times were in front of my wife, and she thought it was funny. Rather than make a scene by asking her to get up, I waited until an opportunity came, such as needing more food, drink, or to use the bathroom. Is she attractive, or am I attracted to her? By society standards, she would be considered very attractive. By those same standards, my wife would not be as attractive. That being said, my wife is exactly what I want in a woman, just speaking physically at the moment. My wife is short, has very pale skin, long curly brown hair, and is not skinny due to the children we have had together. I love my wife the way she is, and we are working together to help her lose the baby fat she wants to lose. D, on the other hand, is taller than me. I am 5 feet 10 inches, has tan skin, straight dirty blonde hair, and is skinny. Again, she is attractive, but just not what I am into. Now, for the update, I talked to my wife about everything going on and my concerns using some points people brought up in comments. It turns out my wife is aware of the situation and is actually partially behind it. Apparently, she brought up the idea of using me to show her best friend what to look for in a guy as a good example, but it has gone a little farther than she thought it would. Forgive her, she had good intentions, so we are both going to sit down with D and talk about everything next time she comes over. Update 2. Firstly, thank you everyone for your good advice. This will be the last update to this crazy series of events. Now, let's get to what you are all waiting for, the update. Dee came over and we all sat down at the table. The kids were at their aunt's for the night. I stated that I wanted everything to come out, all of the cards on the table. I wanted to know everything. So this is what went down. Dee has always had awful luck with men. She vents to my wife and me about it all the time. During a conversation when I was not present, Dee said something along the lines of wishing she could find a man like yours because she will never know what it feels like to be genuinely wanted and appreciated. My wife made a bad decision and, in trying to comfort her friend, suggested treating me more like a boyfriend than just a good friend. Nothing physical, just support, comfort, and validation for a little to get an idea of what to look for in a man. Dee said she was fine with that, but when she started to get it from me, she wanted more and started to cross boundaries to get it. I asked my wife about it and she said it caught her by surprise but did not exactly make her uncomfortable with her friend. It was actually the mentioning of Dee wanting a ring that finally made her realize this was getting out of control. My wife said she realized that she messed up, but did not want to say anything to me about it. I explained to both of them very thoroughly how ridiculous this entire thing is, how there were better ways we all could have helped, and how this could have destroyed friendships and marriages. They should have come to me, and we all could have figured out ways to help each other together. There were apologies from both parties. Dee is still our friend, and she will be coming over in a few days for us to discuss how she can potentially work on herself and things to look for in men she has an interest in dating. My wife is very sorry to Dee and me about the entire thing, so in the end, my wife made a mistake that she is remorseful for, learned from, and will come out better for. Dee will have help working on herself and working toward a healthier future. And then there is me tired and I want a beer, laugh out loud. Thank you again, everyone, for your good words and advice. I am sorry if this is not the outcome you hoped, thought, or predicted, but life is unpredictable and I am glad this is over. Oh, and there will be no threesome. Kelly Crackle said, "This one was deeply weird to me, and I say that as someone who spends a frankly unhealthy amount of time on BOR. Who are the people who think like this? Maybe I am just lazy, but proper communication would have been way less exhausting than whatever the hell this was." To this comment, user Wandering Dream said, "Even as a former non-communicator, I literally cannot understand how people would rather do things like this than communicate. I know people who do very irrational things instead of communicating because vulnerability and hard conversations are scary. What?" This final story was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named No Nectarine. The post is titled, "My fiance invited his ex-situationship to our wedding behind my back. I am 23 years old and am getting married in January. I just found out my fiance Mark, who is 25 years old, invited his old situationship to our wedding without consulting me. For context, Mark and I met on a dating app 2 years ago after he broke up with someone. To be honest, it is quite confusing what he and Tracy, who is 22 years old, had. They met because of a mutual friend and started to develop feelings for each other. Mark told me they never dated but slept together, and it was more than friendship. Even now, he keeps her love letters, gifts, and talks about her. Tracy and he tried to stay in contact after the breakup, staying friends, but she ghosted him after finding out we started to date. From what I saw on her social media, she is in a relationship, so I am not worried about her trying to get with my fiance again. They have not been in contact for 2 years, but he still has her number and email. I found out about him inviting her after I checked our guest list again and found her name. I know Tracy is not a threat to our relationship, but Mark inviting her behind my back makes me feel bad about our whole wedding. He told me he does not feel anything for her, yet he made sure to send her an invitation. This is probably me being insecure, but my fear of him not getting over her is slowly creeping into my heart. I do not want to lose him." Update. After reading the comments and talking with some friends, my heart finally understood that Mark never really got over Tracy. In the beginning, I was in denial, but I went out with Tom, who is 24 years old and Mark's best friend for years, to understand what really happened between them. From what he told me, Tracy and Mark met because of some friends in common. She had just entered university and was 17 at the time, while Mark was already almost graduating. They stayed friends for 2 years, and feelings started to blossom. Mark was already working while she was still in college. He only wanted to formally date her after her graduation, so it was never a proper relationship, even though they shared love letters, gifts, and spent almost every holiday together. Tom told me everyone from their old friend group thought they would marry since they were so sweet together. So their breakup was really unpredictable. Tracy was the one who broke up with Mark due to their religious values not lining up, as she wanted to save herself for marriage. In the end, they decided it was better to go separate ways and maybe try again after a few years. But after Mark and I started to date, Tracy realized it was pointless to wait for him and started to see other people, so she blocked him on everything except email, just to have a clean beginning. In the end, I finally realized that Mark is just hopeful that Tracy will come back to him due to their talks of trying again after a while. It honestly hurt so much, as I loved him deeply. I still have not confronted him since I am still shaken up, but I do not know if this marriage will happen. I'm going to update once I calm down and confront him. Update 2. It has been a while since the last update, and I am here to announce that the wedding has been called off. My parents are the ones canceling everything for me. It feels like I have returned to my childhood when my mother and father had to solve my problems. I confronted Mark after talking with Tom and made him aware of everything I've been dealing with. His initial reaction was dismissive, almost as if he were trying to escape from the situation. In the end, Mark admitted he never loved anyone like he loved Tracy because it was pure and innocent. She reminded him that not everything is about physical desire, and in the darkest moments of his life, Tracy was like a ray of sunlight. Hearing the man you love confess how much he loved another woman is incredibly hurtful. During the conversation, I started to cry, sobbing uncontrollably. Mark had the audacity to say he loves me, but that it is a different kind of love. I asked why he invited Tracy to our wedding, and he was speechless. Why did he have to throw away our future for something in the past? This hurts so much. Mark told me he knew Tracy did not block him on email since he helped her get her first job, and there were a lot of professional matters involved. That is how he was able to send her our wedding invitation, but he claimed he meant no harm. When I pressed further, Mark said he wanted Tracy to see us together and realize what she lost, because he was hurt that Tracy was pregnant and not married. The moment Mark mentioned Tracy's pregnancy, alarm bells went off in my head. How did you know about her pregnancy? You said she blocked you everywhere. I could see panic in his eyes as he started to stutter. I made him hand over his phone, and I found more than 5 accounts used to stalk Tracy. My stomach turned, and I felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. I decided to call off the engagement since he was a creep. Mark threw himself on the floor, begging for forgiveness and declaring his love for me, saying it was just different from the love he felt for Tracy. He said he was just hurt that she gave herself to another man while he had begged her countless times for sex. This made me feel even more disgusted with him because he felt entitled to her virginity and her body. I left without even taking a bag with me. Everything is just too much. I cannot believe I spent 2 years loving a stalker, a grown man acting like a child. Oh, and I also told Tracy everything and reported his accounts. I do not know if she saw my messages, but I hope she does. The jealousy I once felt for her has turned into pity, as no woman should go through what Mark has done. Mark wants to meet up with me and does not want to break up, but I am just so tired. Edit, Tracy messaged me and wants to grab a coffee with me. Update 3. I think this is my last update since I have already met up with Tracy and talked about what happened. Tracy and I met at a cafe, and in the beginning I was really nervous as I did not know how she would react because her reply was only, "Hi, let us talk over a cup of coffee." When I was waiting for her, I could feel my back sweating, and overall I felt a lot of emotions. Tracy arrived, and I finally understood why Mark was so obsessed with her, as she is definitely one of the most beautiful women I have seen. She looks pretty in photos, but in person, she looks even better. Tracy said hello to me and asked if I was willing to go to her house to talk, since being outside for too long makes her really tired. We ordered some coffee to go, and it was super awkward. Now, let us talk about what she told me. First of all, she apologized for being the reason I am now single, which I assured her is not her fault. Tracy said she received the invitation but was simply not interested in participating in the wedding as she is already in a happy relationship and thought it would be pointless to see a person from the past. With the story Tom and Mark told me, I got curious and asked about them staying friends, as it sounded like she wanted to stay with him after the breakup, and it is the polar opposite of her behavior. Tracy was extremely uncomfortable with this question, but still explained to me why she said that. In the beginning, she was really in love with Mark because he was her first love. She described him as a protector, someone trustworthy, handsome, and kind, as he always showered her with gifts and trips. Everything was fine and sweet, but over time, Mark started to beg her for sex so much that she would pretend to be sick just to avoid him. She just did not want to sleep with him and had some sort of blockage, like a sixth sense telling her not to do it. She grew tired of all of this and used the fact that her parents are extremely religious to justify why sex was out of the question. This led to a fight which Mark never mentioned to me and to them breaking up. But 2 weeks later, they started to talk again as she felt in debt to him because he helped her get a job at a prestigious company and spent a lot of money on her with trips, food, and presents. One of the gifts was a Rolex for her 18th birthday, which made me angry since he never spent that much money on me. So when Tracy found out that Mark and I were seeing each other, she felt relieved and finally had a proper reason to block him everywhere, since he was still sometimes hinting about them sleeping together. In the end, I told her that in my whole relationship, Mark would sometimes talk about her, and in the beginning it felt kind of weird, but I just brushed it off since she was part of his story. I also talked about Mark's numerous accounts, and in the beginning she did not believe me, but I showed her the accounts I knew, which was creepy, since they all had female names, followers, and pictures. All of them looked real. Her account is public, so I asked Tracy to make it private. She made a new account with her Korean name and deactivated the old one. We ended up having fun and even became friends. She is a really sweet person, and I saw how her boyfriend treated her like a queen. I am happy she found love and got rid of Mark. 9 months later, OP gave us their final update. Recently, I logged into my account again and decided to give an update about my life, as it is so crazy to me that almost a year ago, my tears were uncontrollable because of a man. Tracy got married a few weeks ago and I was invited. It was a beautiful ceremony and her baby was part of it. It was refreshing to see the glow on her face and to witness that she found the right person for her. We are not too close, but it is still nice to spend time with her and to accompany her journey as a wife and mother. Meanwhile, I am not interested in relationships for a while. I received a promotion and am considering moving to another state, as my company offered me a position with better pay. Not being engaged actually allowed me to concentrate much more on my job, as I've been able to work extra hours and focus on my career. I do not have many updates about Mark since I cut off contact with him, his family, and friends who took his side. The last thing I heard is that he was telling everyone how controlling and abusive I was and that he had to call off our engagement. This is not my business anymore and what he says does not matter, but Mark is definitely miserable. I am going to take this summer and travel to Greece just to celebrate life. Thank you all for the advice. If I had not posted on Reddit almost a year ago, I would have been married to a guy who never saw me as his first option. Polka Dot Pygmy Puff said, "This is why people should not even think of marriage at such a young age unless they are in a deeply committed relationship for a long time. She thinks 2 years is a long time to get over someone because time works differently when you are younger. As you get older, you start to realize just how little time 2 years actually is in the grand scheme of things. Honestly, she sounds very immature in general." Living Growth said, "Dodged a liar and a user. You were a replacement for Tracy. Good riddance. I hope you find the man of your dreams and that he gets fatter, uglier, and tanks in his job while you soar and thrive." This story was posted by a user named Sunflower in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I took off my engagement ring after 12 years with my fiance. I think I'm done with him. I am 30 years old and have been with my fiance, who is also 30, for 12 years. We met in school, got engaged 2 years ago, and have a 5-year-old daughter together. He is a kind man at heart, but he is a workaholic. Over the past few years, he has become increasingly consumed by work, often staying up late, waking at 3 in the morning to work again, and falling asleep on the sofa most nights. I have asked him for help repeatedly, but nothing changes. I work full-time, study in the evenings, exercise to manage stress, and I am the default parent, handling every routine, every meltdown, every bedtime, and every household task. He promises to help and then simply does not follow through. For example, the other night he said he would put our daughter to bed. At 9:30, I found him snoring while she watched cartoons on his phone after he gave her chocolate before bed. She was wide awake until 10:30 and I had to take over again. Last night I broke down crying. He asked me if I wanted to talk. I said no. I was too exhausted to speak and he just went to sleep on the sofa again. I came downstairs after studying, saw him still asleep, dishes not done as he promised, and quietly took off my engagement ring and left it on the table. This morning I received a long message from him. He says he now truly sees the damage, that he has been emotionally shut down because of his own trauma, that he has been in a dark place and has been taking me for granted. He says he will go to therapy, change the way he works, show up better, and is asking for 30 days to prove himself. Now, I am torn. Part of me wants to believe him. It is everything I have wanted him to say months ago, but another part of me feels like it is too late. I have been holding it all together alone for too long. I am tired, hurt, and honestly unsure if I even want to try anymore. So I need advice. Can people really change after years of emotional absence? Has anyone tried a trial period like this? Did it help or just delay the inevitable? How do I protect myself and my daughter emotionally if I do give him this time? I am not wearing the ring anymore. I have not promised anything. I am just trying to figure out if there is anything left worth saving or if I have already outgrown this version of us. Thank you for reading. Any insight or experience is deeply appreciated. Edit, thank you for all the responses so far. I just wanted to answer a few common questions that keep coming up. Does he work extra hours because we need the money? No, we could live off my salary alone. We have everything we need, a house with a low mortgage, no car payments, and no major debts. His extra hours do not bring in extra pay as he is salaried. He is a project manager at a large corporate firm and is working toward yet another promotion. He is a yes man at work, always overextending himself even when it means logging on in the middle of the night. He says it is for the family, but the truth is, it is about career ambition and people pleasing. Have I helped him with his trauma? This is the first time he has ever opened up about trauma. I knew his childhood was a bit rough, but for years he insisted it did not affect him. Now, suddenly, it is being named as a reason for his emotional disconnection. I am not minimizing it. I understand trauma is real, but until now, it was completely buried and never discussed. Have I brought this up before? Yes, over and over. I have told him clearly, calmly, even desperately what I needed. He always says he is helping by working so hard. And if he does the dishes or takes our daughter to bed once in a while, he wants a medal. He genuinely believes he is doing enough because his intentions are good, but good intentions do not carry a household. Context on my life and career. I work in a law firm, which is often very stressful, and I am currently preparing for my FE1 exams, which are the Irish equivalent of the bar. I could have qualified years ago, but I kept putting my own career goals on the back burner to support his. Every time he needed flexibility, space, or late nights, I gave it. I do not regret supporting him, but I do regret losing myself in the process. Update. Thank you to everyone who responded to my original post. Your advice and outside perspectives truly helped me see things more clearly. We were supposed to talk tonight, just one honest conversation to see if there was anything left to save. But he fell asleep while putting our daughter to bed and never came downstairs. There was no message, no effort. That moment confirmed what I have been feeling deep down for a while. I have been holding this relationship together by myself. I kept giving chances, getting my hopes up, and being let down every single time. To be fair, over the past 2 days, he did try. He was suddenly acting like the partner I had been asking for. He cleaned without being asked, made me coffee, which he rarely did, and sent me long, apologetic messages. He acknowledged how much he has hurt me and even told me he booked a therapy session for Monday. But the truth is, I feel like it is too late. It took me reaching my breaking point for him to finally react. And even now, when we finally had a chance to actually talk, he fell asleep again. He will wake up in our daughter's bed and find the message I sent, telling him that I am done. At this point, I do not even want to speak to him, though I know I will have to, for the sake of our daughter. I am hurt, exhausted, and emotionally checked out. After 12 years together and 5 of those raising a child, I have reached a point where love has turned into resentment. I do not recognize us anymore. I know this will not be easy, but I also know it is necessary. I need peace. I need clarity. I need to stop trying to fix something that has been broken for far too long. Thank you again to everyone who helped me feel less alone in this. It meant more than you know. M's Porcelain said, "No one wants to be with someone who is more motivated by their absence than their presence." That one strikes a nerve. Party Seer Siad, there are stupid people and then there is this man. He loves his job more than anything, even at the expense of his family, and he is not even rewarded for his work. To this comment, user Desolate Cat said, "I have been working for 2 decades now. I am a dinosaur, and I've seen this over and over. Newsflash, working more unpaid hours does not guarantee a promotion. It just allows your managers to dump more work on you without giving you a raise. Why would they do otherwise when they see you saying yes to everything and not asking for anything in return? Otherwise, this turns into a carrot on a stick situation. I worked with someone like this before when I was still green. This man, at least he is single and without children, would literally sleep in the office under his desk. He would only go home to shower and would be back after an hour or so. No, we did not get paid overtime. He would take everybody else's tasks and show management how hardworking he was. To this day, decades later, I still do not know what he was trying to prove." This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Time Dragonfly. The post is titled, "I won't allow my sister to adopt a newborn. I am 22 years old and have been harassed by my parents and sister, who is 37 years old, for the past 4 days. My ex-girlfriend, who is also 22, had a baby about a week ago. We both had failed birth control. She kept telling me that she wanted this baby despite knowing I would only provide financially. We discussed abortion and adoption. I did not force her to choose either option. Now that the baby is here and in the neonatal intensive care unit, my ex is nowhere to be found. She has ignored all my calls and texts. Nothing has been posted on her social media. Even her parents cannot get in touch with her. One of the nurses handed me the car seat from my ex's car. My sister says she is willing to step up and adopt this baby. I am not comfortable with that because her husband, who is 47 years old, creeps me out. I do not have proof, but I feel like he is on some sort of list. So I found a nice couple who want to adopt this baby. They have been visiting us at the neonatal intensive care unit, getting to know me and spending time with the baby. I like this couple. My family does not because they want a closed adoption. Plus, the couple is 2 women and my parents are ignorant. The adoption will go through in a couple of weeks in case my ex shows up. For now, they could be the legal guardians until all the legal matters get settled. Also, I took a paternity test and am the biological father. Edit. I brought up some of the questions some of you had with the hospital liaison. I was not informed that my ex had asked about safe haven laws. I believe they were giving her or me a grace period to keep biological parents connected to their biological child. The couple was found with the help of hospital staff. They were looking to adopt another newborn, but that fell through. I was very vocal with anyone who would listen that I was not going to be a good dad and that I needed help with the options I had. The reason I believe her husband is on some sort of list. I was 15 when I met my sister's husband. He would give me looks that made me feel uncomfortable. He also tried to get me alone with him, so I would try to stay around my mom all the time when he was around. I refused to go to their house for any holidays. This has made my parents upset with me for years. I told my mom how I felt when I was younger, and she brushed it off. Update. The police have found my missing ex. She was checked out by medical personnel. I introduced her to the couple who want to adopt the newborn, and my ex agrees that they would be perfect parents. The newborn will be going home with the couple after being cleared to leave. The couple is also going to pick the baby's name. The adoption process is going to take a while. For now, they will have temporary guardianship over the newborn. We have already started the process. My ex and I have plenty of photos with the newborn and some with the couple. I am still no contact with my parents and told my sister that I believe her husband is a pedophile who was never convicted. She refuses to talk to me. I am working on repairing my relationship with my ex because I still love her. I am also working on repairing my relationship with her parents. She told me that it is okay to share the reason she took off. My ex said, "I called you when I started having bad contractions, but you never answered. I took that as you fully committing to not be around for this baby, and I got scared. Nobody was there. You were not there for me. I would have been there if I had answered that phone call. I did not answer because I was at work and did not know that she was going to give birth early. I feel terrible for putting her through that." Edit, you know what? I am going to be the asshole here and let my ex handle the situation now that she is back. Obviously, her choice is better since she is the mother. She can decide to continue with the guardianship process for later adoption or to raise the baby with my financial support only. I am wiping my hands of this situation and walking away. I am going to focus on myself. Good luck to her. Rude Yard said, "One of my best friends growing up had a stepfather like this. They had an awesome pool and we were not allowed to go swimming because we were not allowed to wear swimsuits or tank tops around him. Now that I am in my 30s, I realize how truly messed up it was, but I always stayed clear of him. Just bored too much said, thank God that baby is with that couple instead of these two adults in age, but not in behavior. I hope they address their issues properly before getting into a relationship again." This final post was made in the ADHD Women's subreddit by a user named Kathy Sometimes Draws. The post is titled, "I lost a diamond necklace my fiance bought me. I hate myself." It was a beautiful single diamond on a gold chain. I have not been wearing it because the clasp needed repairing. It has been in my bedside table for ages, but for some reason, the last time I had a clear out, I decided to move it to a safe place. We are getting married soon, and I wanted to wear it for our wedding day. I have turned every single place that could be considered a safe place in our house upside down. It is not here. I have a horrible feeling the box has somehow ended up in the trash with the necklace in it. I hate myself so much, and I hate the lifetime of struggles like this that come with ADHD. I need a hug. Update. Sorry I have not responded to your comments. I was really down yesterday, so I took some time away from my phone. I was not expecting to come back to over 100 comments. You are all extremely kind, and I feel comforted knowing it is not just me who has had things like this happen. A few prayers to St. Anthony have been said. I think it is really gone. I have a horrible feeling that I mistakenly put a bag with the box in the trash when I was doing a clear out. I can only take this as a learning experience, as I am sure my fiance will, to never buy me small precious objects again. 2 months later, OP gave us an update. I had loads of lovely and reassuring comments giving advice on how to find it, telling me that it would show up and that even if I did not, I was not a bad person for this happening. Anyway, I am getting married on Friday and I found it today. It was hidden in a box behind a picture frame propped up on my windowsill. I had clearly thought that was a safe place to put it, but God knows why I thought I would be able to find it again. The irony is, the only reason I found it was because I was hunting around for a folder of photos that I now cannot find anywhere, which I had wanted to use for some last-minute wedding crafts, but I do not care about them now. I cannot believe that it showed up at all, let alone in time for me to actually wear it on my wedding day. I am so thrilled. I just thought I would share the update because I had so many nice comments on the original post, and at least some attention deficit, hyperactivity disorder, nightmare stories have a happy ending. Edit. Wow, thank you so much for the well wishes, everyone. What a supportive community this is. Please be assured the necklace is now fixed and safely packed, ready for the big day, and is going straight back with the rest of my jewelry as soon as we get home, where it should have been all along. Also, I did find the photo album in the end. Surprisingly, it was not in the place where I thought the necklace might be. It was, however, in a place that I had already looked a couple of times. Oh dearie me. The big everybody said, "This woman is my soulmate." My GF and all my exes would enthusiastically agree. Obvious Lake said, "Always in the last place you look." This story was posted by a user named Feisty Green in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, "Relationship Trouble Due to Female Friendship." I have been dating my girlfriend for 9 months and I am fully in love with her. We have talked about marriage and starting a family soon, and she is the one for me. However, we are having major issues over the female friendships I have. I have traveled a lot and have many different friends, both male and female, from various parts of my life. Since high school, I have been best friends with a girl named Emma. We have never had any romantic interest on either side. We went to the same college, worked at the same job for a while, and stayed very close. We would help each other with relationship advice and so on. I also became close platonic friends with no romantic interest on either side with a girl named Anna in college. We stayed friends and traveled together in our 20s. When my girlfriend and I started our relationship, in the first couple of weeks, she got upset about comments Anna made on one of my posts on Instagram and did not believe me when I said our relationship was platonic. Out of respect for this, I stopped really responding to Anna, effectively ending our friendship, which I regret. Because of this, I was scared to tell my girlfriend that I had a best friend in Emma, so I did not. This was a major mistake. I should have been open from the start and really regret it. A couple of months ago, my girlfriend saw texts from Emma and asked who she was. She got very upset, justifiably, that I had a close female friend I had not told her about. The texts were Emma asking when I was free to give her a call back, and my girlfriend took this as us going behind her back. She assumed that since I had not told her, I was being shady with Emma or pursuing a romantic relationship. She gave me an ultimatum that I had to cut off Emma, block her on everything, or our relationship was over. To save the relationship, I did this and thought I could move forward. However, I have now become resentful of my girlfriend, especially because that she has a male best friend and other male friends as well. She was open about these friendships from the beginning, which was my mistake in not doing the same. I never used to be jealous of this, and I trusted her, but I have become resentful that she can have these male friendships and I cannot have female friendships. She has been treated poorly in past relationships and has been hurt and cheated on, so I understand her perspective, and I really wish I had not caused this problem by not being upfront. I am struggling to get over my jealousy and resentment. I feel very guilty for just cutting Emma off like that. She used to really rely on me for advice and friendship. Do I just need to get over this? Any advice? I really love my girlfriend so much and want to find a way to make it work. Thank you. Update. I previously posted about my girlfriend getting really mad at me over my female friendships and making me cut off my best friends. I recently went through her texts for the first time since we started dating about 9 months ago and found that she has consistently been texting this guy who is around 30 years old, whom she had told me was just a friend. She says they only hooked up once, well before we started dating, and the texts back this up, but they have had sexual and flirty texts going on for months, and that she sent him one nude photo. I am crushed. She is extremely apologetic, swears she is going to change, sent a text cutting the guy off, says she is willing to go to therapy and will do anything to keep me. She said she was projecting her insecurities onto me regarding my friends, and says I can have my friends back and so on. I have texted my friends whom I cut off, but they, very understandably, have not responded. She says she will do anything for a second chance. I do love her very much still, but I do not know if I am crazy for putting up with this and giving her another chance. User Mr. DeBurke said, she says I can have my friends back. Wow, how magnanimous of her. To this comment, Aria Cannot Sing said, if I were OP and had any doubts about whether to leave, this would result in my dust outline as I bolted. I would just ghost her, to be honest. She knows what she did. Substantial Remove said, my dude, find your balls. This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named I am not Lindsay Nagel. The post is titled, I locked myself in my office when we have company. I am a 36-year-old woman who took in my mother during the pandemic after some medical issues. I never made her move out afterward. It works for us. She has her own bedroom and bathroom. We share other spaces, and I work from home most of the time, so I can look after her. My stepfather died about a decade ago, and she was lonely. It made sense for us. As mentioned, I work from home most of the time, and many times I am in some kind of Teams meeting or call, so I do not really have time for a chit-chat during office hours. My mom's sister, also known as my aunt, tends to drop by unannounced to visit with my mom, which I do not really mind, but she has a tendency to step into my office without knocking while I'm working and start talking to me about her neighbor's sister's kid who did so-and-so. I have more than once explained to her that I am working or I am on a call and cannot really chat right now, but she just keeps talking like nothing happened. Today, she actually announced to my mom that she was coming over. I reminded my mom to tell her that I am working and on calls and cannot be disturbed, and my mom agreed she would tell her not to bother me. But just to be safe, I locked my office door so she could not walk in. Despite my mom telling her, she came upstairs and tried to open the door. When it did not open, she started knocking and calling out, "Hello, it's me, open up." I did not respond at first as I was on a call with a client, but she kept banging on the door so loudly that I ended up having to put the client on hold. I told her without opening the door that I was on a call and could not talk right now, and my aunt left in a huff. Now she is bombarding my mom with texts about how rude I was for locking myself in my office knowing she was coming over. So, am I the asshole? Update. I went to dinner for a few hours and returned to Reddit only to find out that this has exploded. First of all, thank you all for your confirmation that this is not on me. I did not think I was the asshole, but there is always that hint of doubt where you wonder, maybe I should have poked my head out and said hello really quickly, but the truth was that it was a busy day and I just did not have the time. Now for the update. After I finished my workday, I took my mom out for dinner and we discussed the matter. She had not responded to any of her sisters, my aunt's texts, because she is fully on my side. I know people are asking why my mom did not stop her. My mom is not very mobile anymore, and my aunt simply got up from her seat and took off upstairs despite my mom's warning. We discussed it over dinner and agreed that my aunt simply is no longer welcome during office hours, since it is the only way to stop this behavior. Either she can pick up my mom to go to a coffee shop and talk, come after office hours, or come over on the one day I work in the office. My aunt seems pretty upset about it, calling their brother, my uncle, to complain as well, but he texted me earlier saying he told her how wrong she was, and apparently her husband also told her she was wrong. So now she is currently stomping her feet at home because everyone is telling her she is wrong. Delightful woman, she reminded me to one day post a story about her Disneyland trip. Update to the update. Here is the short version of the Disneyland story. She has twin boys, and for their birthday, she booked a trip to take them and one of their friends to Disneyland. The friend ended up canceling at the last minute and told me that if I paid the friend's share, I could go. That seemed reasonable enough, so I thought, why not? I was 16 at the time. This story is about 20 years old. I am European, so this is Disneyland Paris I am talking about, and I am not from France, so this was an international trip, which becomes important later. My cousins were around 10 years old at the time. Anyway, we were in the parks, and she had already been difficult the whole trip, but I was dealing with it. On the last day, about 5 hours before we had to take our train back home, an international train with customs and so on, similar to a plane but with less boarding time, one of my cousins wanted to go on the rock and roll roller coaster while the other did not. The line was about 5 minutes or less, so my aunt told me to go with him and she would wait at the exit with our bags. So I left my bag containing my phone, my identification, my money, everything in her care. 10 minutes later, my cousin and I got off the ride and she was gone. I started looking around and could not find her. After half an hour of waiting, thinking perhaps they had gone to the bathroom, still nothing. We checked the bathrooms, neighboring rides, nothing. I had no phone to call her, and with our train leaving in 4 hours, I was getting nervous. I was a 16-year-old with a 10-year-old in hand and no money, no identification, no phone, nothing. I decided to go to the Lost Children's department and explain my situation. They called her through the park's intercom, but after another hour, still no aunt. I remembered my dad's phone number back home, so I used Disney's landline to call him. He tried calling her cell phone and my cell phone, but got no response whatsoever. At this point, with about an hour or less before the train left, I was in hysterics because I could not board the train without money or identification, let alone with another minor in my care. My cousin, seeing my panic, was crying his eyes out, so I was also dealing with a scared child while I was barely more than a child myself. My dad eventually told me it made no sense for him to drive out to Paris right then and suggested I go back to our hotel. He would pay for another night and come pick us up in the morning. So I took my cousin back to the hotel and explained the situation. The receptionist heard me say my name and said, "Oh, sweetheart, I have a note for you." It was a note from my aunt. "Gone to dinner, see you on the train." At this point, I had half an hour to run to the station, hoping we would still get through customs, where she was supposed to be waiting. I made it with 15 minutes to spare, out of breath and fuming. We managed to get through customs, goodness only knows how, and got on the train just as the doors closed. I called my dad to explain the update, and he was also angry at this point. My aunt turned to me and said, "I do not know why you are so mad. I left a note at the hotel and I brought you something to eat," and handed me a dinner roll. I took my things, went to the dining car with my cousin, whom she had also almost abandoned, and bought him the biggest slice of chocolate cake my budget allowed, and never returned to our seats to talk to her. Darjeeling Bubble said, "That Disneyland update. Dear Lord, the aunt is such a feckless piece of trash. How anyone is still in contact with her is beyond me." User Who's Mimi said, "If someone had abandoned my child in a foreign country the way that woman did, there would be no coming back from that. They would be dead to me." This final post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named Stomatella. The post is titled, "My boyfriend and I had an argument that is giving me red flags. Is it enough to end our years-long relationship? My boyfriend and I have been together for over 5 years and have lived together for 1.5 years now. For context, I was getting ready to go to a Halloween potluck with some of my girlfriends and their respective boyfriends. While I was getting ready, my boyfriend began discussing the idea of a curfew with me, explaining that no woman should be out late because nothing good happens late into the night, and that I should not be out until 3 o'clock in the morning. I explained that I did not want to be out that long, but the idea of him putting a curfew on me made me uncomfortable. He told me that unless he was physically there with me, I, a female, should not be out of the house late and at a party. I told him there was no need for him to be this controlling with me and that I was confused since he had never done anything like this before. I go to social events pretty regularly, but rarely go to parties like this, maybe once every 3 months. He was also invited twice to come to this party with me and declined. I asked my boyfriend why he was saying all this, and he said, "I have standards. These are my standards. If you do not like them, you do not have to live with me anymore. I am not budging on this." He then explained, "Now I expect you home at 1 o'clock in the morning because you're pissing me off, but I should be saying 11 o'clock at night." This freaked me out. I packed a bag, left for my parents' house, and have not been back since. I do not know what to do from here. I want to emphasize that he has never done anything like this before, which really threw me off, and is why I am asking for advice on an internet forum. I left the house crying and upset, and my boyfriend has not reached out in over 72 hours to check in or initiate a chat. Ideally, I would like a conversation to be started by him, but I am convinced my boyfriend has no shame for his actions, and believes I am the one in the wrong. Please let me know what you, an unbiased random internet stranger, think about this situation. I love the relationship my boyfriend and I have built together, but this seems like a huge red flag to me. Update. This update is not easy for me to write, but I am moving out of state next week, and I want to put this out to finally lay this chapter of my life to rest. The argument from the post occurred on Saturday late afternoon. I posted to Reddit a few days later after I had not heard from M. By Wednesday, I had placed an order for a small U-Haul truck to move out the following Saturday, the soonest time my family could help. But I still had not heard from him. My family thought it best not to tell M25 that I was coming to pick up my belongings until the day of, because we were afraid he would destroy my things. M25 is an extreme minimalist, so all the furniture, decor, tools, and so on came 100% out of my pocket. At that point, I had thousands of dollars worth of belongings in there, and even more invaluable mementos. Anyway, Saturday comes around. I still had not heard anything on his end. I texted M25 that morning telling him my parents were coming to remove my belongings and to please be out of the house while they did so. He texted me back, "No, stop telling me what to do." At this point, he knew they were coming and exactly when. For my safety, I stayed home. When my parents got there, my mother knocked on the door. No answer. Doorbell. No answer. I texted her to go into the garage and see if M25's vehicle was there. The garage opened and he had thrown my belongings into the garage. Things were scattered about the garage floor, whatever. They noted that his vehicle was there though, so he must be inside. My family started grabbing stuff from the floor and putting it into the truck. M25 comes out. My mother said he looked almost psychotic. He does not do drugs and was not drinking for health reasons, but he looked off. When he came out, he made it very clear to my mother that he was holding a gun in his sweatpants pocket. He told them to get off his property. My mother asked him if he was all right. Remember, FE25 and I had been together for a long time at this point. My family knows him well. This was all such strange behavior from him, and my mother was genuinely concerned. In response, he told my mom, "I'm fine, why would I not be?" My mom asked if she could go inside and get the rest of my belongings. M25 said no. My mother reminded him that I had been without my essentials for a week now: medication, glasses or contacts, work badge, underwear, and asked to step inside for 5 minutes to retrieve those things. He agreed. My mother walked into the house and saw an AR-57 set up in the kitchen, ready to go. She immediately turned around, told everyone outside, loading the truck to get in the car, and went home. I spent the next few hours trying to arrange a police escort for the rest of my belongings. In hindsight, we should have done that in the first place. While I was working on that, my mom called the homeowners, that is M25's parents, who live 2 to 3 hours away. We told them everything up to that point, and they were distraught. They said they were on their way. Later that evening, we received a call from them stating that M25 was out of the house and being monitored back at their home. We moved everything out afterwards. I got a text from M25 that Sunday where he essentially said that he did not know I was breaking up with him, that he was waiting for me to reach out to him while he was reflecting on everything that happened, and so on. We went back and forth a bit, with me telling him that he threatened my family and that I could not forgive him. He said he wanted to talk about everything, and I told him I was not ready for that. I followed it up with a "you should work on yourself, and if I want to talk, I will reach out" type of text. He responded with a bunch of okay messages and then "just do not fuck your ex. Hate that guy. Heard really bad things about him." He was referring to himself here since he is the only boyfriend I've had. It was super strange and off-putting to receive a joking text like that when a few hours earlier he threatened my family with guns. I ignored him. He also sent an interesting apology to my mother. To me, it seemed like a liability message that his lawyer mother had asked him to send. Highlights included, "I know you felt threatened by what you saw, and there is no excuse for having guns out while people are present at my house. Seeing a gun, concealed or otherwise, in that sort of situation is enough to shock someone, especially those unfamiliar with these weapons, and my parents agree and have asked me to give up my guns until I am more responsible and careful." He texted me again the next day saying, "I know I have acted nonchalant about things and it is not a good habit. I cannot continue to live in limbo. I hope you will come over and talk to me in person. False hope is not doing me any good. I need to move on with my life." I responded, "I do not want to give you false hope, but I am not in a place of forgiveness. I think it is time that we continue to move on with our separate lives." This is when he responded, "Listen, come talk to me. I feel awful that I used your own love for me as a lever against you. I hate the person who did that to you, and every day I try to bury that part of me." There was a lot to digest there. We exchanged a few more texts and I, naively, agreed to have a conversation in person. I would not have it at the house. It would be during the day, and it would be in public. I now understand that I should never have entertained this idea in the first place. I was emotional and confused at that time. I had been with M25 for years at this point and wanted clarity on what drove him to do this. I told him my availability to talk on a Thursday, and he said he was not sure if he was available but would let me know. I did not hear back from him until Thursday at 8:15 p.m. when he asked, "You still coming or not?" A location had not been discussed. It was dark out. I suggested we meet the following morning. That is when he sent 8:30 is late for you now, followed by, "I said your curfew is 1 o'clock in the morning, so you are good, and just get your ass over here and talk. I am not going this 9 a.m. bullshit, or I will put a scorpion in your bed." I responded and he texted back, "I'm on my way." "I am sorry, you are what?" At this point, I was in a new safe place in location A. My mother was in location B and my father was in location C. I had to call everyone and let them know M25 was going to show up at one of their locations since he knows where they both live. He showed up at location C where my father was. My father told me that he was scared for his safety and home. Luckily, nothing happened. M25 waited outside for a bit after texting me here and left. This whole night rattled me. I stayed up all night, scared he was going to show up at my mom's place next or mine. I ignored his texts. He started to call and left an eerily calm, cool, and collected voicemail, wondering when we were going to chat, saying that if I wanted to have that conversation, OP is welcome to the house whenever. I texted him back, threatening a restraining order if he made contact again. A month later, he texted, "Hey, obviously what happened. I'm sorry I made you feel unsafe. That's not who I am as a person or who I would want to be. I wish you the best in whatever you do." And that is the last I have heard from him. All of this could have played out way worse. I am relieved for the safety of my family and my own. I am fortunate enough to have gotten out when I did. And yes, I understand things could have been done differently on my end. I learned a lot about myself through this experience. I chose to text M25 in the non-confrontational way I did for my safety. We live in a small community. I genuinely believe this man is dangerous and could harm my family, my dog, my friends, and so on if I angered him. We are all within a mile or two of each other and he knows where to find all of them, and me if he wanted to. I condensed some of the details for the sake of brevity in this post. I have screenshots of all the texts I quoted above. I am happy to answer questions in the comments. Frail Gesture said, "Yikes, I know we talk about dodging a bullet in these posts, but this lady and her family might have come much closer to literally doing that than many of the stories in this subreddit." To this comment, user Road Goddess said, "When I was in university, one of my friends went home over the holidays to break up with her boyfriend there. He asked her to meet him in a parking lot, and he walked up and shot her through the window, then threw a rose on top of her. That was 40 years ago, and I still think about that when people are dealing with breakups with manipulative and controlling individuals." This story was posted by a user named Stunning Narwhal in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "I told my boyfriend that I wouldn't pretend to be Japanese to impress his old high school friends. I am a 23-year-old Chinese woman living in America. My boyfriend, who is also 23, is American and white. I am somewhat aware of a strange preference some white American men have for Asian women. However, most of my boyfriend's exes are African American, so I thought I was in the clear. He is going to attend an event that includes many friends from high school. He told me he wants his friends to think I am Japanese. He said I do not have to outright say it. I can just do something subtle to give them that impression. One person who will be there is a 24-year-old ex-girlfriend of his. She is African American. He promises that his ex has nothing to do with him wanting people to think I am Japanese. He said it is for his male friends. Even though these are people he rarely sees and this may be a one-time thing, I told him I would not pretend to be Japanese. Unless it is required, I avoid telling people I am Chinese. I feel people put too much stock into where someone is born, and I want people to get to know me for who I am. My boyfriend still wants to go with me, but now he seems like he is dreading it. Am I the asshole?" Update. A brief update. The conversation I had with my boyfriend lasted less than 2 hours. He promises that he does not care that I am Chinese instead of Japanese. He admitted he is physically attracted to women who are not white. He promises that his old high school friends do not have anti-Chinese sentiments. He admitted it was a stupid competitive thing between him and his friends. He said his friends will be impressed that I am Chinese, but one of his other friends has a South Korean girlfriend. In their strange ranking, even though Chinese is ranked high, South Korean is ranked higher. For them, the only thing that ranks higher than South Korean is Japanese. I broke up with him. I told him and his friends need to have more respect for women. User I'm Not Creepy said, "The fact that he even explained the ranking as if it is perfectly normal to categorize people like that is shocking. Some people really think that fetishizing a race is not racism." Venti Kombucha said, "I have lived in China and can confidently say that no person I have met there would ever voluntarily pretend they are Japanese." To this comment, user Lemoncake said, "Also, unless his friends are idiots, can they not tell the difference? I am certain the South Korean girlfriend would take one look at OP and know she is not Japanese. I guess that just adds to the boyfriend's racism. They all look alike." This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named LiveBree or Fry Crabs. The post is titled, "I said good job after my kid defended herself from a bully punching him. I need to see if I am crazy here. My 13-year-old daughter has a bully. He is one of those kids who is related to someone in the school district. We have had multiple issues with this kid harassing my daughter, but unfortunately, she is bullied a lot. We are actually switching her to a new school because the public schools have done nothing, and this past semester it got physical. The bully pushed her and she stumbled back. Fortunately, she only suffered scratches, but I was livid. The bully was suspended, but he has been suspended before. I tried talking to the parents and they make excuses. The wildest being that they will probably end up together someday because of how they argue. I told them under no uncertain terms that their son is not to even look at my daughter and that his only words to her need to be an apology. I got the, well, he is suspended, so what else do you want? Argument. This summer, she was in STEM camp. She begged to be signed up, but so was the bully. This time, during their outdoor break, the teacher was physically on his phone when the bully, in full view of multiple students, pushed my daughter and she turned and punched him in the stomach. The bully is now possibly facing suspension from the camp, not the district, but I lodged another formal complaint, this time threatening a lawsuit. I asked my daughter if she defended herself, and she said she was afraid he was going to hurt her because he threatened to knock her out. I said, okay, good job defending yourself. I am glad you are okay. Let's just catch a movie and decompress. I told my siblings on Father's Day and was immediately told by my eldest brother and his wife that I should never have encouraged her to fight anyone. I argued that I did not. I am glad she defended herself when she was scared, and the person I trusted her care to was not even paying attention. They argue that now she will see punching people as okay the next time she gets her feelings hurt and that I am a bad parent for opening that door. Am I? I mean, if she is in trouble and physical danger, I do not want her to ever think she will get in trouble for defending herself, but now I am second guessing everything. She is seemingly okay now, and I took the week off so we can celebrate Juneteenth together and just decompress from it, but I want her to grow up and be safe. Holy shit, that is a lot of comments. I am editing some typos and also clarifying some questions and assumptions as I cannot answer that many comments tonight. Multiple students confirm her story, so no, I do not think she is lying or started a fight for no reason. She is as level-headed as they come, and I will not say she has never lied to me, but I will say I tend to know when she does. Cameras are being checked because I formally requested that today. I am not a dad, but a mom. Not everyone agreed with my brother, but enough of them did that it made me question, and he and his wife were very insistent. Update. About a week ago, I posted about a bullying situation with my daughter who is 13 years old. I mentioned that this bully is a relative of someone who works high up in our district. I attended a meeting with the district following my formal request for the camera footage of the event. I continued to follow up via email and phone calls, but kept getting stonewalled. I was frustrated, so I spoke with my best friend who works in education, and she suggested filing a police report would, I quote, put a Bunsen burner under their asses. She was right. Once I had a copy of my report for the assault and armed with all my past complaints and emails with the resource officer of the kid's school, I sent it to my point of contact at the district. It was a miracle. I got a call the same day. A meeting was arranged and I am meeting with them next week. Juneteenth was wonderful and my daughter had a blast. She has not been punished and honestly, I really enjoyed spending time with her. So we took advantage of the time, saw a movie, went shopping, and so on. I work a lot and am a single mom, so free time outside of the usual weekends has been rare lately, especially now that she is doing camps, making friends, and wanting to do sleepovers and such. I posted some photos on my private account, and my brother sent me a text. I will not go into everything because his message was long, but basically he said I am spoiling her when she should be punished for fighting in school and that I will be raising a criminal. I told him that he can mind his business and his own children. He responded, "She is not even really yours," and I lost it. My message back was that he has not been supportive since my husband died, and come to think of it, he was not supportive when we got married. So I do not take his opinion on my daughter with any high regard. If he and his wife want to instill in their children that they should let someone hurt them or others and that bullies should have their way, then maybe it is time we spent less time around them. We were going to go to the birthday party for my sister-in-law before all of this happened, a family event. I think my daughter and I will skip that for now. And before it is asked, she is not biologically my daughter, but legally, and in the sense that I love her more than anything. I formally adopted her when she was 2 after I married her father. He passed away when she was 6, and I've had sole custody since. Her biological mother is not in the picture. Since my husband passed, it has just been me and her in the day-to-day. I hope to update after the school meeting. Update 2. We had the meeting over Zoom. I came in expecting to have to come in guns blazing like a maniac. I was ready to go off, go fully feral. But I guess all the legal work I've been doing around this was sufficient fire under their rears. I was indirectly asked not to further involve authorities. The footage finally found proved my daughter's story. With this evidence and all the stuff I have managed to bring to the table, plus having a lawyer's contact information sent to them, they finally expelled the kid. I was assured he will not be at school next semester. It was a win, but not enough for me to stop the legal actions. Maybe that makes me the asshole, but fuck it, I do not care. Charges are being pressed for assault, armed with the video. Here, it's not life-ruining unless he keeps the pattern of abuse. But I am also looking to get my daughter into a STEM-oriented school since that is her passion right now. I looked at packages and tuitions, etc., and it will be tight but doable. And I truly believe she's gifted, smart, and hardworking enough that giving her a chance to explore this is worth any inconvenience. That should be it, right? Oh, you sweet summer child. My daughter does not even know about the meeting. She has been happily at camp elsewhere during the day, but a few days ago she asked me, "Mama, do you think I'm a bad person?" And I told her that I did not. She asked me why her uncle thinks so. I asked what she meant. My beloved brother's stepson has been texting my daughter as they are actually close. Brother has been shit-talking my kid. He calls her my stray kitten and not real family. That fucking did it. I am having a barbecue at my place for the 4th of July, and I formally uninvited him and his wife. I sent him a text stating that the way he treats me and my daughter is simply unacceptable. I am a mom and my duty is to my kid. I cannot have someone who looks down on her and treats her badly come into her home, where she is supposed to be safe. He is not a safe person for my child and thus not welcome in my home. My brother lost his mind on me so badly I had to mute his number for a while to get some peace. He started with put-downs and insults, but then he went for my kid. He called her some terrible things and then said that I am brain dead for keeping my stray after all the trouble she has made. I just asked, wow, what is your problem with her really? You're doing the fucking most to hate her. Like, how does a grown man get off hating a literal child? He told me to fuck off, so I sent screenshots to mom. Yeah, I tattled, I'm grown. Don't give a shit anymore. Fuck this guy. He's my brother. I love him, but I do not like him. If he's going to show his whole ass, may as well fetch mom so she can pull his stick out of it. That was an hour ago. My daughter and I headed out for pizza. Have fun, bro. He better be glad it is our mom and not me about to hand him his own hind. Tonight, I will try to talk to my daughter about the school, and sadly, that uncle and auntie are grade A liquid shits, and so will not be around, and we may be taking some time just her and me. We are a team, me and her against the world. I will always have her back. Oh, and she and I will together be taking Krav Maga. Thanks for the suggestions. With the bully dealt with, I think this is my final update, so I wanted to say thanks to everyone who kept this mama sane and were supportive. It is crazy how simple, kind, and affirming words can bolster a person. For those who have shared stories of being bullied, I am sorry you went through that, and as for your bullies, may a popcorn kernel be lodged in each tooth and unreachable every single day. Update 3. I am without words. A couple of days ago, I told my eldest brother Mark, and by proxy also his wife Julie, to stick it where the sun does not shine after Mark went on a text storm about my adopted daughter. For background, my daughter Vivi may not be biologically mine, but she is my daughter. I have known her since her first year of life, and I have been her mom since. I married her father when she was too small to even really remember and legally adopted her. She has only ever called me mama. When my husband passed away, it became me and her against the world, the dynamic duo. Recently, Vivi did not start a fight, but finished it with a bully she had endured for much longer than she should have had to. The whole saga is on my account if you want all those details, but the short version is she ended up defending herself physically. He is now expelled. My daughter was not punished at home. In fact, I told her good job on defending herself. That is where my butt-crack-brained brother got on his bullshit. He never liked my late husband and even less our daughter, and always had something rude to say about them. But this sent him into a huge tirade on how Vivi will grow up to be a criminal, that I am encouraging violence, and that the next time she gets her feelings hurt, she will think it is okay to start a fight. Julie said she is concerned because single-parent households produce angry and bottled-up children who are far more likely to end up in jail. I told them I never asked for their opinions, and the rest of my siblings agreed with me, but my brother was not done. He texted me vile things about my daughter, and his stepson sent video and screenshots of my brother calling her a stray kitten and saying that she is not my child, and so on. I uninvited him to my 4th of July barbecue, told him he is not to talk to or even look at my child until he fixes his attitude, and he just doubled down. Let me be clear, he is the eldest, but he is adopted too. He is biologically my cousin. 2 of his 4 kids are stepchildren. Julie is a widow. His hypocrisy is breathtaking. So I had my daughter send over all the evidence she had and delete it off her phone. And I took all my screenshots and the like and sent it to my mom. I snitched so hard. I do not have time for this bullshit. I do not know what she said to him, but she called me back that night a few hours later and told me to let her know if he decides to show his whole ass again. She talked to Vivi on speaker while I finished making us some treats before bed and told her that she loves her very much, that Uncle Mark is being a jerk, and if he or Aunt Julie try to bother Vivi or me again, to tell her. It rained like crazy on the 4th. So my barbecue only had a handful of folks who lived near me from the family and some friends. Vivi was happy, kicking her other uncles' asses at Mario Kart, and all the adults were drinking and dancing or watching the rain on my porch when who walks in? Mark, Julie, and their 4 kids. Julie strolls right up to me with a whole chicken and asks where she can put it down. I was like, sorry, what? I asked her what she was doing here and why they were there. Apparently, my dear old brother did not tell her about our most recent spat and the invitation being revoked. She looked truly shocked. I am livid by this point, but the kids are playing video games and Vivi looks happy. She is pointedly ignoring my brother who said hello to her, and when he does not get an answer, he throws his hands up and says, "So much for manners." My other brother Zeke just goes up to him and starts to talk to him quietly. I could hear Mark arguing, but Zeke just kept his hand on his shoulder. I looked at Julie, who looked like she was in panic. I told her, listen, if they want to leave the kids here for a couple of hours, that's fine, but my brother is not welcome in my home, so she will have to be the one to pick them up. She thanked me and went to my brother, who now had both our other brothers talking to him. They all walked him out. I heard him say, "Kids, let's go," and his wife said, kids, I'll be back by 3. Be good," and pulled him out. I sent him a text reminding him not to speak to my child and that he is not welcome in my home until he apologizes for all the verbal abuse toward Vivi and fixes his attitude about her. My stepfather and mom arrived not long after, and when he was told what happened, Dad started to take his pipe to the porch and sat right next to the front door. Mom arranged it with Julie that she would take the kids home when she leaves, and we managed to have a good time. Today is Sunday. My mom had asked that we all go this week, so we did. She did warn me Mark might be there. I warned Vivi. She said it was fine. I told Mom it was fine, but that Mark needs to give Vivi a wide berth. And I told Mark via text that he is to stay away from my child. He replied, "I do not need reminders." Okay then, service went fine. I'm not much of a church person, but Vivi had a solo and sang beautifully, so this mama is happy. There was food happening in the event hall, and Vivi asked if she could stay a while and chat with her friends. Sure, I said, have fun. All was well for about 45 minutes. I was sitting with stepfather and one of my brothers when Mark came over to say his goodbyes. Everyone got a hug except me. Fine by me. He said, "Kitty did a good job up there." And I said, "Who?" And I could see that in that moment he knew he messed up. I don't know if he meant to say Kitty or not, and I don't rightly care. I said who again, and he muttered Vivica. I nodded and told him that is her name, the same name she's had the whole time. Julie is trying to get him to leave, and he is almost leaving when Vivi and her friends come up. She told me later she saw her uncle come up to us and not hug me, and that made her mad. So she came up to be near me for support with her friends. Mark complimented Vivi and she gave a very plain thanks, then asked if I was ready to go. I said sure if she was. Mark sent me a short text telling me I embarrassed him and our whole family with the show I put on. He is upset now because we don't need to make our issues everyone's business at church and that I don't even go to church. So why invade his safe spaces? He called me immature and said that I need to stay away from his kids so I don't teach them such poor manners. I haven't even responded. Vivi is getting dressed and we are going to my mom's for lunch. Stepfather said Mark outright refused to come when he confirmed I would be there. Mark has told our parents if I am somewhere, he won't be there. My reply: does he promise? I told my dad that if he wants to be this way, we can just go full no contact. I don't have patience for this nonsense, and that also means I am not helping out next time he needs anything. I'm out. Dad got quiet and said he gets it, but to remember that Mark's kids did nothing wrong. He's okay if I want to stick it to Mark, but asks I don't friendly fire on the children. I told him we'll talk when we get there. He's going to want to bring up our family vacation, of which I took care of the hotel and passes for because my job is within that industry. I am usually the go-to for these things. We are supposed to go for the first week of August. We try to do one vacation as a big extended family per year. We'll see how this fucking goes. Final update. It seems I picked the right subreddit for this because Mark is on his bullshit once again. Last night went somewhere, my kid and I arrived and she immediately went off to play with her cousins. I sat on the lawn with my stepfather and Zeke, who was already there. Mom was in the kitchen. I asked if she needed help, but I got the usual, y'all need to get out of my kitchen response, so I retreated for my safety. Julie did come straight to me asking if it was all right. I told her my issue was with Mark, but I still felt my own way about her words concerning my kid and single parents. We did talk. Julie is the product of a single parent household and she strongly feels that kids need a mother and a father in the house. She did admit that Vivi is a good kid and that she thinks I do a good job with her, but when Mark is on his moments, she has just learned not to get in the way. I did not want to pry but asked if she was alright and she had this look like don't even go there, so I backed off. I told her that I love the kids and will do all I can for them, but Mark is truly working on his ticket to no contact for Everville. I love him, but I do not like him, and he is a real and present threat to my kid and her well-being. She said she understood and hopes that she and I can still get along okay for the sake of the kids, at the very least, so that the kids are not also cut off. She told me they have been having trouble lately as her daughters Sadie and Mark have been butting heads a lot. Apparently, Sadie is just like her biological dad, stubborn. She is a good kid and has the kindest heart, but she is sensitive, Julie said, because she is an empath and expects everyone else to be too. I handed her a beer and asked what she meant because, not gonna lie, I wanted the tea. I was curious. This was the most Julie has ever opened up to me about home life. She and I have a whole history, which is why I always thought she just never liked me. We drank some and she admitted that she and Mark have been at odds over the joint raising of the kids. Sadie calls him dad and is the only one of his stepchildren to do so, but they argue a lot. Recently, Sadie said she hates him and simply refuses to even look him in the eye and gives him one-word answers. Julie's eyes were watering and she kept wiping her tears and apologizing because it has been a lot. After Mom talked with him, he has just been so closed off. I managed to gather that when Mom called him, she immediately got to the point and said something like, who does he think he is, bullying a child, her grandchild, as if she would not take issue with it. He tried to say something, but she kept talking and finally asked him why he does not like her. He got offended and said he loves her and wants her to make something of herself. But my mom made it clear that if he is to interact with my kid, he needs to follow my rules just as I have respected his rules with his kids. Julie said Mom told him verbatim, not your house, not your rules. And she told him she is so disappointed that he is treating an adoptive child the way he hated being treated. Julie said she did not know much of what happened from there because it became a fight between the two of them. He never told her he was adopted, which is crazy to me because it is no state secret. I mean, we do not use the word adopted in our family, but by biological rules, I am my mother's only daughter and Zeke is her only son. We are no strangers to the concept of chosen family, never have been, but Julie was, by her account, not surprised, but more hurt. She actually believed that Mark was my biological father's son, making my mother his stepmom. No, Mom is biologically his aunt, but his mother passed away due to issues during his birth. From what I know of her, I will call her Gem. She was amazingly sweet and knew the birth would be possibly life-threatening. That is why she managed to get the paperwork in place so that my mother would take custody if anything happened to Gem. I told Julie as much and she went pale and said Mark said this of my youngest brother and made it all out to seem that he, Mark, and I were full biological siblings and fighting. He made it out as if everyone else is adopted. It is such a confusing web of lies that I genuinely am not even sure I have it right. Julie spent the rest of the time chatting with everyone and getting drunk. Mom let her stay over and Dad called Mark saying she and the kids were staying over. It is summer, the kids will be fine with Mom, and Poppy's pool and whatnot. Mom got Julie to the guest room and I started to ask questions as the kids were watching a movie in the living room. What the hell is with Mark? Why is this even happening? He was not always like this, so honestly, what the fuck? I was so pissed. You do not have to believe me, but I am generally very even-keeled. I am chill most of the time. I tend to be more of the gal who wants to calmly talk it out, one-on-one. Do not make a scene, but this is my kid. I have been fucking calm enough, and this is her uncle. We can try to dance around each other, but this will come to a head eventually. My kid loves her cousins. It will hurt her much more than it will hurt me or him, and fuck him. If his ego is worth more than my child's well-being, he is no brother of mine. Anyone who is out to hurt Vivi is no family. I may not have birthed her, but I damn well love her, and I will not be that parent who forces her to make nice for fucking family when family causes her pain. Mom went quiet and my dad made this angry, sad face and walked off. Mom pulled me into the backyard and we sat in the garden. She said she was not telling me any of this to excuse Mark at all, but she feels some of this is her fault. Mark came to her about his biological parents, and when he found out his father abandoned them, he became very upset. Mom said he was asking because my father, Mark's adoptive father, was distant with him. She said he, my father, got better as time went on, but he did use the phrase stray kitten a couple of times. I feel bad for him, I do, but it is not enough for me to feel like I need to fix this. So I told her that this is very sad, but he kept his origin a secret from his own wife, and his stepchildren hate him. This is already out of control. Him bullying my kid is a symptom of it, but even still, he does not get a pass. She agreed. She said she made a choice. Vacation can still happen with my help, but he will no longer be invited. She said Julie is permitted but under strict rules and the kids are coming, but I can pull the plug if I want, and it can just be a sleepover at her place with the kids, and all the parents can enjoy kid-free nights. I told her I would tell her by tomorrow. Vivi is at a sleepover with her best friend, and I have work to do tonight, so I have a lot on my mind, but figured I owed an update on this. I am just tired mostly, but I am not backing down. Mom said she will talk to Mark again, but I said that even if he stopped his insults, I would need an apology to Vivi and for him to find help. I love Mark and I feel for him because I feel like he is just sad now. He feels alone. He is not. He has been my brother forever and has been family since before I was born. I will always love him, but he is being a prick. And if he is not a safe person for my kid, he is not allowed near us. Plain and simple. I will not pretend this is easy. It is torture. We as a family are really close, but I cannot torment my own child and obligate her to be around a person who mistreats her. I will not teach her to be small for bullies, even if the bully is family. I got this text from him an hour ago. Okay, you win. I did not answer. He sent, "Please, sissy, I can't take it anymore. I did not respond, so then after 5 missed calls, he sent, "I get it. I'm not your brother. Okay, but I am family. Can you recognize that? I didn't treat Vivi good. Sorry, she's great. Okay, love you. Talk to me. I need to talk to you. Okay." I did not reply. Mom has my kid, so I am going to watch that Megan 2.0 movie a day exists a bit. I know I will seem like a bad parent, and I own that. I just need a second. I am due to pick her up in a few hours, so here I am waiting to go into the theater. Myrtle Otter said, "Based on how eerily similar OP's older brother is to mine, I believe it might actually kill Mark to act properly for once. If she does not respond to his weak apologies, he is going to crash out again, cement himself as the villain in the eyes of his family, and blame OP for the fallout until he grows tired of being on the outs with them again. I cannot stress how much this story resonates with my life. My friends call me Epic said, I think that you all need to have an intervention with Mark. The condition for him being welcomed back into your life must be that he goes to therapy. No compromises. He has a lot of issues to unpack. You all are not qualified to help him in that regard. He needs professional help. Whether he wants to or not is another story, but he should not be welcome in your family, at least your direct family, you and Vivi, until this is addressed." Thank you so much for making it to the end of the video, and thank you also to partner of the channel, Gamersupps. Use code DLAM to support the channel and get 10% off of your purchase, link in the description. I'm sure many of you like me have a hankering for daily caffeine, so go check them out. Lately, I've been a big fan of Titty Milk and Acid Rain, but they've got dozens of other flavors for y'all to try out. Anyway, thanks again for reaching the end, and I hope you all have an amazing passage of the next 24 hours.